Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. Your Majesty, the British ambassador proposed to us the proposal to divide the Persian region between the two countries. It seems that the British intend to completely solve the Persian issue! Med'ev said. Ferdinand nodded, and when he mentioned the Persian region, he first thought of oil, and then thought of the tomb of the Empire of Afghanistan. Empire's grave is an exaggeration to say that a small Afghanistan is not yet capable of burying an empire. In 1919, the Afghan people got rid of the slavery of the British and achieved national independence. A little accident happened in this time and space. Although Afghanistan still established an independent country, the British forces were not expelled completely, and even the southern region was occupied by the British. Ferdinand is still hesitating whether to support Afghanistan to fight a war of national independence. After all, with the strength of the British, Afghanistan cannot last long. In this era, it is not yet the next generation, and John Bull doesn't mind a genocide. When all people die, the resistance will naturally end. You can join hands with the British to carve up the Persian region, but they must be required to act at the same time, and they cannot be given a chance to do things, Ferdinand said cautiously. Since the 19th century, the population of Persia has grown rapidly. Now it has exceeded 11 million. It is the most populous region in the Middle East. More people means more trouble. Ferdinand did not want to obtain a Persian with constant disputes. I did not swallow Persia alone, but also to avoid falling into choking. After all, Bulgaria's way of ruling the colonies is rude, so it's impossible to throw all these 10 million people into Africa, right? There are nearly 2 million nomadic people in this place. Without 3 or 5 years of hard work, it is impossible to clean up. This is already very efficient. Look at the French. It took more than 8 years for the World War to end, and they only exiled more than 300,000 rebels. God knows if they can digest the nearly 10 million people in the end. Your Majesty, what about the Afghan region? Now it has been separated from the British rule, although there are no resources. The geographical location is very important. Do we want to intervene? Med'ev asked with concern. Don't leave it to the British. Our expansion has reached the limit, and if we continue to go further, it will be very troublesome to rule, Ferdinand explained. Afghanistan also has a population of more than 6 million in this year. In addition, Britain and Russia have been fighting over this region for a long time, bringing all kinds of messy thoughts to the past. Nationalism has been awakened, and Ferdinand has no printingism. Why should he stretch his hand so long? Okay, Your Majesty, I know what to do. Med'ev replied. Well, the Afghan area can be given to the British, and an excuse is made to ask the British to occupy the area as soon as possible, Ferdinand added. It is a long-term strategy to hit the British Empire. Digging a pit is the kingly way. The accumulation of small amount of money can kill the British people sooner or later. Jumping out to challenge world hegemony. The Germans are the best example. They did beat John Bull, but they even got in. Ferdinand, look at these girls. Which one suits little Ferdinand? Queen Xenia asked, looking at the stack of photos of the candidates. Ferdinand remembered that his son was old and it was time to start a family. European royal marriage is not a simple matter. Bulgaria does not need political marriage now, but equivalence of identity is still indispensable. This is not to say that Ferdinand was a stubborn old man who took the concept of door status very seriously, but Bulgaria needs an orthodox king who conforms to the concept of the world. Don't think about the origin of the royal family. If it is the second son, it will be fine if he does not have the right to inherit the throne. Ferdinand can also accept it, but the crown prince cannot. This is an obligation. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear the weight first. Xenia, have you asked little Ferdinand if he has someone he likes? If the identity gap is not big, we should fulfill him. Said Ferdinand. That doesn't sound like something a king would say. Xenia said with a smile. But this is what a father said. Ferdinand said calmly. Well, let me ask, what is the standard for this small gap? Queen Xenia asked. Ferdinand pondered for a moment before slowly opening his mouth and said, "At least it must be a nobleman. You must be disciplined in your private life, and there must be no scandals. Your requirements are really low." Xenia said in surprise. "No way, there have been more and more deviant juniors in the last 10 years. I have to lower my standards," Ferdinand said. Xenia's face suddenly turned ugly. Obviously, she thought of that worry-free brother again, which directly reduced the Russian royal family to a joke in the aristocratic circle. At this time, she didn't want little Ferdinand to follow in the footsteps of his idiot uncle, and for the sake of a momentary refreshment, he put his whole life into it. This is a mother's love for her child. Are Ferdinand's requirements low? It seemed very low at the time, but from the perspective of later generations, this requirement is not low. The nobility, he said, refers to the old-fashioned aristocracy, without hundreds of years of inheritance, is not recognized in the aristocratic circle. If it is an emerging noble, then at least it must be above the duke, and it is still a real noble, otherwise the Bulgarian royal family cannot afford to lose that person. Even if Ferdinand enlarges this range, in fact, the age of candidates who meet the requirements will not exceed 3 digits, or even only single digits. There is no way that the circle is so big, and the range to choose from is very limited. Who can guarantee that it is just right? Thinking of this, Ferdinand had a headache. In addition to little Ferdinand, there were 5 little guys behind, and they were about to find a daughter-in-law. What should I do? Ferdinand really didn't expect that the king's son would also worry about marrying. This is the current situation of the European royal family. It all depends on luck. If luck is not good, it is possible to wait for more than 10 years. For example, he himself has never been a noble lady of the right age, and he has been delaying his marriage until the age of 33. Fortunately, it's all princes, not princesses, so it doesn't matter if you wait a few years. If it is the princess, and it happens to be the high birth period of the princess, then it will be miserable. And it can only be done. It is impossible to wait for the husband to grow up. The range of choices is small, and the two sides must look at each other, at least if they don't hate it, so that the future will be able to live. In Ferdinand's view, the son's marriage still has a long way to go. Why don't you do this? Let a few small households take turns to visit European countries, and let them hook up on their own. As long as we see the right eye, we will propose a marriage, so the probability of success is much higher. Ferdinand changed the subject. Xenia rolled his eyes at him and said, "Is that what you said? But letting them go out for a walk is also a way. Why don't we go on a visit together?" "Don't. If I go on a visit now, I'm guessing that all of the messy things will come up. If you want to go out to play, you can go by yourself," Ferdinand said helplessly. As an antique of the European royal family, Ferdinand is now considered highly respected. Being well respected also means trouble is coming. If he goes on a visit, what should I do if I ask him to mediate all kinds of messy conflicts in the royal family? No matter how you do these things, it is impossible for everyone to be satisfied. If one is not good, everyone will be offended. How could Ferdinand do such a thankless thing? However, he had to do it. As long as he caught up, he couldn't shirk. A well-respected hat was not so easy to wear. If he can't handle international conflicts, he will be asked to mediate. Bulgaria is not a British Empire. Why should he come forward when it does not involve its own interests? Xenia glared at him, and then said righteously, "This is not to play. This is to solve a lifelong event for our son. How can something so important be considered play? And you, the king, don't go out, and my queen goes out to visit. Like what?" Ferdinand resolutely chose to shut up. Originally, he suggested that Queen Xenia go out for a walk, and by the way, hand over the trouble of his son to finding a wife to her, since she does not want to visit. Facts have proved that Ferdinand guessed wrong. A woman's words are often inaccurate. Soon Queen Xenia packed up her things and set off, and started a blind date trip with little Ferdinand. The first stop was St. Petersburg. Xenia has a problem. I must explain it to you clearly. All the granddaughters and great-granddaughters of Queen Victoria are not considered, Ferdinand said cautiously. Why? Xenia asked in surprise. Little Alexei, does your unlucky nephew know? Hemophilia, I remember mentioning it to you. The origin of this disease is Queen Victoria. Some data show that this is a genetic disease of intergenerational transmission. The virus is carried by the mother. If it is a princess, it will not get sick. If it is a prince, it will be miserable, and it is very likely to be infected. What the consequences will be, just look at little Alexei. You will know. If you don't want your son to follow their footsteps, you can't marry them. Said Ferdinand cautiously. Did you already know? Xenia asked with a gloomy face. Of course, Ferdinand couldn't say yes. Isn't that making trouble for himself? Don't forget that the Russian royal family is also a victim. It's just that Xenia doesn't get angry. Of course not. This was discovered by the Royal Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences, you know, always has some very curious people. I consulted them for the illness of little Alexei. Then, driven by curiosity, they made a set of statistics, and the above data confirmed this. The hemophiliacs of European royal families are descendants of Queen Victoria. Due to the number of relatives involved, I issued a gag order. You know, if this news gets out, these princesses won't have to get married. Explained Ferdinand. Father, is this true? Could it be that the cousins and the others are all virus carriers? Little Ferdinand asked in shock. Shut up, little Ferdinand. Forget this topic. If you don't want to be hunted down by your uncle Nikolai, rot this news in your stomach, understand? Ferdinand said cautiously. Okay, father. Little Ferdinand said seriously. Is there really no cure for Ferdinand's disease? Xenia asked with a pale face. I don't know. Anyway, there is no cure now, and even in the next few decades, this disease will be a terminal illness. Whether it is the Russian royal family, the British royal family, or the Spanish royal family, they have all invested in research, and so far there is no result. Someone may have discovered this problem, because it is too involved, but they dare not pierce this layer of window paper. Also, we can't pierce it, or we'll be in big trouble. Explained Ferdinand. Both Xenia and Ferdinand were silent. The news was so shocking that they needed time to digest it. If it wasn't for the little Ferdinand's marriage, the news of Ferdinand would continue to be kept secret, and they would never know. As for whether keeping this secret will kill people, this is not their concern. How could he fail the thick black school from the royal family? The European aristocracy is the last. Maybe their descendants can still pick up a few titles for nothing. Why are they so sad? https Genius. For a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 527. British thinking. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. Top Chinese. The fastest update. No ads. Mr. Adley. We have no opinion on the issue of dividing up the Persian region. According to everyone's sphere of influence now, half of the family is in line with everyone. Interests, but what about the Afghan region? What are your plans in your country? If you are interested in Afghanistan, then hurry up, otherwise there may be some changes in the future. Of course, if your country is not interested, just pretend I didn't say anything. Meet every minded kindly. Mr. Meetev. What do you mean by that? Are you going to attack Afghanistan? British Foreign Secretary Attlee asked suspiciously. Mr. Attlee, I can't answer you this question, but you should know that there are radicals in every country. These people who have their brains in the water, often do some astonishing things, and we can't guarantee that they will not do things in Afghanistan. Meetev hinted. Attlee nodded. There are people like this in the British Empire as well. Mr. Meetev, thank you for your reminder. Then we will divide the Persian region into 2 points, north and south. The specific boundary line will be divided on the ground after we have won Persia. Attlee said. Yes, but we hope to do it right away. After all, the ancestors of Persia were also powerful, and the Persians are still very arrogant. The longer the delay is, the worse it will be for us. Meetev said cautiously. In such a hurry? Attlee asked in surprise. No way. Some people in China can't sit still. If they don't solve it as soon as possible, they will act without authorization. Meetev explained. This is of course just an excuse. The Bulgarian army is not capable of following grams. According to the Bulgarian military system, even if someone wants to do things, they can't do it. However, Using this as an excuse is very good, at least it can be accepted by the British, making them mistakenly believe that the radicals in the Bulgarian army planned this operation without the support of the government. This kind of situation has also happened in the history of the British Empire. 180 years ago, this kind of thing happened frequently. Half of the colonies of the British Empire came from this way. It is a good thing for both countries to resolve these disputed territories sooner. On the surface, this explanation is very logical! London 10 Downing Street, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin is worried about the draft for the partition of the territory in the Persian territory signed by Britain and Bulgaria on March 28, 1926. Frankly speaking, he is also satisfied with this agreement. The terms above are very good for safeguarding the interests of the British Empire. The only trouble is that Bulgaria asked them to send troops as soon as possible. If nothing else, the Bulgarians are about to take action. If the British Empire does not act immediately, it is also a question mark whether this agreement can be implemented. Do the Bulgarians really say that? Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin asked with concern. Yes, Your Excellency, the Bulgarian government wants us to act as soon as possible, otherwise they cannot guarantee what will happen if their army takes the Persian region first. Foreign Secretary Adley replied. Damn, are they going to follow in the footsteps of the Japanese and unable to control the domestic army? Stanley Baldwin complained. It's not as serious as Japan, and in Bulgaria at best, the radical group has grown, and the government doesn't want to turn against the radical group. So this request is made. The radicalism in their country should not be so extreme. At least these people are still rational and have no courage to challenge the British Empire. However, in the face of borderlands, the reputation of the British Empire alone is obviously unable to suppress these radicals. We have also experienced this stage. As an emerging country, many Bulgarians have been carried away by victory. At this time, Bulgarians are the most likely to do stupid things. The actions of the Bulgarian government are understandable. They do not want to bear the pressure, so they can only urge us to act quickly. Explained Secretary of State Chamberlain. Well, the question is, how should we send troops now? You know that military spending is not cheap. The budget for 1926 has been set. How can we convince Congress to allocate funds for this sudden war? Stanley Baldwin had a headache. Damn. Is such a small issue worth discussing? Who is our opponent this time? Are Persia and Afghanistan, two small indigenous countries, worthy of careful treatment by the British Empire? How can the British Empire convince the rest of the world if they can't even handle two small indigenous countries? Churchill sneered. Very well, what Mr. Churchill is saying is very reasonable. Then the financial problems, please. Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin said. Everyone is an old fox. Since your Chancellor of the Exchequer said that there is no problem, then it is easy for the Ministry of Finance to take care of the Congress. As long as you can solve the problem of military spending, dealing with two small countries is really not worth worrying about the British Empire. Didn't Churchill understand this? No, he knows this better than anyone. The problem is that as a representative of the hardliners, there is simply no room for him to back down on this issue. At the same time, if he wants to gain the support of the domestic hawks, he still lacks a victory. In the past, only the wars he led had no satisfactory results. Now he urgently needs a victory to consolidate his position. In this context, it is better to start with these small countries. Don't look at the ferocity of his usual clamor. If the British Empire and several major powers are torn apart, in fact, he has no bottom. The army is different from the navy. The Royal Navy can despise the world. The British Army can only be despised by others. At least the French and Bulgarians, and even the Russians and Japanese, did not regard the British Army as a threat. Whether it is quantity or quality, the British Army does not have the power to dominate the world. And Churchill is naturally very clear. The cruel lessons of World War I are there, and the tens of millions of casualties in a war are enough to discourage anyone. Dealing with two small countries is different, even if they are difficult to deal with. For the safety of India, it is worth a shot by the British Empire. The big deal is to use the sea of tactics and exchange the lives of hundreds of thousands of Indians for the British Empire to master two core areas. which is very worthwhile. If we attack the Persian region, we need to send at least 50,000 troops. If we attack the Afghan region, we need to send at least 100,000 troops, for a total of 150,000 military operations. It is expected that this war will last at least a year, and we probably have to prepare £150 million of war funding. The war secretary thought for a while and said, how come there is so much funding for this war? Churchill pretended to be shocked. What is this number really? Not all that is true. For inland operations, transportation is a big problem. How can military spending be small? Moreover, the Afghanistan area is not easy to fight. Most of it is mountainous, which is very difficult for marching operations. Otherwise, the area would have long since become a colony of the British Empire. Can you compress military spending? Our current finances are not that rich. The £150 million of war funding is also a heavy burden for us. Stanley Baldwin asked with concern. Your Excellency Prime Minister, this is calculated based on the minimum military expenditure required for the combat time of 150,000 people a year. In actual circumstances, it will only be more or less. Soldiers' salaries alone, at an average of £300 per person per year, would cost us £45 million, plus at least £15 million in bonuses. Taking into account the poor local transportation problems, we have to build at least 2 temporary railways while fighting, and this cost will cost at least £8 million. The average cost of eating, drinking and sleeping for the soldiers is £15 per person per month, or £180 a year, for a total of £27 million. Plus shipping costs. After deducting all of these, we are left with only £55 million and at least £20 million in pensions. The remaining money is the cost of weapons and ammunition. We are already very economical, the war minister explained cautiously. No, this is too expensive. Is your army made of gold? Salary expenses are almost the same as the navy. Churchill roared. Mr. Churchill, please pay attention to your words. Our army is working hard on the front line. Don't you even want to pay the annual combat salary of £300? The Secretary of War said with great dissatisfaction. But I remember that the army's salary is £8 a month, plus various benefits. It's only £100 a year. Why is it now £300? Churchill roared. You are right. In peacetime, our army's overseas garrison salary is indeed £100 per year, but during wartime, the salary is doubled. Otherwise who will work for you? The Minister of War said with a sneer. Even with double wages, it's only £200. What about £100? Churchill continued to ask. Of course it's overtime pay. Workers have to pay overtime for overtime work, and of course soldiers have to pay overtime pay for overtime. Otherwise, our soldiers will also go on strike, said the Minister of War with a look of contempt. Yes, these benefits are the benefits that the vast British Army has won through practical actions after the end of the World War. Now they are strictly following the 8-hour working system. For all actions outside working hours, the government must pay overtime, otherwise they will go on strike. Just look at the chaos in the colonies after the First World War due to the army's inaction, and now they have given their lives for money, and all patriotic feelings have been exhausted in the First World War. Can't the government organize another cheating conference just for a small-scale military operation? It's not a homeland defense battle. Now, except for the British pound, there is nothing to mobilize the soldiers' enthusiasm for combat. It has to be said that the British are highly receptive. If you give overtime pay, you should pay overtime pay. Anyway, the workers all get overtime pay, and there is no reason why the soldiers don't. Can you guarantee a smooth end to the war within a year? Stanley Baldwin asked with concern. The more expensive it is, as long as it can solve India's security problems once and for all, the money is still worth it. Unfortunately, no one can answer this question, Your Excellency Prime Minister. Things on the battlefield are unpredictable, and we don't know if we can end the war within a year. According to the estimates of our War Department, if there is no external interference, the war should be over in 1 year. The Minister of War thought for a while and said. Stanley Baldwin nodded. The situation on the battlefield is always changing. No one can tell. If there is external interference, the problem will be even greater. Well then, Mr. Attlee, your Foreign Office is going to get the Bulgarians so they don't make trouble for us in this war," said Stanley Baldwin. "No problem, Your Excellency. We will keep an eye on the Bulgarians and not let them come out and cause trouble," said Foreign Secretary Attlee confidently. "If you have no questions, then today's meeting will be over first. Mr. Churchill, your Treasury Department should allocate the war funds as soon as possible, and don't delay the wartime." Stanley Baldwin said, "Wait a minute, I still have a problem. I think the war budget can still be compressed. For example, by replacing our main force with colonial troops, we can save 4/5 of our salary expenses." Churchill said, "It is impossible, Mr. Churchill, to replace the colonial troops. The salary is saved, but the combat effectiveness is also greatly reduced. The number of troops we need to deploy will increase by at least half, and there is no guarantee that the war will end within a year," retorted the Minister of War. "Then double the strength. Even if the strength is doubled, our war cost will still be lower than it is now. Even if the troop is doubled, we only need to pay half of the current salary, and the daily expenses can be reduced by 1/3. Even the pension I can do without pain, and let the local colonial government take care of it. At the same time, we can also reduce the firepower of the troops. Anyway, we are dealing with two small indigenous countries and do not need so many machine guns and artillery. In this way, even if the number of people doubles, the consumption of weapons and ammunition will not be greatly increased. In this way, we can completely reduce the war expenses to less than £100 million, and we can do a lot of things with the saved 50 million. Churchill reckoned, but the combat effectiveness of the colonial troops cannot be guaranteed, and the increase in the strength also increases the difficulty of our logistical supply. Our Ministry of War cannot guarantee that the war will end within a year." The Minister of War retorted, "It doesn't matter, even if you use 150,000 main troops, you are still not sure to end this war within a year. Now that we have replaced the colonial troops, we only need to send a main force to be the supervising team, which can not only save expenses, but also avoid domestic troubles. Even if all these hundreds of thousands of colonial troops die, no one will cause us trouble. Anyway, there are many Indians, so let's take lives to defend India. If it is the main force, as long as there are 10,000 casualties, the government will be surrounded by the opponents of the anti-war demonstrations. I don't think everyone wants this to happen." Churchill's analysis: "Well, this is indeed a good proposal to reduce the casualties of our main force as much as possible. It is the consistent national policy of the British Empire. You must know that the life of every British soldier is precious." Stanley Baldwin was obviously persuaded. As the boss of the moderate faction, his moderation is only aimed at the country. Under the wave of anti-war of the whole people, he can reduce the casualties of the main force, which is very politically beneficial. As for the casualties of the Indian colonial division, it was not within his scope of consideration. Even if the war is extended for 1 or 2 years, it is acceptable. In order to defend India, the British Empire can spend the last copper in the treasury. Congress will definitely allocate funds, and no one can afford the catastrophic consequences of losing India, even if it is only a possibility. Before the annexation of the 3 North American countries, losing India was equivalent to losing 4 layers of national power to the British Empire. Even after annexing the 3 North American countries, India's share in the new Commonwealth will not be less than a quarter. Chapter 528. The Wolf Smoke Crisis. On April 18, 1926, after half a month of debate, the British Parliament finally passed the Persian region and Afghanistan region battle decision. In this respect, Churchill has made great contributions. If he hadn't persuaded members of Congress with his 3-inch tongue, perhaps 2 or 3 years of arguing might not have yielded results. From 1923, the anti-war ideology broke out in the United Kingdom, and it reached its peak in 1926. The people opposed all foreign military actions. Fortunately, the opponents, at least 2 small countries this time, did not attract the attention of the people, so that the resolution could be passed so smoothly. Of course, in terms of territorial area, Persia is really not small at all. The area of the Pahlavi dynasty is larger than the 5 British Isles combined. However, in terms of strength, they are a downright small country. As a semi-colonial country, what strength is there at all? Everyone knows that this is just a trivial local war, and it is even said that if Bulgaria exists, the British Empire only needs military threats to force the Pahlavi dynasty to compromise. Now Ferdinand intends to turn the war into a quagmire for the British. On May 1, 1926, the Bulgarian Foreign Ministry protested to the Pahlavi dynasty, demanding that they hand over the Bulgarian criminals they had harbored. Of course, the Pahlavi dynasty could not be handed over. From 1918 to the present, the number of criminals who have fled from Bulgaria to the Persian region has not been 100,000 or 80,000. How can we find them in this era? If no one can be handed over, the Pahlavi dynasty will be in big trouble. The well-prepared Bulgarians have produced evidence that from 1918 to the present, terrorists who have traveled from Persia to Iraq to cause chaos almost every year. The Bulgarian government has reasons to believe that this is a terrorist activity supported by the Pahlavi dynasty behind the scenes, and ordered the Pahlavi dynasty to hand over all participants within 24 hours, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. On the same day, the British Governor's Office in India also issued a note to the Pahlavi dynasty asking them to thoroughly investigate anti-British activities, arrest all anti-British personnel, and hand them over to the British within 24 hours, otherwise prepare for war. The Pahlavi dynasty said that they were wronged and that these matters had nothing to do with them. You must know that they just overthrew the old king in 1925 and established a new regime. How can things that started in 1918 have anything to do with them? Even if someone supports terrorist activities, it is impossible for the government to participate. The previous government was timid. How could it take the initiative to provoke Bulgaria? Not to mention the government. No one even dares to participate in the planning of terrorist acts, even from non-governmental organizations. For those who are linked to these matters, grass has already grown on their graves. Bulgaria's strength in the Persian region is not small. Even if it is an anti-guarantee element, the highest pursuit is to expel the Bulgarian forces, but no one is arrogant enough to counterattack Bulgaria, engage in anti-British activities. What the hell is this? Although they are really thinking in their hearts, isn't it too late to implement it? At most, there are a few young students shouting slogans, but there is no concrete action. They have just gained power, and they are too late to fight. How can they have the heart to do things? In the age of imperialism, the truth doesn't matter, as long as the powers think they did it. That's what they did. The Pahlavi dynasty knew that the trouble was big. And the only gratifying thing was that Afghanistan next door also enjoyed the same treatment. Anyway, having an ally can share the pressure. It is a pity that this is destined to not change the result. No one thinks that the Pahlavi dynasty can resist the north-south attack of the British and Bulgarian countries, unless they can activate the aura of the protagonist and become immune to all attacks. They will be ready to die. Not to mention them. No country in the world can fight against the British and Bulgarian at the same time, so the result of the war is already doomed. On May 3, 1926, the Bulgarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs declared the Pahlavi dynasty engaged in activities in support of the division of Bulgarian territory and formally declared war on the Pahlavi dynasty. On the same day, the British Empire also declared war on the Pahlavi dynasty on the grounds that they were engaged in anti-British activities, and the Middle East war broke out. As the protagonist of the war, the Pahlavi dynasty is undoubtedly a tragedy. This time it is really not that our army is not working hard, but that the enemy is too powerful. Less than a month after the start of the war, the Bulgarian army was killed outside the city of Tehran, showing the world what is really overwhelming. To use troops in the Persian region, the Bulgarian government did not mobilize domestically at all, and the Middle East theater did it by itself. A total of 3 main divisions, plus 2 local militia divisions, formed a force of 80,000 people to kill the past. Don't worry, there are not many troops in this group. The Pahlavi dynasty was beaten as soon as the war broke out. Hundreds of planes roared from the sky, and armored vehicles and tanks on the ground advanced directly Let them experience what modern warfare is. The result is naturally self-evident. The Pahlavi army, which did not even have a rifle, was naturally collapsed at the touch of a button. Don't say it is now. Even if it was not until 1930, it was beaten by tens of thousands of British troops and finally fell into a protectorate. Compared with the smooth progress of the armed parade in Bulgaria, the performance of the British was much worse. The British colonial divisions were temporarily recruited to India, and their combat effectiveness was also in line with their status. When Bulgaria conquered Tehran, they were still in the province of Stan-Baluchistan. There is nothing surprising about this, as the so-called cheap is not good, and good is not cheap. Since the British have chosen cheap goods, naturally they cannot count on this combat effectiveness. As a colonial army, their equipment was still before the First World War. Aircraft and tanks were too extravagant. It was enough to have machine guns and cannons. Anyway, the enemy's equipment was even worse. This is also because the British were too arrogant to start the Persian War and the Afghan War at the same time. If all 300,000 troops were invested in the Persian War, it would be impossible to beat Kerman now. Originally, it was good to take 54 degrees east longitude as the dividing line, and the two sides divided the Persian area equally. Now, since the British are so unqualified, it is no wonder that Ferdinand took more. Anyway, the central region is the buffer zone between the two sides. There is no clear division of spheres of influence. If you grab it first, you will definitely take advantage of it in the end. This is also a bargain. The Pahlavi dynasty has just abolished the original king and established a new dynasty. There are still a lot of things in the country that have not been sorted out. Capabilities are not yet available. Your Majesty, the British sent us a diplomatic note protesting our failure to comply with the draft for the partition of the Persian territory. Medvedev said. Have we violated the rules? Why didn't I know? Ferdinand asked in surprise. Your Majesty, we have not violated the regulations. As an ally, the British Empire has been unable to resolve the resistance organizations in the Persian region. We have to do our allies' obligation to help them. Medvedev replied solemnly. Well, just write back to the British like this: we will abide by the treaty we signed at the beginning, and urge them to end the war as soon as possible. A long-term war is the biggest enemy of world peace, Ferdinand said righteously. Say yes, Medvedev replied. Order the Middle East Theater Command, and now it's as much as it can occupy. After this village, there is no such store, Ferdinand added. The war broke out very suddenly, and the British did not have time to buy off the enemy. If they were given a few years, with the influence of the British in the Persian region, it is estimated that the troops who directly defected would be one by one. Yes, replied the Chief of Staff. This war is really not worth mentioning. The strength of the two sides is not on the same level at all. Ending this war as soon as possible, and then watching the British jump into the pit of Afghanistan is the kingly way. Now the British can't get out of it. Once they give up Afghanistan, the Bulgarian influence will extend in and threaten their precious India. Based on the performance of the Bulgarian army on the Persian battlefield, the London government dared not bet that Bulgaria could not win the Afghanistan region. For the sake of India's security, they had to bite the bullet. Ferdinand's requirements are not high, and it is enough to reproduce the results of the Anglo-Boer War. Presumably after this battle, the anti-war forces in the UK will further grow, and then they will never be pulled back. A world hegemon who is afraid of war will no longer be a threat. Dig a few more holes and let them jump, and they can almost expose their weak nature. That's right, from the beginning to the end, Ferdinand never thought of going head-to-head with the British Empire. The reason is very simple: Bulgaria's means of pulling allies, and it will never catch up with the British. This is determined by geographical location. Many countries dare to offend Bulgaria, because everyone is far apart, and they can ignore Bulgaria's retaliation. It is impossible to face the British. The naval bases all over the world will be attacked immediately once they are confronted. It is self-evident who to choose in the face of reality. Geographically, who are the allies that might support Bulgaria? It is nothing more than the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russian Empire. At most, it can win over Italy. This is determined by geopolitics. And they were all forcibly tied to the chariot. Everyone was too close. They had no choice. On the other hand, There are too many potential allies of the British, and Ferdinand is incomparable in this regard. This has a premise that the British Empire has always been so strong that once their weak nature is exposed, these allies will become their enemies. This is Ferdinand's consistent strategy, first gradually disintegrating the enemy's allies, isolating the enemy, and then pulling the allies to attack the enemy. Judging from the trajectory of Bulgaria's rise, at any time, they have no shortage of allies, and they have never been isolated by the international community. When dealing with Serbia, the Russian Empire was an ally of Bulgaria, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire was lured over and became a potential ally in secret. Then Serbia suffered a tragedy and was divided between Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary. When dealing with the Ottoman Empire, the Russian Empire was an ally of Bulgaria, the Balkan Alliance was an ally of Bulgaria, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire was also a potential ally. In the First Balkan War, the Ottoman Empire fell into blood mold and was besieged to death by the Balkan Alliance. During the Second Balkan War, Ferdinand also pitted the Ottoman Empire first, making them public enemies. Then he hugged the Allies' thighs, and then lured the potential enemy of the Balkan Alliance into the pit, and then the war pushed them into the great pit of the Allies. As soon as the World War broke out, Ferdinand nailed the potential enemy of Italy to the chariot of the Allies. When the World War ended, all the enemies around Bulgaria disappeared. Even the teammates suffered 5 labors and 7 injuries, lost the strength to threaten Bulgaria, and turned from a potential enemy to a real ally. Then Britain, France and Paul stand together again, dominate Paris and will rule the world. Using the battle for world hegemony between the United Kingdom and the United States, behind the scenes, and using the pandemic as an excuse, the Americans have become the target of public criticism. Then he cheered the British, made them muster up their courage, and took the world coalition to overthrow the biggest threat of the United States. Before everyone could react, Bulgaria was iodine again. In the midst of a series of chaos, Bulgaria has already gained enough interests, but at the same time it is still hidden in the dark, and the interests that have not been exposed will not become the target of public criticism. Now there is only one last enemy left. As long as the British Empire collapses or declines, there will be no enemy that can threaten Bulgaria. Even the current British Empire, the threat to Bulgaria is very limited in essence, unless they can build another world's first army. It is a pity that the layout of this series is basically a conspiracy. On the surface, it is really impossible to see Ferdinand's sinister intentions, or some smart people have seen it. In the face of interests, they still chose to jump into the pit. In theory, as long as the strength of the British Empire is sufficient, Ferdinand can only make wedding dresses for them, making the British Empire's position of world hegemony more consolidated. The British people in this era are full of confidence. They don't think that a mere Afghanistan can cause them much trouble. What they see is the huge benefits that can be brought by mastering the center of this Eurasian continent. Your Majesty, are we really going to compete with the British for Afghanistan? Medvedev asked hesitantly. Of course not. I just want to put pressure on the British, make them look like they are eyeing the Afghan region, and make them impatient. As long as people are in a hurry, it is easy to make wrong judgments. War is the easiest to consume national strength. When the London government makes the wrong decision, their war machine cannot stop. If the Afghan region is defeated, they will also hurt their vitality. If the Afghan region cannot be defeated, then the British Empire's position of world hegemony will be crumbling. Don't you think it's a game of chess that's fun to play? No matter what the final result is, the British people's energy has been contained in the Afghanistan area for a short time, and we can get a period of stable development again. Asked Ferdinand. Your Majesty, all of this is based on the premise that Afghanistan has the strength to resist the British invasion. At least they must be able to withstand the first wave of the British attack, otherwise our efforts will be wasted. Medvedev frowned. Say yes, but what have we really paid? Except for an armed parade, we actually didn't invest too much resources in it, and it doesn't matter if we lose it, Ferdinand said calmly. For Ferdinand's perseverance in digging holes, everyone can only admire them. Digging a pit all the way, and now the British have actually reached the most dangerous moment, and under the cover of the prosperity on the surface, The British do not know anything about it. Not long after the three North American countries joined the British Commonwealth, they lacked enough national centripetal force. When the British Empire was strong, they were members of the British Commonwealth. Once the British Empire declined, they would inevitably move towards independence. These three kingdoms are only less than 10% of English descent, not even the number of Irish descendants. Don't expect them to have a strong centripetal force on the British Empire. The native Irish, crying and clamoring for independence, were only temporarily suppressed, and the outbreak only needed a fuse. In the vast colonies, with the spread of revolutionary ideas, there should not be too many people who want to rebel against the British Empire. They are waiting for a suitable opportunity. In this context, the London government has lost its military spirit again. Once an accident occurs, it is tantamount to expect the British Army to turn things around. Coupled with the popularity of anti-war ideology, the enthusiasm of the British people to join the army has dropped to the lowest point in history. If these hidden dangers are really ignited, it will be difficult for the London government to mobilize the army to counter the rebellion. The Royal Navy is still invincible in the world, so you can't expect warships to go on land to suppress uprisings, right? Now what Bulgaria has to do is to detonate these contradictions, and the war in Afghanistan is only one of the leads. There are still many explosive packs buried by Ferdinand for the British. Chapter 529. The Unlucky Dutchman. Medan. It is the capital of Sumatra and the third largest city in Indonesia with a population of about 600,000, on the verge of the Strait of Malacca. It is the western gate of Indonesia's foreign trade, and its geographical location is very important. Now this prosperous port city is no longer as magnificent as it used to be, only a broken wall remains. The fire continues to burn, and weeping can be vaguely heard. On June 6, 1926, due to dissatisfaction with the exploitation of the Dutch, Medan workers held a general strike, which was brutally suppressed by the Dutch colonial government. Angry Medan workers revolted under the leadership of the Revolutionary Party. Unexpectedly, the Dutch were weaker than they thought. They actually succeeded in capturing the city, and the fire of proletarian revolution was ignited in Southeast Asia. Your Majesty, this time the city gate caught fire and hit you. 3 days ago, a workers' uprising broke out in Medan, and now the rebel army has spread to the entire island of Sumatra. Chekhov said with a wry smile. That's right, the source of this fire was passed on from Bulgaria. It was originally intended to entrap the British, but the Dutch were caught first. Students from the Dutch colonies, who were exposed to new ideas in Bulgaria, brought them back to the colonies and spread the word. Of course, this is definitely not enough. The Bulgarian intelligence department also specially trained them in rebellion. The lecturer is Victor Keith, an expert who has been in rebellion for 20 years. The successful person who was once mixed into the president has become a revolutionary tutor. After a simple training, they had the appearance of a revolutionary organization before they were allowed to return to the country to develop the organization. In order to exempt from liability, these activities are carried out in the form of academic seminars. Victor Keith taught in the Ottoman Empire for so many years, and once established a United Kingdom, which has a high status among revolutionaries all over the world. Naturally, he also absorbed a group of fans, and then took advantage of this opportunity to package and pass all these messy thoughts. If nothing else, he must have a place among the revolutionary mentors in the future world. According to Victor Keith's theory, every country or region is in a different environment. Only the ideas that are most suitable for the local area are the best ideas. There is no difference between revolutions, and any political ideas that can achieve national independence and lead the country to prosperity and strength are the best ideas. He advocated inclusiveness, combined with the actual situation, and selected the most suitable revolutionary ideas for the locality as the guiding ideology, and then completed the national independence of the country. According to his theoretical basis, you can choose any kind of revolutionary idea, and there is no problem in establishing any kind of system. The most important thing is to be suitable. Then, with the cooperation of the intelligence department, this flickering theory was released, and a book, Victor Keith's Struggle, was published. And another theory was added to the world revolution stage. There are a large number of classic cases, analysis of the uprising combined with the actual situation, and the framework of the revolutionary organization. It can be said that it is a must-read for those who are interested in rebellion. It was originally intended to deceive the British, but it spread out. The Indonesian uprising was an attempt by the local revolutionary party, and it was a direct success. The Dutch had indeed fallen. After the uprising broke out, they did not put it out in the first place. After they slowly reacted, the revolution had already spread. After the success of the uprising, the Revolutionary Party immediately formed a revolutionary army, initially formed a revolutionary system, and then ran away. Waiting for the Dutch to annihilate in place. They are not so stupid. Due to the sudden incident, the power of the Revolutionary Party in Indonesia was still very weak, and they decisively chose the strategy to move forward. Don't get me wrong, they go to rural development. But before the Dutch did not react, they quickly attacked the surrounding small cities and spread the war to the whole of Sumatra. If nothing else, it will spread to the whole of Indonesia sooner or later. This is completely in accordance with the guiding ideology of Victor Keith. The first step is to establish a revolutionary organization. The second step is to spread the revolutionary trend of thought to the whole country. The third step is to find opportunities to launch an uprising and spread the wave of the uprising to the whole country. The fourth step is to establish a revolutionary base. The fifth step is to unify the whole country and establish a country. Now they are in the second and third steps. Due to the sudden incident, they directly entered the third step, and they can only do the two steps together. Anyway, as long as the uprising spreads, it will severely attack the colonial government's ruling foundation and shake their dominance. If you fail once, you can do it again. Sooner or later, you can succeed. Of course, Ferdinand knew that the Dutch had caught up with an unpredictable disaster this time, and there was no way they could only be considered unlucky. Bulgaria would not admit that it had anything to do with it anyway. Well, it's enough to be neutral on this issue. The Nanyang region is not our sphere of influence. No matter how much we struggle, it won't affect us, Ferdinand said after pondering for a while. Will this Indonesian uprising succeed? Anyway, Ferdinand didn't know. The only certainty is that the foundation of Dutch rule in the local area has been shaken. Even under the influence of the Indonesian uprising, a series of national uprisings will break out in the entire Southeast Asia region, and the major colonial empires will be affected later. Okay, Your Majesty. Foreign Minister Medvedev replied, organize ships immediately to move the Persians to the African colonies. I don't want this uprising to spread to Bulgaria, Ferdinand said cautiously. Your Majesty, do you think this Indonesian uprising will trigger a global chain reaction and a wave of national independence will break out all over the world? Constantine asked in disbelief. Yes, the chain reaction is certain. It is estimated that the wave of national independence in the world will not break out. At least Africans have not been impacted by revolutionary ideas. Ferdinand thought for a while and said. Everyone laughed. Spreading revolutionary ideas in Africa, let's dream. They are all tribes, and it is not easy to spread revolutionary ideas here. In case of bad luck encountering cannibal tribes, it might become a barbecue. At the beginning of the independence of African countries, most of the leaders were white, and they were handed over to them by the Americans to complete the country's independence. Turning a tribe into a country is a long-term process, and there is no task that can be completed in the 21st century. Ferdinand does not think it can be completed now. Your Majesty, do we want to add a fire to detonate the tide of independence and severely damage the British colonial system? Chekhov asked with concern. It's not the time yet. Detonate the bomb now, although the British will suffer for a while and even lose some of their colonies, but it's not fatal enough, not even heavy damage. If it doesn't work, the British will land smoothly. It's better to wait a little longer. After the internal contradictions in the United Kingdom break out, their colonial system will be detonated at the same time, so that they can't care for each other, so that the damage can be maximized. Said Ferdinand sternly. This is not because Ferdinand deliberately made trouble with the British, but mainly because the British's own national policy caused the hostility with Bulgaria. There were many contradictions between the world's number one and the world's number two. What's more, the British Empire also has a European balance policy. If it does not suppress Bulgaria, how can the European continent achieve balance? Once Bulgaria turns to Europe, who can stop them? Austro-Hungarian Empire? Obviously not, since they fell to Germany immediately after the Austro-Prussian War. They knew that the foreign policy of the Habsburg family followed the strong. In terms of geopolitical relations, the current Austro-Hungarian Empire is no different from that at that time. Either choose cooperation with Bulgaria or choose confrontation. Strength determines the confidence. Now the Austro-Hungarian Empire has no courage to confront Bulgaria head-on, even if Britain and France give them full support. Once the Austro-Hungarian Empire fell to Bulgaria, it was a replica of the Three Emperors alliance, except that Germany was replaced by Bulgaria. Once this alliance is established, it will not be a problem to push Europe down. Of course, the British will stop it. So what about letting France counterbalance Bulgaria? This is still a dream. The two countries are separated from each other. There is no conflict of core interests between the two sides. How can they confront each other? The final ideal political situation is to form an alliance against the Franco-Russian alliance, with the British Empire continuing to be the referee. It's a pity that this is just a dream. If there is a feud between Bulgaria and France, why should the two sides fight to the death? The relationship between Bulgaria and Russia is so close that it cannot be dismantled. A four-nation alliance formed by Austria and Russia is established. If it is established, it will be the turn of the British to be shriveled. Therefore, the British will try to hold back the Russians as much as possible, instead of allowing the Russians to complete their unification. As long as the Russian Empire is not unified for one day, this alliance will not be established. The two countries have plans to establish the European Union, but the two sides cannot reach an agreement on dominance. Otherwise the hegemonic position of the British Empire will be unstable. This is only a problem on the surface. The real reason is that Ferdinand is against the establishment of the European Union now. If there is an EU without Germans, no Italians, no Russians, is this still the EU? The British can completely pull their three countries to start anew, and the EU has become a laughingstock. The current Franco-German relationship has no possibility of easing at all. Once the EU is established, a choice must be made: Germany or France. The two are now incompatible. Chapter 530. The Backpot Man appeared. Kingdom of the Netherlands and the Royal Palace of Amsterdam. Wilhelmina is discussing with ministers. Although the Netherlands is a constitutional monarchy, her queen, as the nominal supreme leader, has to pay attention to the outbreak of a large-scale rebellion in the colony. Queen Wilhelmina did not take this rebellion seriously. Colonial uprisings have long been common to her. Didn't it happen a few times that year? This time it is just a little bigger, but it is also expected that the population in Indonesia has grown too fast in recent decades, resulting in insufficient local resources. It is normal for a rebellion to break out. What exploitation and oppression! It's been this way for so many years, hasn't it? As a king, even a rubber stamp king, you can be incapable, but you must not be brainless, so these main factors are directly filtered out by her. Prime Minister, is the government ready to suppress this colonial rebellion? Queen Wilhelmina asked without asking the reason, nor proposing to be held accountable. It directly entered the core issue, sending troops to suppress the rebellion. Your Majesty, the situation has changed. Just yesterday, rebellion broke out in Jakarta and Banten. We have lost contact with these two cities this morning, the Prime Minister said gloomily. Note: the uprising broke out in Banten and Jakarta on November 12, 1926. The Sumatra uprising that was originally agreed to break out at the same time was delayed until January 1927 due to the arrest of high-level officials. What it means to lose contact is self-evident. In this radio age, no matter how dangerous the situation is, it will not allow the defenders to send a telegram too late. What's the matter? Didn't we deploy 2 regiments of heavy soldiers in Jakarta? Could it be that our army is a lounge bag? Wilhelmina asked angrily. This is our mistake. In order to suppress the spreading uprising in Sumatra, we have drawn troops from both places and let the enemy take advantage of the loopholes. The Prime Minister explained. Now is not the time to be held accountable. Prime Minister, your task now is to quickly find a way to suppress the rebellion, Wilhelmina said with a turn of her mind. Obviously, she is not a fool, and she knows the importance of Indonesia to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Once there is no such rich colony, the good days of the Kingdom of the Netherlands will come to an end. As for her accountability, what's the matter with her? Even if it is a change of Prime Minister, is it still the same result? As long as you don't fight for the last rights reserved by the royal family, everyone can cooperate well. Hearing Wilhelmina's words, the Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief, and then replied, "Yes, Her Majesty." Like most constitutional monarchies, the king has the right to remove the Prime Minister, especially when it comes to other things. With Wilhelmina's attitude, he could finally suppress the rebellion with peace of mind. As long as the rebellion is put out as soon as possible, he is still the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. What is the attitude of the countries towards this rebellion? Wilhelmina asked with concern. As a small country, being able to hold such a large colony depends not on force, but shrewd diplomacy. In modern times, the Netherlands and European countries have maintained good diplomatic relations. It is this good relationship that allows them to keep Indonesia in the era of imperialism. The British and the French will support our counterinsurgency. Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary remain neutral. The Japanese have expressed concern, and the Japanese ambassador to the Netherlands has come to ask us if we need help. The Prime Minister replied, "Damn monkeys, they dare to hit our colony's attention. Isn't the last lesson not enough? They are going to make trouble again," Wilhelmina said through gritted teeth. No wonder she was angry. After entering the 20th century, the Japanese government began to infiltrate the Southeast Asian region, and its ambitions have long been known to passers-by. How can we help them at this time? It's almost like taking advantage of the fire. In the same way, Britain and France have colonies in the Southeast Asia region. It is normal for them to express their support, and no colonial empire wants to break out the colonial independence movement. Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary had no sphere of influence in the Southeast Asian region. If they were suddenly helped, they would probably not be able to sleep. Be diligent for nothing, either a traitor or a thief. Rest assured, Her Majesty, the League of Nations will not allow the Japanese to expand into Southeast Asia," said the Prime Minister. Wilhelmina nodded. Fortunately, it was only the Japanese who peeped into Indonesia, who were ostracized by European society and could use diplomatic means to restrict their movements. Prime Minister, are you saying that this rebellion was supported by the Japanese behind the scenes? Wilhelmina asked uncertainly. No wonder she was suspicious. It was because of the motive of committing the crime that the Japanese government was too suspicious. The possibility is very high. First disturb Indonesia and prepare for his capture of Indonesia. The Japanese government is very suspicious. The Prime Minister thought for a while and said, "That's what the Japanese can do. We have to appeal to the League of Nations and expose the Japanese's wolf ambitions." Wilhelmina said fiercely, "Please rest assured, Her Majesty, the Japanese government's wolf ambitions will not be realized." The Prime Minister immediately echoed, "We are all smart people. No matter whether it is true or false, the blame must be placed on the Japanese government. Only in this way can we use the power of the League of Nations to force the Japanese government to give up its ambitions for Indonesia." Wilhelmina quickly adjusted her mind and brought the topic back. "Well, let's do it like this, Prime Minister. Let's talk about the troops. How many troops will be drawn from the mainland this time?" asked Wilhelmina. "Your Majesty, the scale of this rebellion is the largest in more than 100 years. Among them, the Japanese government is supporting the rebels. We believe that at least 200,000 troops must be invested in countering the rebels, so that this rebellion can be quickly quelled." Prime Minister thought about it so much, Wilhelmina said with a frown. "Your Majesty, there is no way. If there are too few troops, it is easy to let this rebellion continue. Now our rule in Indonesia is about to collapse. The situation is very critical, and the Japanese government is supporting the rebels. If we can't increase our troops quickly, I'm afraid we will lose Indonesia forever. Explained the Prime Minister. Well, just follow your plan and put it up in Congress tomorrow. No matter what, the rebellion must be quelled in the shortest possible time, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Understand, Prime Minister? Your time is running out. Wilhelmina warned. Please rest assured, Her Majesty, we will definitely eliminate the rebellion as soon as possible. The Prime Minister replied in a faint panic. It can only be said that everyone is an acting school, and they put the biggest responsibility on the Japanese government. The government was only deceived and failed to detect the conspiracy of the Japanese in time. This is all acceptable. They are all in the capital Amsterdam. How can they know about the problems of the colony? This is caused by the inaction of the colonial officials. This is a very serious dereliction of duty. We must bring the Indonesian governor, Viber, to court and accept legal sanctions. What? Jakarta has fallen, and the life and death of the governor is unknown. Damn monkey, it's too cruel, so cruelly killing the unfortunate Governor Weber. Even the dead don't have to bear the responsibility. Of course, the great Queen Wilhelmina, since she has helped the Prime Minister through a political crisis, the reward is naturally indispensable. It is not known what kind of deal the two sides have reached. Anyway, everyone knows that the Queen and the Prime Minister have a good talk! Far away in Sofia, Ferdinand didn't know what happened to Bulgaria. The Dutch government, who was trying to evade responsibility, put the blame on the Japanese government. Your Majesty, yesterday the League of Nations meeting held a vote, and with a narrow margin of 1 vote over the benchmark vote, the Germans' application to join the League of Nations was approved. The French representative was so angry that he left on the spot. Medvedev said with a frown. This is not good news. Under the strong opposition of the French and the neutrality of Bulgaria, the Germans can still join the League of Nations with the support of the British. This is undoubtedly an announcement that the British have mastered the League of Nations. Although this degree of control is very low, as long as the Bulgarians and the French oppose it at the same time, the General Assembly will not pass the resolution, which is not what Ferdinand wants to see. To know that joining the League of Nations requires at least 2/3 of the member states to vote in favor. The Germans managed to gather enough votes without making a sound. This is obviously not due to their own strength, otherwise they will not be in a world war. Besieged. At the same time, the Germans joined the League of Nations, which also marked the decline of the French. Before that, the French government made it clear that it would not allow the Germans to join the League of Nations. With such a dazzling slap in the face, Ferdinand is now very worried for the French politicians, wondering if they can accept this blow. Well, let's put aside the matter of the Germans joining the League of Nations. Now that the British Empire is the world hegemon, there will definitely be many countries that are willing to sell their face. Let the French have a headache for this problem. Ferdinand said. Yes, Your Majesty. Medvedev replied after a pause. Medvedev said hesitantly, Your Majesty, the Kingdom of the Netherlands just lodged a complaint with the League of Nations. They accused the Japanese government of orchestrating the Indonesian riot and demanded that the League of Nations be fair. Could it be that what we have done has been exposed, and now the Dutch have directly put the blame on the Japanese and want to ask us for compensation? No, if the Dutch discovered our plan, now that the Dutch foreign minister has come to the door, they would not have dumped the blame on the Japanese so early. We just need to push in the dark and let the Japanese government plan the Indonesian riots to be real. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, if you want to do this, it is very simple as long as the Indonesian uprising army hooks up with the Japanese. In this era, the transmission of information is not smooth, and there is no internet. It is impossible for the Japanese government to deliver information to every intelligence officer in such a short period of time. Judging from their penetration in the Indonesian region, it is estimated that the Japanese government has no idea how many secrets there are. Even as long as there are Japanese expatriates who participated in this uprising, they will not be clean. Your Majesty, we don't need to do it ourselves in order to convict the Japanese government. The Dutch government will find a way to get it done. and they will create evidence without evidence. Medvedev thought for a while and said. Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction. Since the Dutch have already sued the Japanese government internationally, they must be doing the issue of collecting evidence. The Dutch have been operating in Indonesia for hundreds of years, so they can't even handle this little thing. Once this crime is confirmed, it will be even more difficult for the Japanese government in the future. Uprisings are contagious. Now that the Indonesian uprising has broken out, is the uprising in the rest of Southeast Asia still far behind? As soon as the wave of anti-colonial uprising broke out, the Japanese government as the igniter was naturally the target of everyone's hatred. In Ferdinand's memory, it seems that a round of anti-colonial movements broke out after World War I, not only in Southeast Asia, but also in the Americas and Africa. This era has not erupted yet, and it is estimated that it will be soon. The parallel space-time uprising has been suppressed, and this space-time will not be certain. The revolutionaries who have been trained must be so powerful in combat. If countries take a step back, let the rebel army become a climate, and turn Victor Keith's theory into practice, it will not be easy to suppress the revolution. For the specific situation, you can refer to the Ottoman Empire, which has been besieging and suppressing the rebel army for more than 20 years, but the fire of the revolution has not been extinguished. Not to mention the colonies. The colonial government's local rule was limited to the cities. Once the insurgents fled into the jungle, they were powerless. It seems like the case of jungle warfare, mountain guerrilla warfare, and the establishment of tribal bases. Victor Keith has mentioned. As long as someone can learn and use it, unless the local people are killed, the revolutionary army will not be extinguished. Can the Dutch do it? Obviously impossible. Indonesia's population is dozens of times theirs. How can they kill them all? Can the UK and France do it? In some areas, they may be able to do it, but when there are widespread riots in the colonies, they are caught blind. Especially the British Empire, they can't possibly send millions of troops to the colonies to maintain law and order. Once the colonial forces are insufficient, it will create opportunities for the Revolutionary Party. It is simply impossible to guard against. If Britain and France were smart, they would quickly help the Dutch to suppress the uprising. Indonesia must not be allowed to become independent. The power of example is unlimited. Once Indonesia becomes independent, the colonial system in the Southeast Asian region will collapse. Ferdinand is already thinking about the world pattern after the collapse of the colonial system. Without the rise of the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, the future world must be a multipolar pattern. Bulgaria may be the most powerful of them all, but it cannot be as powerful as the British Empire now dominates the world. Times have changed and the final opportunity for expansion is coming to an end. When nationalism rises, all densely populated areas are no longer suitable for colonies. The area that was originally sparsely populated and economically backward has become the best expansion direction. Ferdinand knew that there was not much room for choice, but he was not disappointed. The wealth that Bulgaria had accumulated was already a lot, enough to be the foundation of dominance! https Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 531, follow-up, Tokyo in the palace. The vulgar crown prince was staring at everyone with anger, and it was obvious that he was in a very bad mood now. The Dutch went to the League of Nations to file a complaint, but the Tokyo government didn't know what happened, not even the Indonesian uprising they planned. This is not surprising, this is not the first time this kind of thing has happened. But this time it is a little bigger. Since 1921, the Japanese government's control over the military has dropped by more than one grade. Every year, the military has to bring down a cabinet. It's really hard to say who controls who. That is to say, the Japanese are strong enough. In just 5 years, dozens of coups, large and small, broke out, of which 4 were successful, and 4 cabinets were changed, and the rest were suppressed. The frequency of government changes is second only to France, but the French did it by Congress, and the Japanese did it by the army. 3 prime ministers, including those who have already stepped down, have died in 5 years. And the Japanese Prime Minister has also become a high-risk occupation. The civil servants can't really shout. Is it okay to be from the military? The answer is negative. The Ministry of War cannot fully control the army, and the Ministry of the Navy cannot fully control the Navy, and this is the status quo in Japan. In the army, there are still a large number of affiliated intelligence organizations, many of which are kept secret from the government, and even a few military officers have set up an intelligence organization when they are hot-headed. Let's put it this way, the army has an intelligence organization for the army, the Kwantung Army has an intelligence organization for the Eastern Army, the North Korean Army also has an intelligence organization for the North Korean Army, and even embassies and business groups have their own intelligence organizations. Even if there is an intelligence organization, it can only show that the Japanese attach great importance to intelligence work. Unfortunately, the reality is not like that. The intelligence work of the Japanese government is actually very bad. These intelligence organizations usually do not have a fixed scope of activities. Strange that this is normal. The reason is only known to them, and in general, it is a chaotic word. In Europe and the United States, it is not bad, because the appearance is too different, and it is difficult to penetrate in Southeast Asia and the Far East. How many intelligence organizations and how many intelligence personnel there are in Japan has always been a mystery. Now that the Indonesian uprising has broken out, the Dutch are accusing the Japanese government of doing things. As a result, the Japanese cabinet does not know whether it is they who did it or not. So far, no intelligence organization has come out to declare responsibility for this. But the Japanese intelligence organization has always had a habit of not keeping a name for good deeds, which doesn't mean anything. When it comes to the outside world, you can pretend to be stupid and don't admit it. When you close the door, you can't even figure it out yourself, right? It doesn't matter who did it, at least to make sure the evidence in the hands of the Dutch is true, right? Once it is confirmed that it has a relationship with the Japanese government, which was already excluded, will become more isolated internationally. No country wants to see their tentacles penetrate into the South China Sea. Prime Minister, how long will it take for you to be able to determine whether things in Indonesia have anything to do with us? Suren asked with concern. His Royal Highness, we have confirmed that this matter has nothing to do with the government and business groups, but whether the Navy and the Army are involved, I don't know. Prime Minister Rijiro Wakatsuki replied calmly. Obviously, for this crown prince, he is not so cold. Only when you are far away is a god, and when you are close, a god becomes a human being. Especially after the emergence of the mental illness of Emperor Taisho, the majesty of the royal family has been swept away. If it wasn't for the need for an imperial family to gather the centripetal force of the Japanese, the Emperor of Japan would not have been so carefree, let alone a prince who could point to their noses and scold them. However, the politicians are thick-skinned, and they can be scolded. Anyway, they are all scolded all the way, and it is also an honor to be scolded by the future emperor. His Royal Highness, this matter has nothing to do with our army. What are we going to do in Nanyang? We can't swim there. It must be the Navy. Minister of the Army Tanaka Yashichi said angrily. Bullshit. It's clearly your army who made the hell out of it. It's shameless to want to frame the blame for our Navy. Navy Minister Kato Yusuburo said murderously. What are you planning? Haven't you been planning to go south all the time? And what is happening in Indonesia now dared to say that it has nothing to do with you? If the Dutch did not complain to the League of Nations, it would not be long before you sent troops in the name of protecting the overseas Chinese. Don't tell me that you are not prepared. But I have evidence. Yashichi Tanaka provocatively said. Nonsense. Even if we are going to send troops, it's just an action to protect overseas Chinese. Britain, France and the three countries have stationed a large number of fleets in the Philippine Islands, and our navy is not as stupid as your army. How could we do something at this time? Kato Yusuburo said with a sneer. Compared with history, the current Japanese government is really very peaceful, and it has not been involved in anything for many years. Especially after the British, French, and safeguarding three countries stationed their fleets in the Philippine Islands, the Japanese Navy has always lived in fear, and has not sailed to the South China Sea for a long time. But now listening to the quarrel between the two military bosses, whether the Indonesian uprising was planned by them, everyone really has no bottom. If they had integrity, they wouldn't be able to climb up to where they are now. So in the face of the army and navy exposing their old secrets to each other, everyone just pretended not to see it. Take responsibility. They can't come out and take responsibility. Don't expect them to plead guilty unless the evidence in the Dutch hands points directly to them. Result: of course it didn't work. Since everyone said they didn't participate, it's better to go to the League of Nations to file a lawsuit. If it weren't for the fact that Britain, France, and the Three Kingdoms had placed their fleets in the Philippine Islands, would the Dutch dare to be so presumptuous? What if they did? Now is the era of imperialism. The strong prey is the essence of this world. Since the Kingdom of the Netherlands has fallen, it is time to hand over the colonies in their hands. This is what the Japanese government thinks. Apparently they don't know a word called chain reaction. Of course, it is impossible for the British and French to protect the interests of the Dutch, and they cannot get along with them. But once it affects the interests of Britain, France and the three countries, it is hard to say. Evidence: this era is different from future generations. To make the political evidence public and convince everyone, it only needs a few major powers to confirm that it is true. There was no internet, and no cameras were installed in the streets. So the Dutch quickly found evidence. Dozens of Japanese spies were arrested by the Dutch colonial government, and then secretly sent to the Philippine Islands for the United Kingdom, France, and the Three Kingdoms to verify the authenticity on behalf of the League of Nations. You mean, the Dutch have found the evidence? It's too fast. Did the Japanese really join in? Ferdinand asked in surprise. Your Majesty, the Dutch captured 38 Japanese spies and sent them to the Philippine Islands, where they are being interrogated, and 5 of them have already committed suicide. According to the Dutch, the Japanese government has intelligence organizations in Southeast Asia. The purpose is to provoke local riots. After receiving this news, the expressions of the British representatives were very ugly. It seemed that they also knew about the activities of the Japanese government in the Nanyang region. Medvedev explained. Ferdinand nodded. He knew that the Dutch were hitting the wrong way this time, regardless of whether the Indonesian riot had anything to do with the Japanese. It was difficult for so many spies to clear their relationship, especially 5 of them. The spy has committed suicide. Don't think that it's enough to die. You can do it 100 times. As long as the British are convinced that the Japanese government has ambitions in the Southeast Asian region, the London government will have to beat them again. The purpose of the Dutch has long been achieved. With the Philippines in the middle, does the Japanese government dare to cross over and attack Indonesia? Ferdinand can proudly say that if the Japanese navy dared to pass under the eyes of the Bulgarian colony, he can directly damage the vitality of the Japanese navy. As a country that distributes aircraft to the company, he has this confidence. Even one day, there is a war between Britain and Bulgaria, and the British Far East Fleet will be hit hard immediately, and the Mediterranean Fleet may become history. This is the reason why Ferdinand dared to attack the British. Even if they fight immediately, Bulgaria can hit the Royal Navy in the first place. If one day the British Royal Navy suddenly reduced its tonnage in half, can they still maintain their current status? The only pity is that the British shipbuilding industry is too developed, and the mainland plus the shipbuilding industry of the 3 North African countries can explode 20 or 30 battleships a year. Otherwise Ferdinand probably couldn't help it. After all, after so many years of development, the Bulgarian Air Force has grown up, and there is no problem with taking off from Libya to bomb London. The entire Mediterranean Sea, half the Indian Ocean, a third of the Atlantic Ocean, most of Europe and the whole of Africa are all covered by the Bulgarian Air Force. It can be said that Ferdinand had already completed the strategic layout before he knew it, and had already deployed bombs to the doorsteps of the British, and they didn't even know it. Well, since that's the case, let's pretend we don't know anything, and everything depends on the confession of the final interrogation. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, this is already an upright implication to the Dutch. You can do it anyway. It doesn't matter if you are beaten, anyway. Bulgaria only looks at the confession. There is no problem with Ferdinand's approach. The earliest battleships in Bulgaria were built in cooperation with the Dutch, and everyone's relationship has always been very good. On the premise of not affecting the interests of Bulgaria, it is also very logical to help the Dutch ones. Your Majesty, there is no problem with this. The Dutch have made a promise to us and Britain and France. As long as we help them put down the rebellion, our three countries will have the right to trade freely in Indonesia in the future. Although the representatives of Britain and France did not directly agree, it is estimated that they will be biased towards the Dutch on the next issue. Medvedev thought about it and said, well, we will not participate in the matter of the Dutch quelling the rebellion. If the British and French are interested, let them join. It is estimated that the Dutch will not dare to let us send troops. If we can't send troops, we will get very limited benefits. Even if it is free trade, what can we sell? Food? They can't even eat their own. Home appliances? How many talents can Indonesia have access to electricity now? Car? How many people in Indonesia can afford it? If you can afford it, is there a way to go? Textile? There are too many competitors and we have no advantage. Oil? There are also oil fields in the area, so it's not our turn to do this business. Said Ferdinand. This is also the reason why Bulgaria has not aggressively developed its market in Southeast Asia. The local market is simply not suitable for Bulgarian industrial products. It can be said that now, except for Europe and the United States, Bulgarian products can only be produced and sold by themselves. Cultivating the market is still a nonsense in this era. Yes, Your Majesty, Medvedev replied. It seems that the colonial system is not suitable for our development. Prime Minister Constantine suddenly exclaimed, it's not that the colony proposal isn't for us, it's that the dense colony isn't for us. A sparsely populated and resource-rich colony is the best choice for Bulgaria. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, this kind of good place has its owner now. We are still too late to rise and miss the golden age. Constantine said helplessly. It's not too late, we caught the last train anyway, and those who haven't gotten on the train are really late. Ferdinand sighed and said it seemed to mean something, but everyone didn't notice it, just thought it was him sighing. As soon as people get older, they become sentimental. With the rise of Bulgaria, all the way to the present, everyone's age is not young. Of course, this is relative. For politicians, in their 60s, they are now in the golden age, and the high-level governments of various countries basically stay in this age group. The Bulgarian cabinet members in their 20s and 30s were abnormal. If it weren't for the turmoil, it would have been impossible for such a young government to emerge. It is precisely because everyone is young and full of idealism that Ferdinand can carry out drastic reforms. If they are all old fritters, it is estimated that they will not take risks with Ferdinand with their political life. Chapter 532, Weak League of Nations and Strong Evidence. London. At the headquarters of the League of Nations, the Dutch ambassador is justly accusing the Japanese government of its wolf ambitions. It has been verified that the Japanese government has been conducting intelligence activities in the Southeast Asia region for more than 50 years. Hundreds of large and small intelligence organizations have been established, and there may be hundreds of thousands of subordinate intelligence personnel distributed throughout the Southeast Asia region. Well, I don't know how the Dutch got this information. In short, the Japanese representative was forced. How could I not know that we have so many intelligence personnel? When many people hear it, they think this data is too fake. Isn't it professional? Everyone believes that the Japanese government has been collecting intelligence in the Southeast Asian region. Even if it is said that the Japanese government has been engaged in intelligence activities in the Southeast Asian region for more than 50 years, everyone can accept this. But to say that the Japanese government has hundreds of intelligence organizations in the Southeast Asian region is too mystical, isn't it? Could it be that the Japanese are overwhelmed, thinking that the more the number of intelligence organizations, the stronger their intelligence capabilities? Impossible. This is a blatant slander, and your fakes are too unprofessional. Hundreds of intelligence organizations, hundreds of thousands of intelligence personnel. This is the best international joke in this century, the Japanese representative sneered. Don't worry, We have evidence. This is a list of organizations that have engaged in intelligence activities in the Southeast Asia region. Please take a look. Mr. Nkang can also see for himself whether it was fabricated by us. And these are the data we collected, not only in Indonesia, but also in Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Vietnam and other regions. These are collected by international friends. The Dutch ambassador said calmly. After that, a staff member passed the printed materials to the representatives of various countries, including the representative of Japan, Kang Kaeki. When he saw the list of intelligence organizations, he was dumbfounded. The above include Nanyang Development Corporation, Nanman Co., Limited, Halong Ui, Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs, Japanese Confidential Office, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Fleet, Japan 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, the 6th Division, the Ministry of the Army, the Ministry of the Navy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It can be said that almost all Japanese agencies have intelligence organizations, and they have also participated in intelligence activities in the Southeast Asian region. When added together, there are really 3 digits. Some of these intelligence organizations have been exposed and driven back by the British, and now the Dutch still list them. There is nothing wrong with this. People just say that an organization that has been engaged in intelligence collection work, as long as the members of the intelligence organization appear in the Southeast Asia region, it is collecting intelligence. According to this theory, almost all of the slightly larger intelligence organizations under the Japanese government have been to Nanyang, and this bad account cannot be explained at all. Looking back, the composition of intelligence personnel, the Dutch directly listed all Japanese prostitutes in the service industry, as well as Japanese gangs and Japanese business organizations, all became intelligence personnel. Yes, there are enough people. As for how many of them were wronged, there is no way to find out. Even the normal business intelligence collection has now become the Japanese government-led intelligence collection, which is still unclear. As long as you have participated in intelligence work once, no matter where you are or what country, as long as you have cooperated with the activities of the Japanese government, you are considered by the Dutch as a subordinate to the Japanese government. According to the logic of the Dutch, this astronomical figure was obtained. Due to the large number of participants, it was impossible to determine the exact number. The Dutch directly used hundreds of thousands to express it. The consequence is that everyone's eyes on Nkang are wrong. It is estimated that it will not be long before the whole world will launch a campaign to thoroughly investigate the Japanese intelligence organization. This is slander. The Empire of Japan did not plan the Indonesian riot at all. Nkang said angrily, "Don't worry, Mr. Nkang, let's first explain the problem of your intelligence gathering in the Nanyang region. When this problem is solved, the problem in Indonesia will be solved." The Dutch ambassador said with a smile. Japanese diplomats have always been difficult to do. There are too many middle school students in China. No matter how well they do, some people will be dissatisfied. Coupled with the chaotic system, the strong and aggressive army has added a lot of trouble to their diplomatic work. For example, now, on the issue of gathering intelligence in the Southeast Asian region, Nkang has never obtained all the information, except for some information provided by the government and collected by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of the Navy directly ignored him. Needless to say, I also know that the military has too much black history and dare not disclose it to them. Now, how could he explain it other than a denial? It cannot be said that there are not so many organizations involved in intelligence collection, and there are not hundreds of thousands of subordinate intelligence organizations, right? Now it is obviously not a matter of quantity. As long as it is proved that the Japanese government is engaged in intelligence collection in the Southeast Asian region, they will be passive in diplomacy. Seeing that Nkang has been unable to explain clearly for a long time, and the Dutch have not been stalking, the topic of today is not the issue of intelligence collection by the Japanese government. Every country in the world is engaged in intelligence gathering work. Everyone's buttocks are not clean. If the table is overturned, everyone's face will not look good. Even if this problem is proved, at most it will only make the international reputation of the Japanese government drop a little bit. and the actual harm is not great. Since Mr. Nekang can't explain the problem, now let's talk about the Indonesian riots. On June 22, 1926, we checked the goods in Surabaya, one of the intelligence organizations that planned the riot, the Japan Nanyang Development Corporation, and seized 3,526 rifles, more than 500 pistols, and 32 machine guns. There are a number of weapons and ammunition, and 132 people involved in the case were arrested, including 47 people from the Revolutionary Party who commanded the riot, and 3 spy leaders of your country involved in the case. On June 27, 1926, we inspected your country's intelligence organization, the group, in Ban, and seized 4,321 rifles, 53 machine guns, and several weapons and ammunition, and arrested those involved in the case. 96 personnel, including 5 spy chiefs. Mr. Nekang, please tell me, what role did your country play in this Indonesian riot? Asked the Dutch ambassador angrily. Where's the evidence? You are all slander. It's completely framed. Our Empire of Japan did not participate in this riot at all. We have no motive to plan this riot. Even if Indonesia is truly independent, we will not gain any benefits. Why should we do things that are harmful to others and not ourselves? Nekang retorted. The spies we arrested have all confessed. Their confessions are witnesses, and the weapons and ammunition seized are physical evidence. Do you want to make a sophistry? As for motivation, does your country need motivation to do things? Haven't you already done things that hurt others and don't benefit yourself? With such a criminal record, what is unacceptable? Besides, haven't you been advocating the establishment of a circle? Isn't that the best motive? Said the Dutch ambassador with a sneer. You are slandering. Even if the arms and ammunition transactions are found, it does not prove that we participated in planning this riot. Now is the era of free trade. Our businessmen are engaged in the arms trade in Indonesia. What's so surprising about a batch of arms? You can check it out. How many international trading companies are there that don't do arms business? If this can also become evidence, then Britain and France are all suspects. So why slander us? Return. Before Nekang could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Mr. Nekang, you must speak responsibly. The Japanese government you represent now, your words have affected our reputation, the British Foreign Secretary said in a cold tone as soon as Nekang saw the British and French representatives who were on the verge of breaking out. He regretted it. Why did he bring them in? I'm sorry, I made a blunder just now, and I apologize to your country for my rashness. Nekang said quickly, seeing that no one was paying attention to him. He paused for a while, and then he continued. These confessions are all unilaterally provided by your country. How can you guarantee the truth? Subjugation, coercion and inducement. I think as long as your country is willing, you can come up with any confession you want. There is also your country's unfounded speculation, which has absolutely no logic at all. We ask the Kingdom of the Netherlands to formally apologize to the Empire of Japan for today's problem. Otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. Knowing that it was unclear, Nekang directly threatened with force as soon as he thought of the trump card. No matter how hype the Dutch say, as long as the Japanese government doesn't really send troops to Southeast Asia, it is impossible for countries to fight the Japanese government over the Dutch issue. This move is indeed very effective. Although the Dutch have done a good job of diplomatic relations, everyone has no problem in favoring them at the League of Nations meeting. But if everyone wants to fight the Japanese for the interests of the Netherlands, no one is willing to do it. This also exposed the weakness of the League of Nations. As long as several major powers refused to intervene, the League of Nations would not have the ability to enforce it, and it itself had no force. So the Dutch plan was half successful and half failed, and the League of Nations was not as strong as they thought. At least the full support of one of the 3 major countries of Britain, France, and the 3 countries is necessary to have the ability to enforce it. But it is enough for the Dutch government. The attitude of the Japanese government is equivalent to admitting that it has planned the Indonesian riot. At least the representatives on the scene believe that it has something to do with them. The political crisis of the Dutch government was lifted, and they could tell the people that the riots in Indonesia were caused by the intervention of major powers. This is not because their government is not working hard, but because the enemy is too powerful. The government must be given enough time to put down the rebellion. This is all a conspiracy of the Japanese government, and they must not be allowed to succeed. However, Nekange's blatant threat was not without consequences, and the representatives of various countries participating in the meeting glared at him. If vision could kill, he would have been chopped into minced meat. This is the League of Nations, an exchange platform for countries to live in peace. Any threat is a provocation to world peace. Mr. Decaying, please pay attention to your words. The Bulgarian representative said. I have to say that the public relations of the Dutch are still effective. Although countries will not directly send troops to attack the Japanese, verbal support can still be done. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive, and I apologize to everyone for what I just said, Nekange said while bowing as expected of a Japanese diplomat. At least in terms of etiquette, his performance was admirable. He apologized when he said apology, and his performance was so neat. As the host, the British representative said, let's continue with the question just now. Despite being threatened, the Dutch ambassador's face was very ugly, but he recovered immediately. What are you afraid of? Could it be that the Japanese government really did not go to war against them? When you open the world map, you can see that the Philippines is blocked between Indonesia and Japan. Now it is jointly managed by the three countries of Britain, France, and Paul. He doesn't believe that the Japanese really dare to cross the Philippines to attack. If the Japanese government did not dare to send troops to Nanyang, he would be even less afraid. If you get anxious, the Strait of Malacca can become the cradle of pirates, specializing in hunting Japanese merchant ships. Don't think that the pirates of the Navy are only done by the British, and the Dutch have done it as early as the 15th and 16th centuries. After gaining confidence, the Dutch ambassador's tone became more aggressive. Humphrey, don't Mr. Nkang want evidence? This is a confession document. The staff will show him a copy. Mr. Nkang, remember to read carefully. All the interrogation work was carried out in the Philippine Islands. At the same time, we also invited representatives from Britain, France, and Bulgaria to participate in the supervision. There are also the signatures of representatives of various countries on it, which can confirm the authenticity of the confession. You can also check with them if you have any doubts. Said the Dutch ambassador with a sneer. Fake? What if it's fake? With the representatives of the three major countries as witnesses, the fake can also become the real. Moreover, it is not all fake. At least they are really spies, and they have indeed done arms trade with the Revolutionary Party, and they have also spread revolutionary ideas in Indonesia. It is often the most difficult for people to distinguish between true and false things. At least Nkang was puzzled, and he could no longer distinguish between true and false. This includes not only the content of the Indonesian riot, but also the identity of the spy leader, the structure of the intelligence organization, the code name of the direct contact person, the affiliated organization, and so on. Many of these things can be verified. The only thing that cannot be verified is the planner of this incident. This is caused by the fine traditions of Japan. Usually, a few junior officers can make a decision without asking their superiors when their heads are hot. The most troublesome thing is that there are still active military personnel among these spies. This is the most unfavorable evidence for the Japanese government, and it is also the most troublesome place for Nkang. He even believed that it was the group of second-ranking officers who were doing things again. If the Dutch told him that the mastermind was a junior officer among them, he would not be surprised at all. Obviously the Dutch would not provide such evidence. They just pointed out these espionage activities and they were all carrying out orders. Seeing that Nkang did not respond, the Dutch ambassador once again produced a piece of evidence. This is an audio tape with the details of the on-site confession. The staff will put it down and everyone can listen to it. The Dutch ambassador said calmly. Are the tapes real? Of course it's fake. This is after the Dutch obtained the evidence and performed artistic processing at the Sofia Royal Film Company, such as removing some unnecessary lines, and the dubbing staff helped to add some lines that were more in line with the needs of the script. Taking advantage of the differences in technology, This kind of high-tech technology that has not been introduced to the world has become the best evidence. Hearing Nekanga's scalp tingling, he didn't even know where to start his rebuttal. All the evidence points to the participation of the Japanese military, the Navy and the Army, and they are also involved separately. The Navy is to implement the Nanyang strategy, and the Army is to cause trouble for the Navy. At first glance, it has strong Japanese characteristics, and people who don't understand Japan can't fake it at all. What is even more frightening is that the scope of their output of revolution is not limited to Indonesia. According to the spy's account, their goal is the whole world. As long as the world is disturbed, the Japanese government will have a chance to dominate the world. Representatives from various countries expressed disdain for such a second-class idea. Nkangja is indeed more certain that the bastards from the military are doing things. This middle second flavor is generally impossible to come up with. This is only a part of it. There are many more contents. Mr. Nkang can take it back and listen to it slowly, but we still ask your country to give us a satisfactory answer. Also give the world an explanation. After all, your strategic goal is to occupy the world. The Dutch ambassador quit. Well, he doesn't know the authenticity of these information, and he thought it was real evidence provided by China, so now he is also very angry. I'm sorry, I think they may have come out of the liar's mental hospital, causing trouble for everyone. I will go back and verify the identities of these people as soon as possible. I believe that any normal person will not talk nonsense on this. Nkanga wiped a cold sweat and said, "It doesn't matter whether they came out of the mental hospital or not. We only care about the results. If it is found that the Japanese government has caused chaos all over the world, then you will have to pay the price you deserve." The British ambassador said angrily. There is no doubt that any country that dares to challenge the world order is the enemy of the British Empire. He did not doubt the authenticity of these evidences. After all, there was also the signature of the British representative, right? The fake must also be real. The British Empire needs to use this as an excuse to beat the Japanese government. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, Diffusion. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Top Chinese. The fastest update, no ads. The meeting of the League of Nations is over. No matter how hard Nkangja is, the evidence in front of him shows that the Japanese government is involved or planned this Indonesian riot. The Japanese government has also been strongly condemned by representatives of various countries. In addition to ordering the Japanese government to immediately evacuate intelligence personnel from all over the world, the League of Nations only asked the Japanese government to negotiate with the Dutch government to compensate for the loss. Regarding this resolution, Nkanga wisely chose to accept the ruling of the League of Nations in its entirety. When he returns to the Japanese government, he will seriously reflect on it and apologize to the Dutch ambassador on the spot. Then it was over. Facts speak louder than words, even if they were fabricated facts, and now they have become the truth. And there is no possibility of overturning the case. The Sophia Royal Film Company is a very professional film and television company. The videotapes used are strictly limited in the shelf life. The original tapes only have a service life of more than 1 year. Therefore, the original document stored in the League of Nations will soon be invalid, and the rest will only be the ripped historical data. No matter how professional people are, it is impossible to identify these ripped tapes and judge whether they are fake, so it has been qualitative now, and there is no hidden danger. Nkanga thought very clearly, it is okay to apologize, and the evacuation of the intelligence personnel can also verbally agree first. The issue of compensating for losses is slowly arguing. Anyway, if you don't need money, at most you will throw a few scapegoats out. If the Dutch have the ability, come to Japan to collect the bill. Tokyo. The Japanese government has already fried the pot. Even though they both revealed their old secrets between the army and the navy, they began to suspect that it was the army or the navy who did it. Unexpectedly, both sides are involved now. The minister of the army,
Yoshichi Tanaka, and the Minister of the Navy, Yusaburo Kato. Both sat there in embarrassment, and this time they were too slapped. If you do it, you will do it. It's no big deal. Anyway, this is not the first time. Everyone is used to the Japanese army's natural talent for making things happen without authorization. This is unacceptable to everyone. It was another confession, another videotape, and a pile of weapons that could be used as physical evidence. With so much evidence added together, the Japanese government has lost all face internationally this time. The Japanese government, which does not have much international reputation in the first place, is estimated to be even lower now. Perhaps at an international conference one day, the Japanese representatives will be placed in a corner. Don't be surprised. Who made them unwelcome? Shouldn't the two of you give us an explanation? Did you put the government in the eyes of the emperor? Prime Minister Wakatsuki Rijiro asked angrily. The two directly lowered their heads and did not speak. After receiving the news last night, the first reaction of the two was that it was impossible, and then they checked it immediately. As a result, I didn't know if I didn't check it, but I was shocked when I checked it. These intelligence organizations did exist, and the identity information of the personnel inside was basically consistent, and they were indeed responsible for collecting intelligence for the military in Indonesia. That's enough. As for who planned this action, they didn't bother to think about it. Now, except for such a big scandal, idiots will come out and confess. Yes, planning an Indonesian riot in Japan is not a big deal. But so many intelligence officers were caught, and they turned out to be traitors in the end. This is a huge scandal. Under normal circumstances, if these people are caught, they should all commit suicide, so that they are still heroes. They don't have to take responsibility until they are all dead. This is the Japanese social concept of right and wrong. As for whether it is evidence fabricated by the Dutch, they have no doubts at all that pure Japanese cannot be deceived, and now they do not know that there is such a creature as a tuner. With their understanding of the people under them, these people below can do it completely. Self-assertion is the norm, nothing more than a failure this time, and the people below directly concealed the truth from them in order not to take responsibility. Swear it, just scolding. Anyway, there will be no less meat. First the Prime Minister scolded, then the Prince Surin came to scold, and finally the Japanese elders came out and scolded them bloody. Then the domestic media in Japan caught the Japanese military and scolded them. The citizens followed suit, and even the officers and soldiers inside the army and navy were scolding. It's just that they are not scolding these people for provoking Indonesian riots, but they are scolding these intelligence officers for being soft-hearted. They did not commit suicide and were captured by the enemy, and finally became traitors. Then this episode was over. In addition to ruining the international reputation, the loss to Japan was not substantial. The heads of several intelligence organizations were ordered to cut their stomachs and commit suicide, which was regarded as an end to this matter. Ferdinand was completely relieved. It seems that the Dutch did not wrong the Japanese government this time. They may not have participated, but the business groups and intelligence organizations underneath did indeed participate. Once the responsible person is dealt with, whether it is a scapegoat or not, all parties can accept it, and this matter is over. Your Majesty, something has happened in the Philippines. A strike movement broke out in Manasan on July 2, and then spread to all cities in the Philippine archipelago in the following week. Previously, on June 12, the National Farmers Union of the Philippines put forward a request to the colonial government to increase the stratification of farm laborers' grain and protect the interests of self-cultivators, but it was rejected by the colonial governments of the three countries. On June 18, the Philippine Farmers Association also launched a protest demonstration, although it only lasted for 3 days before being suppressed. Last night, on July 12, Sofia time, another peasant uprising broke out in Quezon City. This morning, another workers' uprising broke out in Sukian. Judging from the information we have collected, the Philippine Islands are about to be in chaos, and the local social conflicts have accumulated to the limit, and now they are about to break out, said Colonial Secretary Donald cautiously. Note, in the 1930s, a series of national independence movements broke out in the Philippines. Although there were not many major uprisings, There were many small uprisings. Ferdinand nodded. The Philippine nationalist ideology was exported by the United States. In order to deal with the Spaniards, they spread the American ideology to the past. Only after the Spanish-American War did they realize they had shot themselves in the foot, costing $1 billion to quell the rebellion, and not recovering the cost until they lost the Philippines. Therefore, when dividing up the Philippines, Bulgaria gave up the most profitable island of Luzon, and chose Mindanao, which is the most conservative and least developed. In fact, Bulgaria never really ruled the area, and the tax system was fully implemented, and the rule was sold directly to the local religious leaders. Bulgaria's garrison is on the surrounding islands, including Santa Cruz Island, Siargao Island, Palawan Island, Bugsuk Island, and Karamian Islands. So now that the Philippines is in chaos, Ferdinand still has no worries, and the revolutionaries are not stupid. Even if they want to make independence, it is impossible to make trouble on these small islands. It is nothing more than Luzon, Mindanao, and Visayas. The three major parts are carried out. The population of other small islands is limited. To launch an uprising is to die. We don't care about the British and the French, as long as our territory is not chaotic. If an uprising breaks out in Mindanao, we don't have to rush to send troops. Let them fight by themselves. When they are finished, we will decide whether to send troops. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, murder with a knife. This is Ferdinand's method. Either the religion kills the revolutionary party, and then the previous rule will continue, or the revolutionary party kills the religion, and after they have cleaned up the religious elements, they will consider whether to send troops to quell the chaos. No matter who wins or loses, it will consume a large number of people and ease the difficulty of Bulgaria's rule. The total population of the Philippine Islands today is only more than 10 million, most of which are concentrated in Luzon, and only 2 or 3 million in Mindanao. Even if it is completely annexed here, it is not difficult, but the population of Bulgaria is too small now, and it is impossible to immigrate here. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it won't be long before there will be chaos in the Nanyang region. Indonesia's independence movement has spread to Malaysia. According to the current situation, Vietnam, Myanmar and other countries will also be affected soon. How should our local colonial government handle itself? What? Colonial Secretary Donald asked. Don't worry about anything, just let them mess up. This is a problem between Britain and France. Even if the entire South China Sea is lost, we are only related to the colony of 100,000 square kilometers. Besides, finding something for the British to do and letting the London government vent their inexhaustible energy is also conducive to world peace and stability. Said Ferdinand with a sneer. To be honest, he never thought about the chaos in the British colonies so early. Ferdinand knew about the national independence movement that broke out in Southeast Asia in the 1930s, but he couldn't remember exactly when. The current situation in Southeast Asia is turbulent. At most, it will consume the strength of the British, and it will not hurt their vitality, even if they add in Afghanistan. The best time to start is after the outbreak of the world economic crisis. The national independence movement broke out again. At that time, in order to divert domestic conflicts, politicians in London would choose war. Moreover, it suppressed the colonial movement in the most brutal way, in order to consume the excess domestic industrial capacity and alleviate the internal crisis. Once the war machine starts, it can't stop. When the hatred between the two sides has accumulated to a certain level, unless the British can kill all the colonists, they will fall into continuous bloodshed. The population of the British Empire is limited, and the mainland is only more than 45 million, and the more than 5 million people in Ireland are still thinking of independence. Although the three North American countries together have a population of nearly 40 million, most of them came to the Americas from Europe to escape the war. They would not work for the U.S. government, let alone the London government. Several other autonomous regions, whether Canada, New Zealand, or Australia, have limited populations and cannot stand the toss. To a certain extent, the current situation in Southeast Asia is turbulent, and the hidden dangers of these colonies are exposed in advance, which is also a detoxification for the British Empire. Even the more violent the uprising is now, the more stable the area will be in the future, and there will be great governance after the chaos. In other words, the war has reduced the population, and the per capita resources have increased, so everyone's life can go on. But the British don't think so. What Stanley Baldwin needs is peace and stability, a stable and prosperous colony, not a war-torn colony. London, 10 Downing Street. The British government is discussing how to deal with the current complex world situation. Stanley Baldwin is in a very bad mood. Since he became Prime Minister, life has not been very easy. First, there are domestic economic problems. Fortunately, his predecessor has already paved the way. Anyway, those crises that may exist are impossible to break out during his term of office. Let's talk about the domestic economy first. As long as the capitalists have benefited from it, and the people's lives can go on, and it is better to improve, then his future evaluation in history will not be low. The trouble is the international conflict. First, the conflict between Britain and France needs to be resolved. However, when Germany joined the League of Nations, they had already taught the French once and let them understand who is the world leader. Then there was the problem of Bulgaria. Thanks to their efforts, the crisis between the two countries also disappeared with a treaty to divide the interests of the Persian region. The only fly in the ointment is that the British Empire's wars in Persia and Afghanistan have not ended. These are all small problems. Slow down and slow down. Anyway, they are two small countries. It is a matter of time before the British Empire wins. Not long ago, the Japanese government was doing things in Indonesia, and Stanley Baldwin was still watching the excitement, and even prepared to take the opportunity to beat the Japanese. Unexpectedly, it only took a few days for the trouble to get on the body. Their colony in the Philippines also broke out in a rebellion, and before they had time to mobilize troops to suppress the rebellion, the Malaysian region was involved again. There's going to be another war. For a pacifist, war gods are the most annoying thing. Of course, the main reason is that the British people are now anti-war. As their elected Prime Minister, naturally, they must also be anti-war. This is a matter of principle. Mr. Churchill, do you have anything to say as Colonial Secretary about the turmoil in Southeast Asia? Stanley Baldwin asked. After a round of political battles, Stanley Baldwin has succeeded in removing Churchill from the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer and making him Colonial Secretary. Suppression. We must send troops to suppress it immediately. Churchill roared angrily, dared to challenge the might of the British Empire. This is simply pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth, and the most important thing is that when he was the colonial minister, this was really lawless. Don't know if this will ruin his political life. This is a serious consequence that an uncle can endure, but an aunt cannot endure. Of course, because of Ferdinand's butterfly effect, Churchill's political future in this time and space has been no longer bright since the outbreak of the World War. Especially his sentence, "If our maritime policy is based on uniting with Japan against the United States, it is difficult to imagine a worse policy than this." After the end of the United States, this sentence has become a laughingstock in London. Facts have proved that the strong United States in his eyes is so fragile and powerless in the face of reality. That's why Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin could have let him go from the Chancellorship so easily. Otherwise Mr. Churchill would not have succumbed so quickly. Then the job of suppressing the rebellion is left to you, Mr. Churchill. Do you have the confidence to complete this task? Stanley Baldwin said with a smile. "I'm sorry, I'm just the colonial minister, not the army minister. As far as the rabble in the Southeast Asian colonies, I really don't have any confidence to complete this work." Churchill was not stupid. He knew that he could not be a hero at this time. Otherwise, if he failed again, his political life would be really over, and the incompetent hat would accompany him for the rest of his life. You can form a few Indian colonial divisions to deal with a group of monkeys, and there must be no problem. Stanley Baldwin said calmly. Domestic troops? It is impossible for the country to send troops, and now the people are anti-war. Is it necessary to be serious in dealing with a group of chaotic parties that are not in the mainstream? Winning, this is everyone's credit, and of course, Mr. Churchill is responsible for losing. Could it be that he still wants to continue to blame his superiors? This is not enough. At least 10 colonial divisions must be formed, so that we can ensure that we try our best to suppress the rebellion and prevent the rebellion from spreading. Churchill said loudly. Okay, No problem. Then Mr. Churchill can go after tomorrow's parliamentary inquiry. I propose the appointment of Mr. Churchill as Commissioner of Counterinsurgency to deal with colonial insurgency in Southeast Asia. Vote now. Stanley Baldwin said with a smile. Everyone raised their hands in unison, except for Churchill himself, who passed unanimously. From now on, he will be the Counterinsurgency Commissioner. Undoubtedly, this was premeditated by everyone, taking the opportunity to drive him out of London by taking advantage of the colonial rebellion. The boat is done. He can't even oppose it now. Sure enough, politicians have no one to deal with. As long as they find an opportunity, everyone will not show mercy. It's easy to leave London, but it's hard to get back to the center of power. After a year and a half, the cabinet is already full. There is no doubt about this kind of thing. As long as Churchill cannot quell the rebellion in a short period of time, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin will definitely use this as an excuse to kick him out of the cabinet. Even his party supporters can't say anything. Chapter 534. The Outbreak of Pit Goods Attributes. Genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Top Chinese. The fastest update, no ads. When Britain and France were busy suppressing the colonial rebellion, they did not forget to check the Japanese espionage problem, especially after the outbreak of the Philippine Rebellion. Although the Japanese government has ordered overseas spy organizations to suspend their activities, and the military has also ordered espionage organizations to shrink their scope of activities, they are accustomed to using government orders as toilet paper. And these organizations are obviously not so obedient. The intelligence organizations directly under the government or the military are fine. After receiving the order, they are all honest, but other messy intelligence organizations are different. Even some intelligence organizations have never received an order at all, and their existence is kept secret from the government and the military. In this context, Japan's industry in Southeast Asia was immediately hit by a devastating blow. Mr. Churchill, who suffered a belly in China, came to Southeast Asia. The second fire burned to the Japanese. How is it possible to quell the rebellion in a short period of time without sending reinforcements from the country? You must know that the main force of the counterinsurgency belonging to Mr. Churchill is still being formed. So far, he has been able to use tens of thousands of troops from the Southeast Asian colonies, and the Royal Navy can provide cooperation. To deal with an island rebellion like the Visayas, there is a burst of artillery bombardment, and then the counterinsurgency army landed. An island can be recovered in 10 days and a half in a short time, and 2 months in a slow way. But the rebellion that has spread to Malaysia is different. It is easy to defeat them, but it is difficult to destroy them. They have also learned the art of war. Relying on the dense jungle, they come out to attack several cities from time to time. Mr. Churchill, who is short of troops, just came over and ignited the first fire of a new officer, and was taught how to use troops. After a few battles, he accepted his fate, and it was impossible to annihilate the rebellion in a short period of time. Under his astonishing strategic deployment, in just 1 month, 20,000 troops were lost. The scope of the rebels' activities doubled, and Singapore almost fell. Mr. Churchill also knew that he was afraid. If the fight continues like this, it is estimated that Southeast Asia will be lost before the counterinsurgency army arrives. The lack of military ability does not mean that the political ability is also lacking. The Dutch government can find someone to take the blame and push its own responsibilities. Can't Mr. Churchill not be able to do it? You know, he is a professional player in this field. Looking around, he found that it is the most reliable to dump the blame on the Japanese. Anyway, they already have a criminal record. Then, the British Southeast Asian colonial government, under the order of Churchill, the colonial minister, began to sweep the Japanese industries. If there is no problem, it must be found out. If it really doesn't work, they will frame it. Anyway, the officials of the colonial government are grasshoppers on the same rope. If you don't want to go to jail, you must push the responsibility out. Tokyo. The Japanese government is already furious. If John Bull was not too strong at this time, it is estimated that the two sides would have fought long ago. This is really bullying. In order to find out the Japanese spies, in just over half a month, tens of thousands of Japanese expatriates have been arrested. and not a few have been wiped. Protest, must protest. But at this time, Mr. Churchill didn't care about the Japanese protests. The problem of rebellion in Southeast Asia was too big. He fought a series of defeats, more than 20,000. In order to stabilize the situation, he launched domestic relations, borrowing 2 divisions from Australia, 1 division from New Zealand, and 2 divisions from India. Coupled with the troops in the original colony, he was able to stabilize the situation. The larger islands and the Visayas of the Philippines were all lost and are still being recovered. More than half of Malaysia was occupied, but the main cities were still in the hands of the colonial government. There was also a rebellion in Brunei, and the rebellion in Singapore was suppressed. There was a rebellion in Sri Lanka, the instability in Burma, the Bolshevik Party in Bangladesh, but the flag of rebellion has not been raised yet. According to the current situation, Mr. Churchill was surprised to find that even if his counterinsurgency army arrived, he would not be able to suppress the colonial rebellion. For this reason, he also specially studied the rebellion in Southeast Asia and history. In the end, he was surprised to find that it was not that they did not work hard, but that the rebels had evolved. It's not like the kind of looting that started when the city was broken, and then scattered after the looting, and then continued to attack new cities when the spoils were exhausted. It's different now. Although there are still the vast majority of the rabble, a small number of them are already organized. They know how to take advantage of the terrain, and know how to lure the enemy deep into the jungle. Basically, as long as they chase the British troops who have entered the jungle area, they will be beaten all over the place. If the chase is too hard, the direct annihilation of the entire army is not unheard of. The British Army, who is not familiar with this combat mode, will naturally be recruited. So why did the combat effectiveness of these insurgents soar in a short period of time? In addition to the support of foreign forces, is there any other possibility? Then Mr. Churchill directly targeted the Japanese without any evidence. This was the conclusion he directly reasoned, and it was always recognized by the local colonial government. Don't need to look at anything else. Just investigate the composition of the rebels. This is very simple. The British have been operating locally for so long, and there are many locals who are willing to cooperate with them. Preliminary investigations found that there were no whites in the leadership of the rebels, so this must not have been done by European and American countries. Besides, there were also rebellions in the colonies of France and Bulgaria. They couldn't even engage with themselves. Apart from them, which other country in Europe and America would have the courage to challenge the British Empire? After excluding European and American countries, Mr. Churchill turned his attention to other parts of the world, and there were few independent countries. First of all, the Republic of China, where the warlords are fighting, is impossible to join, and they do not have the strength to do such a big thing in Southeast Asia. Secondly, Thailand has also been excluded, as it does not have this strength. In the end, only Japan is left, with strength, motivation, and criminal record. Not only they must be them. Anyway, even if the Japanese have sneaked into the rebels, they can't tell if they don't look carefully. What Mr. Churchill is doing now can be said to be aimed at persecuting the local Japanese expatriates. As long as the Japanese expatriates join in, he can tell the country that the Japanese government sent troops to mix with the rebels and disrupt Southeast Asia. Then it is reasonable that he cannot quell the rebellion in the short term. After all, Japan is also a world power, and its strength cannot be won by some colonial troops. As for the consequences of doing so, what's the matter with him? The big deal is that the British Empire beats up the Japanese, or engages in a round of sanctions. Aren't these small problems? Compared with the history, the British Empire was pushed into the World War ahead of time, which is really not worth mentioning. In a word, the Tokyo government is out of breath. If it wasn't for the difference in strength between the two sides, they would have gone to war long ago. Now a huge anti-British demonstration has broken out in Japan. The British embassy in Tokyo has been blocked, and British diplomats are afraid to go out. London Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin was also in a very bad mood. He finally understood Churchill's pitiful nature, and he could make trouble wherever he went. He'd bet that if he ordered Churchill to be recalled now, Churchill would immediately throw away the mess, go back to London happily,
and push all those responsibilities out. In any case, although Churchill's actions this time were a bit rude and made more false and unjust cases, the members of the Japanese intelligence organization who were arrested were also real. Thousands of spy confessions were recorded, including commercial spies, government spies, and military spies. Well, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin still doesn't know that 99% of these evidences are fabricated. Otherwise, no matter how efficient it is impossible to achieve such amazing results, especially when more than 100,000 rifles and thousands of tons of weapons and ammunition have been checked. When did the Japanese government become so arrogant? This looks like deceptive data, but the British cabinet insisted that there was no problem. Just refer to the materials they supported little Nicholas. In that year, they didn't help their hundreds of thousands of rifles, and they didn't give them hundreds of thousands of tons of ammunition. Compared with this, the performance of the Japanese is considered petty. Of course, judging from the mountains of photos of guns and ammunition, there is such evidence that even if they turned against the Japanese government, they would still be reasonable. In this world, the dominant British Empire is invincible, and they will not be afraid of any enemy. Tough measures must be taken against the Japanese government. This is also the low pixel of this era, and you can't see anything in long-distance photos. If you take a closer look, it is estimated that everyone will feel very familiar, and then ask a question: why are these weapons and ammunition produced by the United Kingdom? However, these problems will not be a problem soon. All these weapons and ammunition will be consumed in the counterinsurgency war, and the last bullet will not be left. It doesn't matter whether they were captured from the Japanese. In this regard, the colonial government officials have rich experience. This is their usual normal business, otherwise, there is no benefit. Who wants to leave the prosperous British mainland and go to the colony to suffer? On one side is the aggrieved Japanese government, and on the other side is the furious British government. Can the two sides make concessions? Obviously impossible. As long as the Japanese government does not want to be punished by the gods, it must fight against the British, and the arrogant British government thinks that it has taken hold of the truth. Even the Dutch dared to face the Japanese government aggressively. If Stanley Baldwin dared to admit defeat, where would the British Empire lose face? Britain and Japan suddenly confronted each other. Ferdinand had prepared the seeds, made the tea, and was ready to watch the play. If it wasn't for the fear of unintended consequences, he would have wanted to provoke another fight and make the two sides fight. If Britain and Japan fought a war, Ferdinand had no doubt that the British would win the final victory. But at the cost. The position of the British world hegemony is also shaky. At this time, the situation in Southeast Asia changed again. Mr. Churchill's goal was achieved, and he successfully pulled the Japanese into the water. It's just that this big drama, his director just finished the beginning of the filming, and the investors crossed hands later, and the plot started to get out of control. After the furious Japanese joined the rebellion, the war began to spread again. There are many Japanese expatriates in Southeast Asia, and the quality of these people is not comparable to the natives. Many of them are retired officers and soldiers with rich training experience. With the participation of these professionals, the combat effectiveness of the rebels has reached a new level. Now the Japanese government doesn't have to be wronged anymore. The stimulated Japanese decided to give the British a little color. Didn't they say they supported the Southeast Asian rebellion? Then show your support to them. Of course, these are all secretly done by the Japanese military, and the top Japanese government is still rational. It is too easy for the Japanese army to do things. They gathered a group of middle and second officers and soldiers in the army and asked them to retire directly and go to Southeast Asia in their own name. Mr. Churchill, I just thought I was having a good time and shouldn't push the Japanese diaspora back. The 10 Indian divisions he requested were already in place, and it was time to counter the rebellion. It was a pity that he still felt that the troops were insufficient. The newly formed Indian Colonial Division could not defeat the rebels. That's right, during the frontal battle, he was directly defeated. Of course, this is only what Mr. Churchill thinks. These British officers do not think that their combat effectiveness is poor and that they cannot defeat these rebels. In their opinion, if it weren't for the large number of rebels and the great strategy of this Mr. Churchill, they would not have lost. Why split up?
Isn't the recovery of one place by place not good? Simultaneously launched counterattacks from all directions. The prestige is prestige, and the political propaganda is in place, but the problem is that the force has also been diluted. After regaining lost ground, do you need to stay behind? Is this even a question? The cowhide has already been blown out. If it is lost again, it may not matter in the military, but what about the politics? Since a politician is the commander, in order to be politically correct, we must defend ourselves in an all-round way and consolidate the fruits of victory. The Japanese did not exert their strength, and Mr. Churchill could not bear it. But it doesn't matter, he can call people. Now that the London government believes that the Japanese government is supporting the rebellion, it is of course impossible to refuse Mr. Churchill's request for help. Don't look at Churchill's poor military ability, but his talent for political struggle is full marks. Take his recorded passionate speech and find someone to send it to Congress. It successfully stirred up everyone's emotions and persuaded members of Congress to agree to an increase in troops. And it was not an increase of 120,000 troops, but a one-time increase of 200,000 troops. It's really not good if there are fewer people. Didn't the Netherlands next door continue to suppress the rebels after mobilizing 200,000 troops to fight the rebels? The British Empire can also learn from their successful experience. In addition to these main troops, colonial troops are also indispensable. 10 Indian colonial divisions, a Canadian division, and the 3 North American countries have also made up a reinforced division. Eating a cut grows a wiser. Mr. Churchill summed up the reason for his failure, that is, there are too few troops. So this time, he desperately asked for reinforcements at home and from the self-government of the British Commonwealth. If all reinforcements arrive, Mr. Churchill will end up with 20 Indian divisions, 1 North American reinforcement division, 1 Canadian division, 1 New Zealand division, 2 Australian divisions, 13 main British Army divisions and his own expansion, 15 Southeast Asian colonial divisions. In the end, there were 53 divisions in total, and there were even 3 tank divisions among the domestic reinforcements this time. I wonder if Mr. Churchill knew that the tanks currently equipped by the British Army could not carry out jungle operations. In any case, there are 53 divisions in total, and the total strength is close to 800,000. This is obviously not to suppress the colonial rebellion, in order to persuade the Congress to increase troops as much as possible. Of course he had to exaggerate appropriately, for example, fabricating the rumor that the Japanese government might attack Southeast Asia to put pressure on the Congress. Another example, if the Anglo-Japanese War suddenly broke out, how should the British government respond? In short, under his flickering in public opinion, he successfully attracted the attention of the Congress. In order to prevent Japanese sneak attacks in advance, he first increased troops in Southeast Asia. As long as the reinforcements come and how to use them in the end, there is no need to ask the country for instructions. As the local supreme commander, Mr. Churchill, of course, has full command, and suppression of the rebellion is naturally indispensable. As for whether there will be a war with the Japanese, Mr. Churchill is not worried at all. Even if there is a fight, isn't there a Royal Navy? Could the enemy swim over? Chapter 535, Children in number 039 Estet. St. Petersburg. Nicholas II is in a good mood recently, and he is happy when the British are unlucky. First, the Persian War, the Afghan War, and now there is a large-scale rebellion in Southeast Asia. The British Empire has been really busy recently, and it has been so busy that it has even been a little less supportive of the Russian chaos. The victory of the Russian unification war is in sight, and at this time his sister is also back. It is always a joy to have a family reunion. Of course, come back when you come back. These are all small problems. Anyway, it is very convenient to fly now, and you can also arrive from Sofia to St. Petersburg. The key is that she also brings the Crown Prince of Bulgaria, little Ferdinand. The political meaning here is different. In Nicholas II's view, this is an opportunity for the two royal families of Bulgaria and Russia to marry again. Everyone's identities just match, and the relationship between them is also very good. It is obviously in the interests of the two countries to continue to consolidate the Russian-Russian alliance through marriage. Nicholas II had 4 daughters. If the European father-in-law of the 19th century was jointly occupied by Nicholas I of the Kingdom of Montenegro and Christian IX of the Kingdom of Denmark, then the European father-in-law of the 20th century was Nikolai. Too many daughters are also a huge political wealth. The eldest daughter Olga is married into the Danish royal family, the second daughter Tatiana is married into the Norwegian royal family, the third daughter Maria is married into the Bavarian royal family, and the last youngest daughter Anna, the Grand Duchess of Tesa. Nicholas II set his sights on Ferdinand Jr. Xenia, why did you only bring little Ferdinand on your trip around Europe this time, and how many other little ones? Nicholas II asked suspiciously. They still have homework to do. It is estimated that after they graduate in a year or two, they will have a chance to go out, Xenia said with a blushing face. Of course, the homework was just an excuse, and he couldn't tell him the real reason. The real reason was that Ferdinand was timid, afraid that his wife, children would go on a visit together. In order to avoid this from happening, the Bulgarian royal family cannot act collectively every time they visit abroad, and at least one prince must be left to watch the house. This is one of the strange house rules that Ferdinand just made, or the persecution paranoia. It seems that he sensed that Xenia was lying, and Nicholas II did not continue to ask. You brought little Ferdinand out for a blind date this time. Do you think little Ferdinand and Anastasia can talk very well? Nicholas II said with a smile. For this marriage, Nicholas II is very sure, which is in the interests of both parties, as long as the parties do not strongly object, this marriage will be completed. After the observation of Nicholas II, it was found that their cousins and sisters can talk very well now, and there is no reason to object. Love, this is too far away for members of the royal family, no matter how you look at it. Little Ferdinand is not a person who gave up everything for love. They don't fit, Xenia said awkwardly. Why? Nicholas II asked angrily. Scientists have shown that consanguineous marriage affects the health of the next generation, explains Xenia. This statement only spread in the early 20th century, but as long as it is not the immediate family who should marry or continue to marry, it has been a tradition that has lasted for thousands of years, and it is not so easy to change. This statement is not valid. The impact is only a certain probability, even less than 1,000th of the probability. You don't think we are so unlucky, we just happen to meet? Besides, maintaining the noble bloodline can also make the next generation even better. It is worth taking a little risk for this. Asked Nicholas I. Seeing the angry Nicholas II, Xenia decided to tell the truth. Everyone step back, and no one is allowed to enter within a radius of 100 meters. Xenia ordered. Seeing that Xenia was so cautious, Nicholas II knew the following content, which was probably unusual, so he nodded. Nicola, do you know how Alexei's illness came about? Xenia asked, congenitally carried. Does this have anything to do with it? Asked Nicholas II, puzzled. Yes, Xenia said with certainty. Do you mean that consanguineous marriages will cause hemophilia? Nicholas II said in shock. No. When we first learned that Akrush was ill, Ferdinand and I consulted with the Royal Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Nikolai, you should know. Although they did not find a cure, they still prescribed a nourishing recipe and formulated an exercise plan. Said Xenia. That's right, on behalf of the young Akrush. Thank you. The effect is still very good, said Nicholas I. Because hemophilia has always been circulating in the royal family, we are also very worried, and Ferdinand has also set up this topic at the Royal Academy of Sciences. After so many years, although there is no specific drug for the treatment of hemophilia, there are still some achievements, including the origin and transmission of hemophilia. Xenia said seriously. What? Nicholas II said in surprise. The most important hemophilia to be discovered is Queen Victoria. The European royal family has been plagued by hemophilia since she began. Some people speculate that it may have something to do with the meteorite outside the sky, and it may not only be Queen Victoria who was infected, but the civilians were infected and died directly, so it did not spread. Since Queen Victoria, her sons have been infected and some have not been infected, and none of her daughters have any problems.
Even all the princesses in the European royal family have never been sick. After these princesses got married, their descendants also suffered from frequent illnesses, and the ones who suffered were all princes, not princesses. So scientists have come to the conclusion that the transmission of hemophilia is not 100%, and the virus will only break out in men, while women are the carriers of the virus. Xenia explained. How is this possible? Nicholas II asked in disbelief. Now the British royal family, the Russian royal family, the Spanish royal family, and the Prussian royal family are all deeply affected by hemophilia. Nicholas, you can send someone to collect information. So sorry, for the future of the Bulgarian royal family, it is impossible for me to risk the little Ferdinand's marriage. Xenia said solemnly. Nicholas II decisively ended this topic. If Xenia is true, then the marriage between Bulgaria and Russia does not need to be considered. No matter how great the political interests contained in it, it is impossible for Ferdinand to agree. At the end of this secret conversation, Nicholas II had a heavy heart. He suspected that the British knew this secret, otherwise, why would they be the enemies of the British Empire? Whether it was the Russian Empire, the former German Empire, or the Spanish Kingdom before the Spanish-American War, they were all once the greatest enemy of the British Empire. Now that the three royal families are just being overcast, is there no problem here? This is too weird, right? Is it really a coincidence that the Bulgarian royal family can discover this secret? You must know that the Bulgarian royal family and the British royal family are from the Gotha dynasty. They may trick outsiders, but they will never toss with their own people, because this operation is not good, and a family will be wiped out. Because Europe is monogamous, every family member is a valuable asset. Coupled with the fact that most members of the royal family marry late, and the underdevelopment of medicine, the infant mortality rate remains high, and the number of royal children is even smaller. Most of the ancient nobles in Europe finally perished because of extinction, and finally made wedding dresses for others. Guessing is guessing. Now Nicholas II is absolutely afraid to lift the lid, and even the slightest rumor does not dare to leak out. He still has a daughter to marry. Once it spreads, it will be over. Nicholas II is even considering whether to continue marrying the British royal family. If you come here, I will take revenge! Xenia wouldn't know what Nicholas II thought, and even if she knew, she wouldn't have any idea. Anyway, it was impossible to succeed. There are no princes of the right age in the British royal family. The prince can wait for the princess to grow up, but the princess can't wait for the prince to grow up. Do you want to pass on the lineage? She is still struggling with little Ferdinand's marriage. It is not easy to find a satisfactory daughter-in-law, especially the future Bulgarian queen, so she can't be sloppy. What made her even more headache was that there were 5 little guys behind, all of whom needed her to worry about, and Xenia felt unbalanced just thinking about it. Xenia found out that she had been tricked by Ferdinand, and she was a parent. Why should all these responsibilities be left to her to worry about? Far away in Sofia, Ferdinand sneezed suddenly, as if feeling that something bad was about to happen. After thinking about it, he didn't come up with a name, and he forgot about it. Chapter 536. Upgrade. Your Majesty, the battlefield in Afghanistan has changed, and the British are probably going to be unlucky this time. Chief of Staff Christoph gloated. Say you mean the British are going to lose? Not so fast. They have 300,000 troops anyway, and the Afghans are just a group of militias, and they don't have much training at all. Even if some weapons and ammunition are smuggled from us, it will not make up for the fact that their weapons and equipment are backward. Said Ferdinand, shaking his head. Your Majesty, the current situation on the battlefield is very unfavorable for the British, and the terrain in Afghanistan is very complicated. In the past few months, the British have lost their troops continuously, and the number of casualties has exceeded 100,000. Lots of supplies. Fortunately, the people they sent this time were basically cannon fodder, otherwise, whether the war could go on or not would be a problem. Christoph explained. Ferdinand nodded. It seemed that with the combat effectiveness of the British colonial troops, in a special environment,
They really couldn't win against these militiamen. In the face of the invasion of the United States and the Soviet Union in later generations, they were able to resist the fighting nation for several years, and they really did not hesitate to deal with us in this period. What's the response of the London government? Ferdinand asked with concern. Your Majesty, there are already anti-war voices in the UK. Some MPs think that war expenses are too high and want to cut war expenses. Foreign Minister Medvedev replied. Anti-war is a matter of time. Now the moderates in the UK have the upper hand. It can be said that if we hadn't pushed the hand, it is estimated that they would not have started the war in Afghanistan. Now the Southeast Asian colonial rebellion has broken out. This year, the British people's war expenditure is estimated to be higher than their financial income, and this situation will continue at least until next year. What can you do to strengthen the resolve of the British to continue the war? Asked Ferdinand. Your Majesty, in Afghanistan, we can put pressure on the British to think that once they give up Afghanistan, we will annex Afghanistan, so that they will not dare to give up lightly. Foreign Minister Medvedev proposed. This can be done, but we must grasp this degree and stop playing. I don't want to really send troops to Afghanistan, Ferdinand said. Your Majesty, perhaps you can work hard on public opinion. As long as the people's enthusiasm for war is mobilized, the London government will continue to carry on the war. Chekhov suggested. The idea is good. Do you have a specific plan? You must know that the anti-war ideology in the UK now occupies the mainstream. I am afraid it is not so easy to get them to support the war. Ferdinand thought for a while and said. Your Majesty, if we only exert our efforts, it is indeed difficult to reverse British public opinion. This work may not be so difficult if it is handed over to the British main war faction. We have allowed intelligence officers to take some special photos, which will be exposed by the British media and arouse the hearts of the British people who share the same hatred. Chekhov thought for a while. Try it. Actually, if it's just photos, you can go to Royal Films and let them make what you want. Take the photo a little bit blurry, and then stab the media in London. Remember, this must not have anything to do with us. Ferdinand thought for a while and said. In this era, fake photos are played. As long as the pictures are blurred, it is really difficult to identify the authenticity. With the integrity of the media, even if they are suspicious, they will hype them up in order to create a topic. As long as the fire is lit, the British main war will be sent to charge in the back. It is a pity that Mr. Churchill is not in London now. Otherwise there would be no need to worry about public opinion. But letting Mr. Churchill command the anti-insurgency army in Southeast Asia would cause even more trouble for the British Empire. After all, in this time and space, the Dardanelles battle did not break out, and there was no epic defeat. Mr. Churchill's military command ability has not been fully exposed. As the colonial minister during this period, he can command this counterinsurgency war completely. This is also caused by the British system. The highest level of the army is held by civilian officers, and officers have a very low voice in the country. These generals on the front line, even if they know that there is a problem with the order, they must execute the order first. Even if they apply to the Ministry of War, it is useless. Civil and military disputes exist in any country. There is still some say in the Royal Navy of the British Empire, and the army is raised by the stepmother. This has been doomed since they hanged Charles I. When Ferdinand was calculating the British Empire, the situation in Southeast Asia changed again. With the secret support of the Japanese military, a large number of retired Japanese officers and soldiers entered Southeast Asian countries. They appeared among the rebels as military instructors, and they were in debt. Since the British said they were supporting the Southeast Asian rebellion and moved their cheese, then they really supported it. In addition, there is an army composed entirely of Japanese expatriates. They are not many in number, but their combat effectiveness is very strong. Under the same force, the British army can't really shout. However, Mr. Churchill did not notice these subtle changes at all. Looking at the increasing reinforcements day by day, he was figuring out when to start the big counterattack. This is not the end. The Japanese Navy has already formulated a sunset plan, namely, by propping up the local insurgent army, attacking the British military port Singapore in the Southeast Asian region from the land, and then capturing the British warships in the port. This mythical plan is estimated to be able to be formulated by the Japanese. Probably every Japanese soldier is a Superman, otherwise this plan is estimated to be difficult to complete. This is nothing. The Ministry of War's Sunset Plan is even more powerful. They plan to let Japanese officers and soldiers sneak into Southeast Asia to use the rebel army to overthrow the British rule, establish independent countries, and then turn these countries into Japanese colonies. This new version of the colonial plan is not only in the Southeast Asia region, but also in Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan and other regions, but also within the scope of their plans. To complete this cross-era plan, it is impossible to complete the task without equipping the Japanese soldiers with gun dams. By the way, a mind controller must be attached, otherwise, the insurgent army will not be mastered. This secondary plan has not only been formulated, but also implemented. Many Japanese officers and soldiers in Southeast Asia are loyal supporters of this plan. No matter whether it succeeds or not, at least the troubles for the British have begun, and Japan's influence in Southeast Asia is not small, especially after the Russo-Japanese War. The Japanese government regarded itself as the liberator of Asia, although we can see who they liberated. If Mr. Churchill made a serious count, he would find that thousands of Japanese retired officers and soldiers have been added to the entire Nanyang region. If the retired officers and soldiers of the Japanese expatriates are added together, the number may exceed 10,000. Of course, this is scattered and mixed among the Southeast Asian indigenous people with a population of over 100 million. There is really no wave at all, but the consequences of completion are terrifying. On November 2, 1926, after the fall of Sumatra, the territory of the Netherlands and Borneo was also completely occupied, and the Dutch counterinsurgency plan ended in failure. Originally, the Dutch were fighting the rebels. Under normal circumstances, as long as this battle was won, it would take a few more months to eliminate the rebels in Borneo. It's a pity that the Dutch chased a little too hard this time, and pulled the front line too deep. At the last moment, the rebels from the British colony next door suddenly came over, stabbed the Dutch from the flank, and were attacked. The Dutch army suffered a crushing defeat. In this campaign, there were 7 infantry divisions of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, a total of 110,000 counterinsurgent troops, and when they finally successfully retreated to Java Island, there were less than 30,000 people left. This battle directly awakened the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and made them understand that the British Empire was still the British Empire that pitted its teammates, and they dared to send troops together with Mr. Churchill to suppress the rebellion. Isn't this courting death? The loss of 80,000 troops in World War I, plus the loss of troops to quell the rebellion before and after, the Kingdom of the Netherlands has set up 15 troops for the Indonesian colony, which is already a wound for this country with a population of less than 6 million. Therefore, in addition to sticking to the island of Java, which has eliminated the rebels, the Kingdom of the Netherlands decided to temporarily abandon Borneo and Sumatra and other areas, and at the same time did not forget to protest to the London government. Taking the opportunity to hack the Dutch part of Borneo is not within the scope of Mr. Churchill's plan at all. The British Empire is rich and doesn't care about that bit of territory at all. But things have already happened. The Dutch are also creating a public opinion offensive in Europe. The London government is under great pressure. After being forced to promise to quell the rebellion, it will not invade the Dutch Borneo, and it will come to an end. However, the cabinet is even more dissatisfied with Mr. Churchill, who has caused trouble. If it is a pit opponent, that's all. But the Kingdom of the Netherlands is the younger brother of the British Empire in Europe. You are a fool even for your own little brother, and you still use such inferior means. How can anyone dare to follow you? It can be said that affected by this, the international reputation of the British Empire has lost a section, and all countries can't help but guard against them when they cooperate with them. Of course, Mr. Churchill was wronged. As a political strongman, it is impossible for him to make such a mistake. The Kingdom of the Netherlands cheers for the British Empire internationally. This role is not comparable to most of Borneo. However, as a military novice, It is very normal for this kind of error to occur. His army deployment has not been considered at all. The rebels in Malaysia will join forces with the Indonesian rebels. He also forgot that people lived on an island and were connected to each other. In addition, the Japanese threaded a needle through it, which led to this military cooperation. After several rebels united to overthrow the Dutch, they immediately returned to Malaysia. The British army, who had not responded, was directly beaten. This is also something that can't be helped. The Supreme Commander, Mr. Churchill, is too busy to deal with the political consequences of the Dutch losing the Indonesian part of Borneo, so he accidentally ignored the Malaysian area on the other side of Borneo. Without his orders, the following people could not mobilize the army, so the strength of the Malaysian part of Borneo is still 1 Australian division, 1 New Zealand division and 4 Indian divisions. When the rebels came, they realized that it was too late. This is the Southeast Asia region, not the British mainland. It is not easy for Mr. Churchill to increase his troops in a short period of time. If there are several regiments, he can send them up in a day or two. Unfortunately, the reinforcements needed now are tens of thousands, and it takes time to deploy personnel and materials. However, Mr. Churchill still sent the reinforcements out. Probably in his impression, with the firepower of the rebels, it was a very easy problem to stick to waiting for reinforcements. It is a pity that the rebels who have defeated the Dutch have now been reborn. Both the weapons and equipment and the combat effectiveness of the soldiers have undergone qualitative changes. In addition, the Japanese instructors had taken the lead to boost morale. Before Mr. Churchill could react, several Indian divisions were defeated one after another, leaving the New Zealand and Australian divisions to resist. That is to say, Mr. Churchill can accept this result, and any normal army commander will know that this is a very low-level military error. Even if you stick to waiting for help, you must concentrate your troops to stick to it. You ordered to stick to the spot and wait for help. Do you know the distribution of troops on the front line? Therefore, as the cannon fodder among the cannon fodder, the Indian division has always been fully in front and enjoyment in the back, and naturally became the earliest victim. The New Zealand and Australian divisions in the rear, using the little time they had won, built a simple defensive offensive against the rebels. That's all. The neurotic Mr. Churchill did not change the previous reinforcement plan. In his opinion, the rebels are a group of rabble. As long as they don't go deep into the jungle, British soldiers can fight 1 against 3 in the field. The rebels on the island seemed to be cooperating with his actions, and directly put the reinforcements up without taking any action. After failing to break the British line of defense in the first round, they withdrew and waited for the British to counterattack. There is no doubt that these seemingly random deployments are in line with the actual situation of the rebel army. The coastal areas are all within the scope of the activities of British warships. The insurgents have neither air force nor shore artillery. What else can they do other than get bombed? Isn't it good to wait for the enemy to come to the door? Why go to death? It doesn't matter if you can't win, you can drill into the ravine. As long as the British dare to chase in, they don't have to think about getting out. The Battle of Borneo showed the prestige of the insurgent army, inspired the insurgent army suppressed by the British everywhere, and proved that the White Army could also be defeated by them. At the same time, it also inspired the ambition of the Japanese. They suddenly discovered that the European countries were so weak, that the Dutch army could not defeat a group of rabble indigenous troops, and that the combat effectiveness of the British army was so rubbish. In this case, they are unable to protect this vast colony, and it should be inherited by the mighty Japanese Empire. The reports of these officers were passed on to Tokyo, and the careerists, who had been unable to hold back before, were now even more unable to control them. There is gold, copper mines, rubber, and oil here. Almost all the resources needed by the Japanese Empire can be found here, and the masters here have indeed fallen to Europe, where even the natives can't win. People. Conquering the South Seas for the Japanese Empire has become a new dream for Japanese juniors. In this context, various small-scale uprisings in Southeast Asia continued to break out. The British Army, which was preparing to launch a major counterattack, had to consolidate the rear first, so as not to allow the rebels to take advantage. This Southeast Asian colonial uprising has gradually transformed from a pure national independence movement into a political game between Britain and Japan. Ferdinand's goal has been achieved. It is impossible for the British Empire to withdraw from Southeast Asia in the short term, unless the Royal Navy directly defeats the Japanese Navy and destroys the Japanese military's ambitions in the Southeast Asian region. The British may tolerate the establishment of independent states in Southeast Asia. These small countries cannot threaten the world hegemony of the British Empire, but they absolutely cannot tolerate the Japanese robbing their colonies. This is the bottom line of the British Empire! https genius for a second to remember the address of this site: mobile version reading website, chapter 537, marriage. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Top Chinese, the fastest update, no ads. A piece of news that I don't know is good or bad came to Sofia, and Queen Xenia sent news. Little Ferdinand's lifetime matters are to be resolved. It's just that the object of the marriage is somewhat beyond Ferdinand's expectations. The object of this marriage is actually the Dutch royal family. Princess Juliana, born in The Hague, Netherlands in 1904, is the only daughter of Queen Wilhelmina and Prince Hendrik. This is the problem. If nothing else, Princess Juliana will also inherit the throne of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in the future, and Ferdinand will inherit the throne of the Kingdom of Bulgaria. This has a serious problem. How will they live their married life in the future? But soon Ferdinand put this problem behind him. Under normal circumstances, he and Queen Wilhelmina have a long life, and this problem will not break out in the short term. As for the future, for Ferdinand, after 30 or 40 years, their children's children will be able to play soy sauce, and their children will just be on top of it. This is also in line with the actual social traditions of Europe. You can inherit the throne today and pass it on to your children tomorrow. It is a legal act. In addition to this, all of Princess Juliana's conditions met Ferdinand's criteria for choosing a daughter-in-law. The identity matched, there was no scandal in her personal life, and she was healthy without worrying about fertility issues. I have no problem. If Ferdinand is willing, you can formally propose to the Dutch royal family. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, as for the Dutch royal family will not refuse. Ferdinand didn't even think about it. Now the Dutch royal family is not having a good time recently. The Indonesian rebellion has consumed a lot of energy in the country. A large number of family members of the dead soldiers are looking for trouble with the government. If the rebellion cannot be quelled in a short period of time, the status of the Dutch royal family will be unstable. Now is the time when they need support the most. A political marriage with Bulgaria can not only consolidate the status of the Dutch royal family at this time, but also divert the attention of the people and ease the pressure on the government through this marriage. After receiving Ferdinand's reply, Xenia breathed a sigh of relief. There are too many factors to consider in the royal marriage, and there are too few suitable candidates, so it is impossible to ask too much in many aspects. Helena, what do you think of Juliana and little Ferdinand? Xenia asked tentatively. Wilhelmina was startled and reacted quickly. If the recent rebellion in Indonesia was not too disturbing, she would have discovered this problem long ago. It is not a secret in the European royal family that Xenia found a daughter-in-law for little Ferdinand with great fanfare. Politically speaking, marriage with Bulgaria is an irresistible temptation for any European royal family. Today's world is the mainstream era of constitutional monarchy, and there are few kings who can hold real power. Bulgaria is one of them, and it is also one of the most powerful countries in the world today. The object of the marriage is the future Bulgarian king, so the political implications of this marriage are doomed to be extraordinary. Many people are speculating that the two countries may marry again this time. Now Nicholas II's youngest daughter and young Ferdinand, the cousins, have reached the age of marriage. But it doesn't matter, the Bulgarian royal family is not much else. That is, there are many princes, and there are 5 boys behind, enough for everyone to share. The only regret is that the marriage with the prince behind has been weakened a lot, and it is difficult to influence Bulgarian politics for a long time. Wilhelmina also thinks so. But it is surprising that the two royal families of Bulgaria and Russia have not announced the news of their marriage. If it is to marry a prince behind, Wilhelmina will agree without hesitation. If the crown prince is replaced by Ferdinand, she will have a headache. Just like what Ferdinand was worried about. In the future, little Ferdinand and Juliana are both heirs to the throne. It is impossible for both parties to make concessions and live in each other's country for a long time. So what should we do in this married life? Queen Wilhelmina's own married life is one of the victims of political marriages, which have been in name only since Juliana was born, and she doesn't want her only daughter to follow her example. Queen Wilhelmina's full name, Wilhelmina Helena Pauline Marie. Juliana's full name, Juliana Louise Emma Mary Wilhelmina. But she was unwilling to refuse this marriage, because the political interests contained in it were too great. As long as the news of the marriage between the two parties is announced, the political crisis facing the Dutch royal family can be solved. I think the two of them are very good. Why don't you ask the parties involved? If they don't object, then, Queen Wilhelmina made a decision after hesitation. Born into a royal family, marriage is doomed to be sacrificed. The chance of encountering true love is infinitely small, and if you can treat each other with respect, that is a model couple. Like Ferdinand, is he in love with Xenia? The answer is very clear and cruel. They only have the family love built up over time, and the love has not yet begun, and they have entered the grave of marriage. So usually royal marriage, as long as the other party is not too annoying, just agree to it, otherwise the result will only be worse. Well, of course, we have to be responsible for their marriage, and it's up to them to decide for themselves. Xenia said with a smile. In 1926, it was the worst year for the Kingdom of the Netherlands. In order to suppress the Indonesian rebellion, the Dutch government organized a counterinsurgency army, but it was accidentally trapped by the British. In less than a year, 150,000 troops have been defeated, which has exceeded the capacity of this kingdom. The most important thing is that the war against rebellion is still a long way off. For the next war, the Kingdom of the Netherlands had to continue to increase the army. The Dutch government has sent nearly 400,000 troops, and the army stationed there before, there are still nearly 300,000 troops left. The war potential of the Kingdom of the Netherlands has almost fully erupted. If they are defeated again, then they will have to reluctantly give up the Indonesian colony. Obviously, this is unacceptable to the vested interests in the Netherlands, and when the anti-war wave broke out in Europe, the Kingdom of the Netherlands was naturally affected. The people demanded an end to the war, but at the same time they were unwilling to give up the huge benefits brought by the Indonesian colony, and the trouble for the Dutch government came. Such illogical demands, but in the eyes of ordinary people, these are all reasonable, because they only demanded the government to end the war, but did not say that they would give up the current social welfare benefits. Can this kind of thing be explained clearly to them? Obviously it doesn't exist. Smart people know that many families of soldiers advocate an immediate end to the war and allow their relatives to go home and reunite. If the Dutch government did give up the colonies, negotiated with the rebels to redeem the captives, and then had to cut their social benefits to fill the hole because of the economic benefits that the colonies brought, they would soon change their faces. This is true for all parties involved, let alone ordinary people. On the one hand, they were anti-war, and on the other hand, they were unwilling to give up the interests they had obtained. This kind of conflict in their hearts put pressure on the government. How much is Indonesia's colony worth in this era? In terms of economic value and military value, it is greater than the sum of all Bulgarian colonies. The resources here are so rich, and the agricultural resources are so rich that many local people do nothing but pick wild animals and plants for a living. Mineral resources are equally abundant. Oil, natural gas, coal, iron, tin, bauxite, nickel, copper, gold, silver and other mineral resources are all available. In the 21st century, Indonesia has easily supported a population of 200 million to 300 million people, and the export of mineral resources directly accounts for more than 10% of the country's GDP. It is also because the natural conditions here are so superior,
and the local people have no will to fight. The fourth most populous country in the world does not have much sense of presence internationally. Even if it is so reluctant to make progress, Indonesia still relies on its rich resources to become one of the top 10 economies in the world. Naturally, the Dutch do not want to let go of such a treasure. For example, the rubber used in Bulgaria is almost all imported from Indonesia. The changes in the main rubber-producing areas in later generations were mainly caused by the domestic turmoil in Indonesia. Ordinary people disliked planting rubber as too troublesome, and gradually declined. If anyone does statistics, it will be found that even in this era, Indonesia's economy surpassed that of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. When Christmas came, the Dutch royal family and the Bulgarian royal family released the good news of the marriage between the two countries to the world at the same time. This good news is not only for the parties involved, but also good news for European countries. The Netherlands is only a small kingdom. Even if the relationship between the Netherlands and the Netherlands changes, it will not affect the world situation. All European countries can rest assured that the shadow of the merger between Bulgaria and Russia has disappeared. The British government even held a banquet to celebrate the good news. Compared with Bulgaria's continued marriage with the Russian royal family, they are still more willing to see Bulgaria and the Dutch royal family marry. After all, the power of the alliance between Bulgaria and Russia is too great. In the eyes of the British, if there is no civil war in the Russian Empire, the two countries may have merged now. In the eyes of the outside world, the possibility of the merger of the two countries has not disappeared. If the two royal families marry again, the future integration of the two royal families will almost become inevitable. No one thinks that the seriously ill young Akers will survive Nicholas II, and even the possibility of leaving offspring is almost zero. In this context, the succession of the Tsar will fall to the daughter of Nicholas II. In order to maximize the benefits, it is almost inevitable that the younger daughter will become the union of the Tsar and Ferdinand to achieve a smooth transition after the merger of the two countries. Choice. It can be said that when Ferdinand and Nicholas II signed a treaty to jointly establish the Slavic Federation Empire, they not only deceived the Russians, but even the whole world was deceived. Although both countries have adopted high secrecy measures, the secret contract was exposed when the Germans conquered St. Petersburg. At that time, both Bulgaria and Russia denied it, saying that it was a German conspiracy. But everyone still believed it, because the merger of the two countries not only has sufficient interests, but also has a deep civil foundation. The people of both countries support the establishment of a federal empire, and the only dispute is on the issue of dominance. If the heir of the combination of the two royal families becomes the new emperor of the empire, it is estimated that no one will object, so that everyone will have an equal status in name. It can be said that the sudden civil war of the Russian Empire saved the world hegemony of the British Empire, otherwise a behemoth that occupied most of the world island would have been born. Of course, this is what the outside world thinks. Although Ferdinand was tempted, he finally gave up. The interests of this are indeed very large, but the interests of the country are not equal to the interests of the royal family. The King of Bulgaria, he laid the foundation. As long as future generations do not mess around, they are almost as stable as Mount Tai. But the emperor of the Federal Empire is not so easy to do. Internally, there is Russia's messy problems, and externally, there is hostility from countries all over the world. The British always believed that a sudden rebellion in the Russian Empire saved the world. Originally, the alliance between Bulgaria and the Russian Empire had always been dominated by the Russians. Once the two countries merged, the Russian Empire would become the main body of this new empire. This all changed with the outbreak of the Russian Empire's civil war. They lost the power to suppress Bulgaria, and Bulgaria also lost the power to suppress the Russian Empire. A battle for dominance is sure to break out between the two sides, as Bulgaria allowed the Russian Empire's civil war to break out and acquiesced in the British and French support for the rebels. These were interpreted by the British as a struggle for dominance between the two sides, so John Bull did not hesitate to invest a lot of resources to keep the Russian civil war going. In their opinion, this kind of struggle will definitely escalate as time goes on. Even in the struggle between Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, didn't Hungary cry and cry for independence in the end? What's more,
What about the two countries that have not yet begun to merge? The marriage between the Bulgarian royal family and the Dutch royal family was regarded by them as a political victory for the British Empire. Well, these are the claims of the British media. In Ferdinand's view, what the British government did was just to divert public attention and ease their public opinion pressure. This achievement will be shared by the Lloyd George cabinet, who framed and implemented this policy, and the Stanley Baldwin cabinet, who continued the policy and made the plan a reality. No matter how you look at it, it is the serious political consequences brought about by Stanley Baldwin's cabinet in order to resolve the current British Empire's poor performance in foreign wars. The British people were satisfied, and suddenly they realized that the British Empire had gone through a dangerous period, but fortunately, the government used political means to resolve it. For a time, the popular support rate of Stanley Baldwin's cabinet directly reached its peak value. In the eyes of ordinary people, the alliance between Bulgaria and Russia can unify the world island. The population of this combination exceeds the sum of the European countries, and the European continent can also be flattened by human sea tactics. The Royal Navy of the British Empire is invincible in the world, and the British Empire Army should forget it. Isn't the lesson of the First World War enough? British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin publicly announced that the war being waged by the British Empire is to avoid a larger war in the future. This is for the long-term interests of the empire. In order to enhance persuasion, the British Empire also took the initiative to create enemies for itself, and Japan, Russia, Bulgaria, and France were all honored on the list. In the new round of risk factor analysis rankings, Japan gloriously occupied the first place. Surprisingly, the Russian Empire ranked second, and France and Bulgaria ranked third or fourth. Ferdinand knew that this list was created by the conservative London media. It is Mr. Churchill's credit that Japan can be ranked first. If he does not promote the Japanese threat theory, how can he explain the colonial rebellion in Southeast Asia, which has not been pacified for a long time? The Russians ranked second, mainly considering the receptivity of the British public. After all, Bulgaria, which has just risen, has a fart feeling. In the consciousness of many elderly people, Bulgaria is still a small country. This subconscious judgment cannot be changed overnight. As a news media, of course, it must meet the needs of the people, otherwise who will they sell the newspaper to? Originally, the London government launched the Afghan war this time to prevent Bulgarian forces from infiltrating into Central Asia. It is estimated that God does not understand. Where did the Russian Empire in the Civil War have the courage to expand into Central Asia? These are all irrelevant to the media. They are just to create topics. They can sell more newspapers, earn more advertising fees, and help the cabinet ease political pressure. https genius for a second to remember the address of this site: mobile version reading website, chapter 538, influence. Now, he can't be happy. Even if they are not the crown prince, the range of marriage options should be so wide, and at least they must marry an old-fashioned aristocrat. This standard cannot be lowered. This is the price of being born in the royal family. From a young age, marriage has to make sacrifices. Of course, this is only for those who have lived in ivory towers since childhood. There are many people out there who are willing to make such sacrifices. Your Majesty, this is our Admiralty, the new shipbuilding plan, please take a look, said the new Secretary of the Navy, Admiral Pertivan. Ferdinand took the form and looked at it carefully. It has been 20 years since the earliest dreadnought in Bulgaria was commissioned in 1907, and the service period is coming soon. At this time, new warships must be built to fill this vacancy. After reading the document, Ferdinand said with a smile, "Your Admiralty, this time is preparing for a big blood change. According to the plan of the Ministry of the Navy, the Bulgarian Navy will gradually retire 8 dreadnoughts, 2 battle cruisers, 12 cruisers in the next 5 years. Almost all the main warships of the Bulgarian Navy have been replaced. This is also a matter of no choice, from 1915 to the present, in addition to adding 2 aircraft carriers and replacing some small warships in 11 years. The Bulgarian Navy has never built it again. New battleship. Your Majesty, there is no way that our warships are far behind the times.
and it is impossible to change them. Admiral Pelt, the Secretary of the Navy, thought for a while and said, "Well, in principle, I agree with your shipbuilding plan, but the question is, what about the London Treaty? According to the provisions of the treaty, the tonnage of our Navy's capital ships shall not exceed 330,000 metric tons, and the total tonnage of aircraft carriers shall not exceed 120,000 metric tons. Your plan has exceeded the standard," Ferdinand said with a smile. The Treaty of London has now become the shackles of countries to expand their navies. However, it is not easy to break the constraints of the London Treaty. At least Ferdinand will not come out and be the first to tear up the treaty. Anytime breaking the rules comes with a price. Now the Bulgarian Navy does need to expand, but this need is not so urgent. In Ferdinand's view, there is no difference between expanding the Navy one day earlier and expanding the Navy one day later. If Ferdinand wanted to, he could double the size of the Bulgarian Navy in 2 years, but that didn't make any sense. In this period, the world is generally peaceful, and even if the conflict between Britain and Japan intensifies, it has not reached the point where war is about to break out. It can be said that as long as the Japanese army did not take the initiative to attack the British, the war would not start. Under the general anti-war environment of the whole people, the London government continued to carry out the counter-rebellion war. The British people can still accept it. If they take the initiative to provoke a war, it is estimated that the British people will be overthrown. No politician will take this risk. Not only did Ferdinand see this issue clearly, but the Japanese government also saw it clearly, so they dared to resist, and by the way blocked the British. Since the war cannot be fought, the urgency of Bulgaria's expansion of the navy is greatly reduced. Even Ferdinand believed that even if a new round of world war broke out, the Bulgarian navy would most likely be killed by soy sauce. Your Majesty, the London Treaty is about to become a piece of waste paper. Now all countries in the world are ready to move, and they are trying to expand the tonnage of the navy. Pellet explained. It's about to become a piece of waste paper. Hasn't it become waste paper yet? In a word, Bulgaria is a responsible big country, and such things that violate the treaty and damage the credibility of our country cannot be done. Take the plan back and redo it. Now the size of our navy must be within the scope of the treaty. Unless you can invite God and his old man, don't try to convince me, Ferdinand said very clearly. Yes, His Majesty, replied Pelt. He knew that without sufficient reasons, it was impossible for Ferdinand to agree to expand the navy. Now that the military expenditures of the 3 Bulgarian armies are land, air and sea, he knew the status of the navy. Needless to say, the army is the foundation of Bulgaria. As a land power country, Bulgaria could not reduce its investment in the army in any way. The Air Force has also formulated an ambitious global strategic strike plan, and it has also been approved, as long as the global strategy of the navy is killed by the great Ferdinand. She was raised by her stepmother, my uncle doesn't care, and my grandma doesn't love it. Many people don't know that the Air Force's global strategic strike plan was created by Ferdinand himself. That is, to establish military bases at important nodes in the world, and use long-range bombers to cover any important city in the world. Originally, Ferdinand was going to say that it would cover any corner of the world, but considering the technology of this era, he decisively gave up. It is good to be able to cover major cities. So far, Bulgaria has focused on the European continent. If the production cost is not considered, the new generation of strategic bombers can already do it. The world strategy has only just begun, and even the overseas military bases established by the Bulgarian Navy are only a part of it. This strategic plan, so far, only less than 10 people know. Even the implementation of this strategy has been obscured by smoke bombs. On the bright side, every Bulgarian overseas military base must have an airport built on it, but it is not the Air Force stationed there, but the overseas colony defenders. It's no wonder everyone is surprised. As the only country in the world that distributes planes to companies, there is an airport on a military base. What's the problem? It is nothing more than that the airport has been repaired a little bigger. This is understandable to everyone. The pilot's skills are not good enough, so it is natural to build a large airport. In order not to attract the attention of the British,
So far this strategic plan has been carried out very conservatively, and the overseas military bases owned by the Bulgarian Navy are still very rare. In addition to occupying some small islands in the borderlands, the Bulgarian Navy has not made any big moves, and this occupation is limited to making a landmark on it. After all, the islands that are suitable for human survival basically already have owners, and the real land without owners is really uninhabitable. It is nothing more than to seize sovereignty in advance. Once resources are discovered in these areas in the future, Bulgaria has already occupied the first mover advantage. Your Majesty, the Dutch government has asked us for help," said Foreign Minister Medvedev. "So soon?" Ferdinand asked in surprise. He didn't think that the Dutch would ask Bulgaria for help, but this speed is too fast. It has only been a few days since the marriage of the two royal families, and they have begun to get closer politically. Haven't they considered the feelings of the British Empire? Your Majesty, with regard to Indonesia, Mr. Churchill terrified the Dutch, and now the Dutch government does not dare to ask the British for help, and at the same time they cannot give up Indonesia. Now in addition to the British, in Southeast Asia, as long as we and the French have the strength to help them put down the rebellion. The French have not yet settled their own rebellion in Luzon, and now the Vietnam region is not stable. They are a little overwhelmed. Apart from asking us for help, now the Dutch government has no choice. Medvedev explained. Ferdinand nodded. He understood. It turned out that the Dutch were scared by the boss. At this time, let the front-line army and the British fight together. I am afraid that only God knows if something will happen. What about the conditions given by the Dutch government? Ferdinand asked with concern. The Dutch government can transfer some of the islands to us for a fee, but the exact location has not yet been determined. According to the analysis of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Dutch were frightened by the actions of the British this time. They were afraid that the British would annex Indonesia in one go, so they let us in. At the same time, the Dutch were also worried that we would annex Indonesia, so they did not take action until the news of the marriage of the two royal families spread and they made up their minds. Medvedev analyzed. If it is said that Bulgaria had no ambitions for Indonesia before, it is estimated that no one will believe it, not even Ferdinand himself. But now, Bulgaria really has no ambitions for Indonesia. No matter how great Indonesia's interests are, the Bulgarian government cannot make small moves at the moment of the marriage between the two countries. Just like the Bulgarian-Russian marriage that year, Bulgaria obtained the qualification to expand in the Balkans. In this Paul-Holland marriage, the Bulgarian government had to give up its ambitions for the Indonesian region. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can continue to communicate with the Dutch on this issue. Our strategic focus is not in Southeast Asia, and the colonies of the Dutch are not in our plan. Indonesia is surrounded by many islands. We do not want any areas with dense population, high economic value and special strategic value. If the Dutch need us to send troops to help, they can choose to pay a commission, or take out a few sparsely populated islands as payment for this military operation. Ferdinand thought for a while and said Ferdinand is shameful. At this time, it is impossible for him to take advantage of the fire. Just like when the Russian Civil War broke out, he contributed money and efforts to help Nicholas to get through the first difficulty. This time, even if the Dutch just took a few islands to make up the number, or paid an ultra-low commission, Ferdinand recognized it, and regarded it as a dowry gift for his future daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. And the level of the Dutch bid also determines how hard the Bulgarian army is. If the bid is too low, then driving the rebels into the jungle and helping the Dutch take back the city will complete the task, leaving the Dutch to take care of the rest. On the other hand, if the Dutch are willing to pay, the Bulgarian army also provides high-end services and can help them carry out a comprehensive purge in the colony. We don't have to be too positive. It's better for the Dutch to cooperate with the British again. The greater the losses they suffer, the better the effect of helping us in the snow. After thinking about it, Ferdinand added. Your Majesty, with the strength of the British in Southeast Asia, if we join forces with the Dutch, it may be easy to suppress the rebellion. Then we are not. Medvedev asked in surprise. Don't worry. The Japanese won't let them quell the rebellion so easily. The number of local indigenous people in Southeast Asia has exceeded 100 million, As long as these people are organized, this rebellion will not be so easily suppressed. Besides, haven't you noticed that the personal abilities of the British commanders are particularly strong? From the initial rebellion in the Philippine Islands, Mr. Churchill personally went to command, then the rebellion spread to the Malay Peninsula, and now the Burmese rebelled. If there is no accident, the southeastern peninsula will soon be in chaos. Even if the war is finally brought to India, I will not be surprised. Ferdinand sneered. Your Majesty, the possibility of this happening is unlikely. The British are powerful, and the Japanese would not dare to touch India even if they make small moves. Although Mr. Churchill's military ability is not as good as our generals, he is also a famous general of the British Empire. If it wasn't for the intervention of the Japanese, these rebellions would have been quelled long ago, Prime Minister Constantine said hesitantly. That's right, in this time and space, Mr. Churchill is a famous British general. Although there is no extraordinary record, people can boast. Therefore, everyone still has confidence in him, at least when you look at his resume. He is really awesome. In the great victories achieved by the British Army in the First World War, he is a figure. Ferdinand didn't explain it. They were all civilians who couldn't understand how many military mistakes the British had made in Southeast Asia, which is understandable. If they had seen the case study of the General Staff, they would have found that in Southeast Asia, the British Army was playing tricks to death. Using 800,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, it has not been pushed all the way, but it has been steadily. With such an obviously fake battle report, professionals can see at a glance that the British suffered a loss on the battlefield in Southeast Asia. According to the analysis of the Bulgarian General Staff, it would be easy to defeat these rebels on the frontal battlefield. The real trouble is that after winning the battle, the enemy flees into the jungle and then tries to destroy it. Besides, can the Japanese army of this era be measured by ordinary standards? Perhaps the Japanese government knows what to do, and so do high-ranking Japanese officers, but can you expect the Japanese officers and soldiers at the bottom to have a bigger picture? When the Japanese government acquiesced to the military's actions, they were out of control, especially when they entered Southeast Asia. They completely released themselves. Without the constraints of their superiors, they all act according to their own ideas, and everyone has different goals. Some people just want to sabotage the British and retaliate for their suppression of Japan. Some people are ready to overthrow the British, colonize Southeast Asia, and turn this place into a part of Japan. In short, once the ambition is born, it will be out of control. When the war will spread to India depends on their mood. Then let's wait and see, Ferdinand said with a smile. Everyone shut their mouths obediently. History has proven Ferdinand's accurate judgment many times. Even if they have big doubts in their hearts, they have proved the king's judgment every time. They really can't afford it. The courage to argue. This is a good thing. It can ensure that Ferdinand's orders are carried out meticulously. It is also a bad thing. The king's authority is too great. Even if the decision made by Ferdinand is wrong, they will still carry out. Is not conducive to the long-term development of the country. Chapter 539, People can and number 039:T stand without trust. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second. Apex Chinese, the fastest update, no ads. Your Majesty, the Persian Military Region Command sent an urgent call. On Christmas Eve, the Afghan government forces took the opportunity to attack the station of the British military commander. This battle caused at least 5,000 British casualties, and more than 3,000 people, including the British Commander General Winston, were captured. The next day, the Afghan National Army launched a full-scale counter-offensive. Due to the paralysis of the command system, the Indian Colonial Division, which had not been forced by the supervising team, quickly collapsed, and the British Afghan Expeditionary Force was almost wiped out. Chief of Staff Christoph said cautiously. The British would suffer defeat in the Afghan battlefield. Ferdinand had no doubt that the tomb of the empire could not be pacified by a mere 20 Indian divisions. However, the defeat was so neat and tidy that Ferdinand was a little surprised. Didn't the British army have the upper hand before? How could it be defeated all of a sudden? Victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs, and defeat is also defeated, and the great cause of the British Empire has started to consume a lot. Anyway, there are not many other things in India, that is, there are many people. Even if we set up 20 infantry divisions, it would be easy. It is estimated that for the London government, even the consequences of the annihilation of this Indian colonial army will not be comparable to the casualties of the thousands of supervisors, causing them a headache. Is the news accurate? Is the UK so easy to be attacked? Ferdinand asked in disbelief. Your Majesty, the British let their guard down at Christmas. They thought Afghanistan, like continental Europe, would not attack on this day. Christoph explained. It's that simple? Ferdinand asked in disbelief. Your Majesty, from the information we have collected, it is indeed the case. The British soldiers are on holiday for Christmas, and the Indian division responsible for guarding the security of the camp has deserted without anyone's supervision. When the Afghan army launched the attack, they did not organize an effective resistance at all. Our analysis is that the senior officers of the Indian division were all on vacation, and the rest had no power to command the entire army. Christoph explained. Ferdinand nodded. This weakness is common to all European armies, and the truce on Christmas Eve is a European practice. Even in a world war, the armies of all countries will armistice on this day. Some soldiers even drank too much and ran across to celebrate Christmas in a dizzy state, and were put back the next day. On the battlefield in the Belgian town of Ypres, the British and German armies also played football together. Captain Hamilton, commander of the British 1st Royal Warwickshire Regiment, also held a historic meeting with officers of the same rank in the German forces. The two sides agreed to a 48-hour truce, and soldiers stepped out of the trenches and sang Christmas carols together. The Germans took out Fritz candles, cakes and cigars, and the British took out Christmas puddings in exchange. The two sides also used tin cans as footballs and ditching picks as goalposts to hold football matches. This is not only the case on the Western Front, but also on the Eastern Front. On Christmas Day 1916, Wittgenstein, the head of the Klaus regiment of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, who was short of supplies, took the whole regiment to the position of the Bulgarian army for Christmas festival. There are not too many such examples on the European continent, and it is impossible for Ferdinand to change this tradition. This time, the British were unlucky. They followed the rules, but the Afghans on the other side didn't. Cultural differences. The Afghan army didn't have to spend Christmas. Well, is there any news from the Southeast Asian battlefield? Ferdinand asked with concern. Your Majesty, our intelligence strength in Southeast Asia is too weak, and the news has not been passed back, but the intelligence sent back to London by the British is normal. Christoph said. No, Afghans all know to seize this opportunity to counterattack. Don't the revolutionary parties in Southeast Asia know? Even if they are all idiots, the Japanese know it. If you don't take advantage of it, is this still Japanese style? Ferdinand analyzed. Everyone's face changed slightly, and this happened. There are only two reasons. 1. The Bulgarian intelligence system in London was exposed, and it was fake news. 2. The British army suffered heavy casualties, and the British officers on the front line concealed the truth from the domestic. Obviously it can't be the first situation. Even if the Bulgarian intelligence organization is exposed, the British will use it even if they don't arrest people directly, and spread fake news to trick Bulgaria at a critical moment. It's impossible to make them aware of it. As long as the intelligence system is not exposed, it doesn't matter to Bulgaria that what happened to the British in Southeast Asia is known sooner or later. Your Majesty, can we deal with the issue of Mindanao now? The battle above is almost over. The religious forces have won a big victory, and the revolutionaries will be wiped out. Colonial Secretary Donald proposed. Bulgaria's sphere of influence in Southeast Asia is very small, except for Mindanao. The remaining Fudan islands are really not worth mentioning. Now the southeastern region is raging with war, and Mindanao is no exception. It's just that other regions are in anti-colonial uprisings, and here is an anti-religious uprising. The benefits of supporting proxies emerged, albeit only temporarily, in the midst of the chaos that Bulgaria could do on its own. Don't worry. Maybe you can put a batch of smuggled arms in and let them continue to fight. It's not convenient for us to come forward. After all, We sold the local governance to them according to the agreement. Ferdinand shook his head and said, People do not stand without faith, industry does not prosper without faith, and a country declines without faith. For a long time in the future, Bulgaria will not be able to directly rule the colonies in Southeast Asia. If a few officials are sent to establish a colonial government, it is better to sell the governance power and let the local people govern themselves. At the very least, an autonomous government can help attract hatred. Bulgaria does not directly rule the local area, even if there is a rebellion. It is an autonomous government. If the Revolutionary Party really wants to grow bigger, it is nothing more than changing an agent. Can they refuse Bulgaria's good intentions? For the study of human nature, Ferdinand still read a lot of articles. Perhaps now these revolutionaries are really throwing their blood. Once they become rulers, the situation has changed. People's hearts are corrupted by interests, and they will begin to weigh the pros and cons. If the territory is large enough, the population is large enough, and the industrial base is laid, then they will definitely establish an independent state. However, no such monster exists in the Bulgarian colonies. Mindanao is a mere island, with a population of just over 2 million, industry equal to 0, and a territory area of only tens of thousands of square kilometers. To get rid of Bulgaria's colonial rule and establish an independent country, such a dream can be imagined, but not done. In the era of imperialism, there is no strength. Either this power is occupied or enslaved by the power. Ferdinand wasn't worried about jumping, and for their own benefit, these people would make the most correct choice. Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Dutch government hadn't had a good few days since the Indonesian rebellion broke out, and they couldn't be happier watching the increasing casualties. Even with the help of the Japanese to top the cylinder, the domestic pressure is still increasing. The Paul Holland marriage has diverted people's attention. This is only short-term. Once the front line is defeated, the crisis will still be detonated. Bulgarians are not interested in our proposal. They are now undoubtedly expanding in Southeast Asia. Dutch Foreign Minister Robinson said with a wry smile, well, this is also what we expected. Southeast Asia has long been divided between us and Britain and France. At this time, even if the Bulgarians intervene, they have no goal of expansion. It is impossible for the Bulgarians to start a war with Britain and France for the sake of Southeast Asia, and this little interest is not enough to make them take risks. The two royal families have just married, and the Bulgarian government can't slap their king's face against us. At least for a few decades, they won't be able to attack our colonies. This rebellion is different from the past. With the support of the Japanese behind the scenes, it is not so simple to put down. The price we can pay at the moment is really not enough to make them tempted. Dutch Prime Minister Dan said with a sigh, can't translate? If the Bulgarians don't want to get involved, then we're going to continue working with the British. Now that the rebels have started to unite, then at least half of our colonies need to fight with the British. This situation is so bad that I doubt what incredible things will happen in the next battle. Army Secretary Dan Gott said gloomily. The most depressing thing in the world. No doubt Yu Ming knew there was a pit ahead, so he still had to jump in. Hey man, it's probably not as bad as you think. We've lodged a strong protest with the London government. They've made a public commitment that they'll never touch an inch of our colony, and I don't think the British are going to be on this issue. Breach, Foreign Secretary Robinson said. However, you also know that the British promises are like farts. Even if they give up their ambitions for our colony, in the next cooperation, we may still be tricked. Pit teammates have become John Bull's habit, and I don't think they'll change for us. Army Secretary Dan Gott said gloomily. Okay, Mr. Dan Gott, this is just your guess. Now we have no choice. If we don't cooperate with the British, our strength in Southeast Asia is simply not enough to suppress this rebellion. Now that we have no choice, be optimistic. As long as our officers and soldiers on the front line are vigilant, they won't be so easily caught. You believe that our front-line officers and soldiers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, will keep an eye on the British, and now the British still need us. They will not go too far. Prime Minister Dan reassured. Yes, the British Empire does need the Dutch to raise their flags. In modern times, the Kingdom of the Netherlands has declined in national strength, and has degenerated into a third-rate country militarily. but has not degenerated in diplomacy. During the First World War, the Kingdom of the Netherlands was able to maintain neutrality between the two camps, relying on their diplomatic means, and at the same time maintaining good diplomatic relations with the Allies and the Entente. Even after the old colonial countries declined one after another, the Americans robbed the Spaniards of the Philippines, but did not attack Indonesia. The Japanese were also eyeing Indonesia, and they did not dare to do it directly. Secured. In this regard, the Portuguese and the Dutch have done very well, but Portugal directly chose to defect to the British because of its geographical location. But the Dutch can't. They are also influenced by France and Germany. They stand in public, which is too dangerous for them. When the Dutch government made this decision, it did not know that the situation in Southeast Asia had turned sharply downward. The so-called absolute strength advantage of the British no longer existed, so it was necessary to cooperate with them. Otherwise, the arrogant Mr. Churchill would still choose to go it alone. You must know that Japan was the first country to westernize. It also fought with the Russians for 2 or 3 years, and sent people to the battlefield on the Western Front. How could they not understand the characteristics of the Western Army? Knowing the tradition of the Western armies having a truce for Christmas, of course they have to make use of it, and a Christmas counter-offensive plan has been released. However, the Japanese do not think that they can achieve much success. After all, everyone always has to be prepared on the battlefield, so the so-called big counterattack is only tentative. Otherwise, Mr. Churchill may have become a prisoner. In this counteroffensive, Singapore was once occupied by half. These are all minor problems. The British Army who reacted to it immediately launched a counterattack, daring to destroy them for Christmas Eve, and the furious British soldiers broke out with 12 points of combat effectiveness, defeating the rebels steadily. Of course, this is only an area with strong troops, and areas with weak troops were killed by the rebels in the first round. For example, the Australian and New Zealand divisions in Borneo were almost wiped out. In addition, the revolutionaries lurking in the city took the opportunity to burn a large amount of British military strategic materials, which directly delayed the British counterinsurgency process. The war situation began to tilt in the direction not favorable to the British, and Mr. Churchill, who was devastated, decided to conceal the losses, and carried out many battles by stealing new ones or creating them out of nothing. Defeat turned into victory, and annihilation of 100 enemies turned into annihilation of 1,000 enemies. Through the battles created by these, the losses of the troops were successfully amortized. After a series of actions, the losses were justified. To complete this plan, the cooperation of officials in the colony is definitely not enough, and it is very easy for the London government to know the truth. In order to avoid such a situation, Mr. Churchill chose to kill first and then play it out, and sent out all these so-called brilliant results, which directly made the London government difficult to ride a tiger. Once the people found out that the battle report was fake, Mr. Churchill and the colonial officials would definitely not be able to escape, and the people would not let go of the cabinet. Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin was pulled into the water without knowing it. By the time they discovered the problem, the news had already been sent out, and it was also sent by Mr. Churchill as a cabinet minister. Your Excellency Prime Minister, what should we do now? We are all trapped by that bastard Churchill. Once the news is leaked, the angry people will probably tear us apart. Chamberlain asked with a wry smile. Humphrey, he's looking for death. Don't think it's over by dragging us into the water. Even if we help cover up this matter, what will happen in the next battle? If the rebellion can't be quelled sooner or later, he will be ganged up sooner or later. Does he want to? Provoking the Anglo-Japanese War? Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin said angrily. Everyone was shocked. In order to get rid of the political crisis, Mr. Churchill could really do such a thing. Don't say Churchill. If you are sitting here, you can do it too. Who made the British Empire strong in this era? Behind the powerful, many crises are covered up, and they, like politicians, are lost in it. Although the Japanese threat theory, the French threat theory, the Bulgarian threat theory, and the Russian threat theory are being promoted in China, who really cares about them? Your Excellency Prime Minister, we must not let this happen. We must limit Churchill's rights. Once a war between the two countries is provoked, It cannot end in a short time, and the world situation will become uncontrollable. We still have many enemies, although it is not enough to worry about them individually. If we unite, we will suffer too. Said Foreign Secretary Attlee solemnly. Well, I decided to reform the cabinet. Mr. Churchill will let him stay in Southeast Asia to fight the rebellion. The cabinet can add a new member. What good candidates do you have? Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin said cautiously. Now that the two sides have torn their faces, Stanley will naturally not be polite. Now that Mr. Churchill was kicked out of the cabinet, he would never dare to make trouble. He has already crossed the line, and punishment is inevitable. Political struggles are rarely fought to the end. Everyone's buttocks are not clean. Once the lid is lifted, everyone will not feel better. Of course, after suffering this loss, Prime Minister Stanley will definitely want to retaliate. Even Churchill's supporters in the party cannot say anything on this issue. Your Excellency Prime Minister, how about bringing Liberal Regina McKenna into the cabinet? At this time, we need to draw allies together to share the pressure, Foreign Secretary Attlee suggested. Note, Regina McKenna, Liberal, former Chancellor of the Exchequer. Will he agree? You must know that we have attracted him before, but he rejected it. It is not easy to win him at this time. Prime Minister Stanley shook his head and said, if you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Fighting Terrorists. Your Majesty, since this month, our garrison in the Persian region has been attacked by 8 terrorist attacks, and now the local garrison has been under military control. That area. According to the investigation, these terrorists are all remnants of the Pahlavi dynasty, and their base camp is within the sphere of influence of the British. Now their main force is still fighting with the British, and only a small group of them are attacking us. Their main purpose is to create chaos, attract our attention, and prepare for an armed uprising. Said Chief of the General Staff Christoph. Our garrison in Persia. Terrorist attack? Ferdinand said in disbelief. Yes, Your Majesty. Christoph replied affirmatively. After a pause, Ferdinand calmed down and asked, what plans does the military have to deal with this crisis? The Middle East military region plans to adopt a joint system in the local area to allow local people to supervise each other. Once a stranger enters, all those who do not report to the local garrison will sit together. Those that did not cause bad effects were all exiled to the African continent, and those that had already caused bad effects were sent to mines for mining. Christoph replied, not enough. This alone can't solve the problem. The biggest problem in this situation is people's hearts. At this time, we need to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys. Send all the local people in the place where the accident happened, young and strong to the mine, and all the old and the weak exiled to the African continent, as an example. Said Ferdinand sternly. Your Majesty, this is no longer needed, there is no one there, Christoph said after thinking for a while. Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. The meaning of this sentence seemed to have multiple meanings, but he did not intend to go into it. It is nothing more than that the colonial garrison method may be a little harsh, but in this era, can it be not cruel? Not cruel. What colonies are you robbing? If it is not cruel, Bulgaria is still lingering on the Balkans, living a precarious life. This is caused by the times. The so-called imperialist hegemony war, for Bulgaria, is only a struggle for living space, and there is no possibility of concessions on this issue. Well, let's do it like this. Find a way to send all the boarders away first, and the Foreign Office sent a note to the British to protest the sabotage of their Persian colonial government. Because of their inaction, they have caused us so much loss. Let them give an official answer. When will they be able to solve the security problem in the Persian region? If they can't do it, we can do it for us. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, on the battlefield of Afghanistan and the defeat in Southeast Asia, the British suffered defeats. At this time, he did not use this opportunity to stimulate the British. Is this still his style of Ferdinand? In fact, The last thing Ferdinand wants is for the United Kingdom to directly use all its strength to push down Central Asia and Southeast Asia in one wave. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any resistance is futile. Neither the Afghans nor the colonial insurgents in Southeast Asia can be the opponents of the British. The main reason why they can gain the upper hand now is the internal problems of the United Kingdom, and they cannot do their best to pacify the chaos. The fueling tactics like now are what Ferdinand wants to see the most. Using the rebels to consume the British heritage little by little, it also hit the British prestige. A British Empire that cannot even solve the colonial rebellion immediately, is it worth everyone's fear? In the short term, everyone is afraid to do anything, and as time goes by, everyone's courage will become bigger and bigger. It is estimated that few people dare to do this directly with the British, but it is always possible to do some small tricks behind the scenes. The Bulgarian Navy needs to be updated. Does the British Navy not need to be updated? Obviously this is impossible. When the Navy is about to change its clothes, the London government has consumed a lot of funds in the war. The financial pressure of the government can be imagined. To know the debt owed by the London government in the First World War, still haven't paid off. At this time, the old debts have not been repaid, and new debts have been added. This government does not matter. What about the next one? The next one? The money always has to be paid back. The British government dares to rely on other people's accounts, but it absolutely does not dare to rely on the accounts of the British consortium. This is their parents. Once the economic crisis breaks out, these contradictions will be stimulated and infinitely amplified. If the capital chain breaks one day, then there will be a good show. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not good to protest now. The British have suffered great defeats one after another. If we go to stimulate them at this time, it is easy to be hostile to them. Medvedev thought for a while and said, well, then wait a few days before sending them a note. In short, we need to urge the UK to take action quickly. When necessary, our army can fight cross-border terrorist organizations. Ferdinand said cautiously, in this era, people still don't know how powerful terrorists are. Due to the backwardness of technology, terrorists can't make weapons of mass destruction, and they don't have professional training. Terrorist organizations are nothing to worry about without the support of international forces. On the contrary, once the support of international forces is obtained, the combat effectiveness of terrorist organizations will explode in an instant. If it weren't for the great troubles in the future, Ferdinand couldn't help but support terrorist organizations and go to sabotage the British. Since the terrorist organizations cannot be controlled, they can only be eliminated, especially the anti-guarantee terrorist organizations, which must be completely eliminated. Fortunately, transportation was inconvenient in this era. These remnants of the Pahlavi dynasty were only doing damage in the Persian region. If they went to Sofia to make terrorist attacks, then Ferdinand would be in big trouble. Your Majesty, this cross-border fight against terrorists is probably not necessary. There are still more than 100,000 troops in the hands of the remnants of the Pahlavi dynasty, and they are not small terrorists at all. Moreover, the hatred between them and the British has also settled, and there is no room for easing. If we send troops to attack them, we will undoubtedly reduce the pressure on the British, which is inconsistent with our established national policy. If it wasn't for the fact that we also occupied Tehran, we actually secretly provided them with some help and let them fight the British to the death, which would be a good idea. Christoph explained, well, this issue is still handled by your military, and now your task is to find a way to settle the Persian region in the shortest possible time. Special time, special treatment. I don't care what method or means you use, I just want a stable Persia. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, this is a blatant implication, and it is entirely encouraging the military to use extraordinary measures. After all, the 10-year plan is still in progress, and Bulgaria still needs a lot of coolies. Over the past few years, more than 100,000 colonial laborers have paid the price of their lives. Under the pile of flesh and blood, Bulgaria's 10-year plan can be carried out in an orderly manner. After more than 3 million free labor was invested in the project, it not only greatly reduced labor costs, but also ensured that the project could be completed on time. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we know what to do next, and we will never disappoint you, Christoph assured Ferdinand. Well, let's do it. If there are no other problems, today's meeting is over, Ferdinand said calmly. Chapter 541, Film Festival. Toms, guess who will win this time? Jeff, you idiot. How do I know? Whoever wins the award won't be you or me. This is the first film festival, who knows what the evaluation criteria are? Said Thomas angrily. As newcomers to the film industry, Thomas and Jeff are curious about all this. The two of them have made movies, but like most movies, they are 3-day trips to the theater. Since the establishment of the Film Academy, the Bulgarian film industry has embarked on a fast track of development. In just a few years, the industry has tripled in size. There are hundreds of thousands of employees, and more than 300 films are produced from here every year, creating billions of leva at the box office. Well, this is boasted by the film industry. In 1926, the total national box office of Bulgarian movies was only 760 million leva. The box office of this billion leva should be the sum of the box office of all the movies in the world. The domestic box office data can still be checked, and the foreign box office data. Developed countries such as Britain and France can also get a rough figure. Other regions are all pirated versions. Who knows how much their box office is? Anyway, Bulgaria is now the largest film producer in the world, and the market share does not exist. There is no such statement in this era, except for Europe and the United States. Filmmakers in other regions are struggling to survive. Cinemas in most regions rely on pirated movies to support themselves. In order to sell the film as much as possible, Bulgarian film companies only charge 1 lev for the licensing fee in many regions, and as a result, people don't even bother to pay this lev. The only data that can be counted is the number of films. 60 to 70% of the films played in cinemas around the world are filmed in Bulgaria. In Europe and the United States, in areas with good economic development in various countries, film companies can also cooperate with local people to sell some copyright fees, and there is no need to think about stratification. That is impossible. In this era, votes are counted manually, and every movie theater distribution company has to send people to stand guard. Otherwise, the movie theater is full of people, and it should not be surprising that there will be zero box office in the end. The integrity of the capitalists is only so high. If it weren't for Ferdinand's support of the film industry, the cinema chain under the Royal Consortium would not have stolen the box office, and the number of film companies in Bulgaria would have been reduced by 9 floors. After many attempts, the film companies have learned to be smart. The domestic film box office is tiered, and the foreign film directly sells the film to the theater chain. Bulgaria has naturally become the world's largest movie ticket real estate, and Britain and France also have this potential, because the greed of the capitalists destroys all this. This is also the limitation of the times. During this period, the profit of the film is only the box office, and the surrounding of the film has not been developed at all, and there is no need to launder money through the film. In this period, the most popular are the big studios. Anyway, the audience is not picky. As long as they are not too high-flying movies, they can make money. Independent filmmakers, small studios, it's hard for them to survive. Before the promulgation of the anti-monopoly law, cinema chains were basically self-produced and sold, and these independent films had no place to put them. Ferdinand's theater chain can be said to be the first in the world to implement the separation of production and broadcasting, and it is now the largest theater chain in the world. Except for Bulgaria, European and American countries are still accustomed to the big studio model. These theaters usually only broadcast their own films, and only buy them when the films are insufficient. And when buying movies, everyone is still used to buying some successful movies, so that you can make a steady profit without losing money. Basically, movies that sell well in Bulgaria will not hit the streets in Europe. Quite a bit of the taste of Hollywood in later generations, and it has become the vein of the world's movies. In this context, independent filmmakers couldn't make it in China, and they were unwilling to take the dead salary. so they moved to Bulgaria one after another. This is the source of power for the rapid development of the Bulgarian film industry. With the participation of filmmakers from all over the world, there are so many film companies in Rose City. Rose City is the rose industry base in Bulgaria. There are large rose gardens. The scenery here has always been the favorite of Bulgarians. Perhaps it was this kind of love that made them join the Sea of Roses involuntarily when filming the movie. Well, it's all fake. The real reason is to advertise the rose industry in Bulgaria, as the boss behind the scenes, Ferdinand himself. How could the people below be so unwilling? Anyway, as long as the rose garden appears in the movie, you can get certain preferential treatment when you arrange the movie in the theater. Although this privilege is very limited, it also makes filmmakers flock to it, and it appears in almost all movies. The Rose City film and television base has naturally become the largest film and television base in the world. Ferdinand has invested hundreds of millions of leva here and has the most complete infrastructure in this era. Moreover, the facilities are still open to the public for free, and the film and television base is profitable through hotels, shopping malls, and rental equipment and props. These are all claims on the bright side. The real profit point is not on the bright side. All the movie props are Bulgarian brands. In the process of filming many movies, these brands have already entered the movie, and then appeared on the big screen to promote these brands for free. Due to the limitations of the times, everyone has not discovered the potential advertising value of this movie, or some smart people have discovered this problem, but they do not know how high the advertising value of the movie is, so they choose to remain silent. The value of these advertisements is what motivates Ferdinand to promote Bulgarian films overseas without making any money. After all, the advertising value of pirated movies and genuine movies exists. Under the influence of movies, when buying these industrial products, people will naturally tend to familiar brands. Especially in economically backward areas, people will subconsciously think that these products appearing in movies are the best products in the world. After a long bombardment of advertisements, the whole world now knows that the Balkans are God's back garden, and the roses here are the best in the world. Naturally, the rose essential oil, rose perfume, rose wine, and rose beverage produced here are the best rose derivatives in the world. No one. With the promotion of Bulgarian films around the world, Ferdinand has also become the world's largest brand king, and many of his industrial products have established brand values. Perhaps in a short period of time, the benefits brought by these brand values are still very limited, but in the future, with the increase of social wealth and the improvement of people's lives, the value brought by these brands will be immeasurable. At least in Europe, Ferdinand has reaped the benefits of a wave of brand bonuses, and when price and performance are comparable, famous brands are always more popular. What makes Ferdinand laugh or cry is that data show that for every 1-point increase in the economy of countries such as Britain and France, the sales of these household appliances will increase by 2 to 3 points. If Ferdinand wanted to keep the economies of European countries moving forward out of personal interests, he finally understood why some people in later generations would say that the economies of Europe and the United States were tied together after World War I. It is still uncertain how tightly the world economy is tied, but Ferdinand's industry has been tied to the economies of European countries. Once the economic crisis breaks out, he will suffer heavy losses. It is no wonder that the big capitalists finally went to play finance. In terms of anti-riskability, as long as they do not die in the financial market, they are almost guaranteed to make no losses. It is different in the real economy. Once the economic crisis breaks out, no one can survive alone. If the response measures are effective, there will be heavy losses. If the response is not timely, it will directly go bankrupt. If Ferdinand was just a simple capitalist, it is estimated that he would also engage in finance, control several banks, establish several securities companies, and directly shear the wool in the stock market, which is safe and profitable. With the rapid development of the Bulgarian film industry, in September 1926 the Bulgarian Film Association applied to the Ministry of Culture to establish the Bulgarian Film Festival, the Rose Film Festival. After the approval, the Film Association began to prepare, and in 1927 it was the first film festival in Bulgaria and the first film festival in the world. 4 years earlier than the earliest Venice Film Festival in history. In order to ensure the authority of the film festival, the Bulgarian official decisively chose to avoid it and handed over the reporting right of the film festival to the Bulgarian Film Association. The film festival, which is a new product, has almost no response from the outside world except within the industry. The first appearance of the Rose Film Festival can be said to be very shabby. There was no red carpet, no luxurious stage, and no publicity. It started quietly and silently in a large auditorium in the Rose Film and Television Base. Victor Billy, the president of the Film Association, personally served as the host. The film festival opened. First, he reviewed the development of world films, and then turned to the history of Bulgarian film development. It took more than an hour to enter the core link. In the first Rose Film Festival, the film series The Road to the Rise of Bulgaria won the Best Film Award. Now the producer is invited to come to the stage to accept the award. The host's voice sounded. He saw that the producer sent a representative, went to the front desk and took a certificate from the host, and then walked down neatly, and then the host continued to award the second award until the end of the award, which was of no use. To 10 minutes. No trophies, no presenters, no acceptance speeches, not even a short list of films. This is the first film festival in Bulgaria. There are not as many awards as later generations, only 5 awards: Best Director Award, Best Actor Award, Best Screenplay Award, Best Cinematography Award, and Best Film Award. Taking into account the independent personality of young literary and artistic people in this era, Ferdinand did not interfere, nor did he directly come up with the film festival model of later generations, and completely left it to the people in the film industry to toss. Shabby is shabby, simple is simple. Anyway, this is the first film festival in the world. Everything is moving forward in the process of exploration. The film festival model of the previous life may not be suitable for Bulgaria now. Looking at this awkward film festival, Ferdinand wondered if his butterfly effect was too strong, and even the film festival was so neatly organized. Is there a film festival in the world that only takes a few minutes to end the awards ceremony? It is estimated that such a little time is not enough for a star to walk the red carpet. The Rose Film Festival awards ceremony ended so quickly, and then the reception began. Ferdinand really doubted whether they ended the awards ceremony in the shortest time in order to start the reception in advance. His suspicions are not unfounded. It is estimated that many people are aware of how alcoholic the Russians are. The huge group of Russian immigrants in Bulgaria directly brought this feature into Bulgaria. This can be seen from the rapidly growing annual consumption of alcohol in Bulgaria, the world's second largest consumer of alcohol, more than the sum of the consumption of alcohol in Britain and France. The film festival is simple and fast. Anyway, this is the first time, and everyone has no experience. Any situation is acceptable. What surprised Ferdinand the most was that the winner of the Best Picture award was actually the series Road to the Rise of Bulgaria, which directly regarded the series as a movie. Of course, this is nothing, and it is acceptable to directly treat the series as a one-step movie. The problem is that this movie is a complete commercial movie. At the same time, it is also a commercial film that sings praises to Ferdinand, and it is also the highest-grossing film in the world. The top 5 films that have been filmed so far have swept the top 5 of the box office charts. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for such a commercial film with no artistic cells to be recognized by everyone, let alone an award. Soon, Ferdinand figured out why Road to the Rise of Bulgaria won the award, and all the judges of the film festival are Bulgarians. A film that can arouse their patriotic feelings is a problem if they don't win. Compared with art, patriotism is more important. Perhaps this is also the key to the success of the film. Although this film uses a little exaggeration, it also reflects the social changes in Bulgaria. From the original War of Independence, the Bulgarian people expelled the Ottomans in an armed uprising for the country's national independence. Then came the Battle of Self-Defense. The Bulgarian military and civilians resisted the Serb invasion and defended the integrity of the country's territory. And the third self-defense counterattack, the Bulgarian army broke out and the Bulgarian army won a complete victory. Since this battle, Ferdinand has stepped on the stage of history, and Bulgaria has also embarked on the road of opening. The Fourth Balkan Wars, Bulgaria's first counterattack, defeated the Ottoman Empire, and laid the foundation of Bulgaria's great power. The Fifth Battle of Constantinople is a simple war film, reflecting the tenacious fighting of the Bulgarian army, the active participation of the Balkan people, and finally the defeat of the Ottoman Empire. These 5 films are full of strong political connotations, and the Bulgarian propaganda department is also one of the investors, otherwise the film would not have been approved at all. After all, the cost of a single film exceeded 20 million leva, and the highest box office record for a Bulgarian film at that time was less than 30 million leva. And it was at a loss from the beginning. It's just that an accident happened later, and the box office of the movie was somewhat unexpected. The first time I came into contact with such a war blockbuster, the audience's love was extraordinary. The First War of Independence made a box office of hundreds of millions of leva in China. Although it took 2 years to hang in the theater to break the 100 million yuan, it also successfully recovered the cost. At present, commercial films in Bulgaria are usually 50 to 50 points from the producer and the theater, provided that the producer distributes it himself, otherwise the distribution company will take 20% to 25%. It's not that the distribution company is black, but the distribution cost of movies in this era is indeed high. Whether it is film copy or film promotion, the distribution company is responsible. The most troublesome thing is to supervise the movie theaters to prevent them from stealing the box office, and these costs add up to a lot. In addition, there is a more risky method, which is to directly contract the movie theater and put your movie on a fixed period of time, and all the risks are borne by the producer. This mode is the favorite mode of the theater chain, but it is the most hated by the producers. It is only suitable for big directors to play. If you play like this in ordinary movies, you will definitely lose your life. In a normal movie release, only less than 30% of the money that the producer can actually get in the end, and taxes are paid, so the box office over 100 million is actually just a break-even, a small profit. Films with such political themes have always been the most boycotted by filmmakers. Ferdinand estimated that Road to the Rise of Bulgaria won the Rose Film Festival this time, and it must have been criticized by filmmakers in the world. But this doesn't seem to have any effect. The world's first film festival can cause controversy. It is also a good thing. The worst thing is that there is no attention. https genius for a second to remember the address of this site : mobile version reading website. Chapter 542, The Situation Expands. Facts have proved that Ferdinand guessed wrong, and the Rose Film Festival did not attract a lot of scolding. The filmmakers of this era are not as qualified to play as art. In this era when big studios are rampant, the box office is everything. In the eyes of capitalists, a movie with a high box office is a good movie, so as the champion of the world movie box office list, The Road to the Rise of Bulgaria is the best movie in the world. You must know that this legendary film has not been drawn from the cinemas since the first one was born 5 years ago and has continued until now. Whenever there is a shortage of movies in the theater, he will be taken out of the tank, and every time a sequel is born, it will bring the old movie back to life again, and many people will go to it again. Such a movie with lasting vitality is simply the favorite of capitalists. The boss thinks it's a good movie, how can the people below dare to talk nonsense? With the explosion of this war blockbuster, it is natural to follow the example. For example, the French film Napoleon the Great broke the box office record in France and can be a mess in other countries. No way, who made the legend of Napoleon based on the failure of European countries and the premise of being a background wall. French people like this movie. People in other countries are different. They are really not happy to see their own country being spanked. In order to meet the hobbies of the French people, we also added a love story for the first time. The movie story is full, but unfortunately European people can't understand what French romance is. The British filmed British Empire, and they fell to the ground from the beginning. There are too many factors for the rise of the British Empire. The film combines these factors and the artistry is out. Naturally, the box office cannot be counted on. In the era of blockbusters, there is no need to think about it. Due to the market capacity, this era is not suitable for the survival of blockbusters. If it weren't for selling with feelings, The Road to the Rise of Bulgaria is also a popcorn movie. From the box office situation around the world, it can be seen that the real thing is the domestic market. When Ferdinand was worried about the film industry, the Far East changed again. On December 27, 1926, a tax resistance movement broke out in Myanmar, and on the 29th, a strike movement was launched in Yangon. Due to the mishandling of the British colonial government, on February 6, 1927, the Burmese Rural Nationalist Association revolted. This uprising really had nothing to do with Mr. Churchill. It was mainly caused by the greed of colonial government officials who levied a war tax on peasants on the grounds of suppressing the Malaysian rebellion. Originally, the war funds shared by the Burmese colonies were not much, and most of them were offset by the military. It was a mere £300,000, and the colonial government could fully afford it when the supplies were more than half of it. But the greedy colonial officials took advantage of the opportunity to accumulate wealth. And when it reached the bottom of the people, it became an unbearable astronomical figure, which finally triggered the uprising. This is the internal cause, and the uprising of various ethnic groups in Southeast Asia against colonial rule has also affected the Burmese region, and the idea of nationalism has spread. It just so happened that the British colonial government stimulated their fragile nerves again, and in a fit of anger, they rose up, and the war officially burned to the Indochina Peninsula. Soon the uprising spread like a virus. On March 1, 1927, a coal workers' uprising broke out in Vietnam. On March 4, a peasant uprising broke out. In 1926, the total investment of the French in Vietnam was as high as 2.86 billion francs. Note, this is the franc after devaluation, and the currency value is 158 francs equals 1 pound. The annual output of coal in Vietnam exceeds 2 million tons, of which 2/3 are exported. In order to increase coal production, capitalists have set production quotas for workers. Excessive completion will be rewarded, and wages will be deducted if they are not completed. Obviously, such an advanced management system is not suitable for Vietnam. Perhaps the standards set by capitalists are too high. Or maybe the workers don't trust the French. Anyway, the final production task is not completed. In the end, the coal workers were deducted from their wages. Their income was very limited, and all of this money was used to support their families. This deduction happened with the instigation of the revolutionaries. They rose up. The peasant uprising was related to the expansion of rubber plantations by the French in Vietnam. After the World War, the automobile industry developed rapidly, so the demand for rubber was also increasing day by day. In this context, investing in rubber plantations is naturally a good choice. The rubber plantations in Vietnam expanded from more than 20,000 hectares in 1920 to 138,000 hectares in 1927. The establishment of these plantations is based on the premise of seizing farmers' arable land. Without land, these people have no livelihood. Rubber plantations do not need so many people, and Vietnam's industry has not developed. Originally, the land in Vietnam was fertile, and farmers only needed to sow a little seed to get a bumper harvest, so even if the French seized part of the arable land at the beginning, they could accept it. However, this kind of concession cannot be unlimited. With the continuous expansion of the plantation area, Vietnamese farmers are slowly retreating. In the new round of plantation expansion, Vietnamese farmers who have been forced to follow the rebellion. Yes, it is lively now. Anti-colonial uprisings broke out from the Southeast Asia region to the Indochina Peninsula, and the two largest colonial countries in the world were involved. After the World War, another wave of anti-colonialism emerged, and revolutionary parties all over the world were excited. The poor performance of Britain and France in fighting this rebellion gave them hope of success. At this time, everyone knew the seriousness of the consequences. The British cabinet issued an ultimatum to Churchill, asking him to suppress the Southeast Asian rebellion within a year, otherwise prepare to go to a military court. Under such circumstances, Mr. Churchill resolutely joined hands with the Dutch to launch an offensive in the Southeast Asian region, and the Revolutionary Party that fought for a while was losing ground. On the other hand, the situation in Myanmar was gradually deteriorating, and the London government had to reinforce Southeast Asia again. Under pressure, the Stanley cabinet once again deployed 6 infantry divisions from China, and 1 infantry division from each of the 3 North American countries, plus 2 Australian divisions, 1 New Zealand division, and 1 Canadian division to form new reinforcements. This is the best news I have received this year, Ferdinand said unabashedly. Now that the British have been riding a tiger, this time they will not only suppress the rebellion in Southeast Asia, but also re-establish their local prestige. Therefore, the political means that the British are best at can no longer be used. Now their colonial rule in Southeast Asia has been shaken by this rebellion. They have no other choice than to kill a river of blood. They can't let these rebels continue to help them rule the place, right? The British can't do such a thing of raising tigers. You must know that once people know that there is no price to pay for rebellion, then the British Empire will really never have peace. The role of the co-effect is powerful, and it is impossible for the British to not know, so they are in great trouble this time, and it is impossible to survive this crisis without paying a certain price. Your Majesty, looking at the actions of the British, I am afraid that they will be replaced soon. Mr. Churchill is no longer trusted by the London government. At this time, Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin is probably not in the mood to crack down on competitors. After being dragged on by Mr. Churchill for so long, the situation of the British Empire in Southeast Asia was completely out of control. If this rebellion is not quelled, I am afraid that the British will lose their Southeast Asian colonies forever. This consequence is not something they can bear. Analysis by Foreign Minister Medvedev. Well, it's inevitable. It's not easy for this Southeast Asian colonial rebellion to hold the British for so long. Even if we push and let the Japanese stand up to support the rebels, it is impossible to make up for the gap in strength between the two sides. The heritage of the British Empire is really too thick. Instead, it was the Kingdom of the Netherlands that was affected by Chu this time, and it was really badly damaged. After this rebellion is over, it will take at least 10 years for the Dutch to recover. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, it's not only the Dutch, but the French are also miserable this time, because the French have changed their cabinets twice because of the rebellion on Luzon Island. Now that something has happened in Vietnam, they don't know what kind of infighting will happen. Kang Standen said with emotion at this time, the infighting of the French was not in the interests of Bulgaria. After all, on the issue of causing trouble to the British, Bulgaria and France were still allies. Once the infighting of the French government escalates, they will not be able to continue to cause trouble for the British, and Bulgaria alone will stumble the British, and this pressure will be greatly increased. Indeed, the French are still quite strong, and there is no problem at all in suppressing these rebellions. The biggest trouble is their internal struggle. In fact, the main reason why Luzon Island has not been pacified for a long time is that their government is unstable and cannot concentrate its efforts to suppress the rebellion. As long as the French government is stabilized, this rebellion will soon be extinguished. Medvedev said with a frown. It's not up to us to ask this question now. What Bulgaria should do at this time is to hide itself. We have already intervened too much in this Southeast Asian issue, and now we should erase all our involvement before the British react to it. Said Ferdinand cautiously. The rebellion in Southeast Asia is spreading so fast, and it is not only the Japanese government that is secretly contributing. They are not that strong, especially after their influence in Southeast Asia was swept away by the British. Volunteers sent by Japan's military must enter Southeast Asian countries without cooperation. There is no doubt that there is Bulgarian writing in it, but it is all tacitly helping. https genius for a second to remember the address of this site, mobile version reading website, m.dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 543,
The chaotic world. One wave island not flat, another wave is rising. In March 1927, the civil war in Nicaragua broke out, which brought another fire to the chaotic world, and the Americas were not able to avoid the disaster of this war. Nicaragua, a small Central American country, does not have much presence in the world, but it does not mean that this country is not important. Although the area is small, Nicaragua has a lot of resources. He is one of the most important gold producers in the world, and is also rich in silver, copper, lead, zinc, oil and other minerals. The most important thing is the geographical location. Nicaragua is bordered by Honduras to the north, Costa Rica to the south, the Caribbean Sea to the east, and the Pacific Ocean to the west. The Panama Canal is right at their doorstep, just 200 or 300 nautical miles, in such a short distance. Accidents in Nicaragua can easily affect the safety of the Panama Canal. This is obviously intolerable to Britain and France. After the collapse of the United States, Britain and France took over the Panama Canal. Now that there is a civil war in Nicaragua, they must intervene. Just think that the Grand Canal of Nicaragua was already under construction before crossing, and Ferdinand knew the importance of the area. Your Majesty, the civil war in Nicaragua broke out. I'm afraid the British will intervene soon. Maybe the British will eat them in one bite this time, Prime Minister Constantine said worriedly. Now the strength of the British Empire is already very strong. If they continue to be strong, then the life of Bulgaria will not be easy. Well, beyond the reach of the whip, we don't reach Central America yet, and once the British take action, there's nothing we can do about it. Now the only people who can cause trouble for the British are the French, but I don't think the French government in chaos can do anything. Said Ferdinand, nodding his head. Your Majesty, perhaps we can let the 3 North American countries take action. Although they are also members of the British Commonwealth, they are not equal to the British Empire. Rather than enhancing the overall strength of the British Empire, it is better to increase the strength of one of the countries. If the 3 North American countries continue to become stronger, there will inevitably be conflicts with the British mainland, and the future situation will be uncertain. Proposed Foreign Minister Medvedev. Ferdinand was hesitant, and the strength of the 3 North American countries was also very good, but they had to be united together. After being separated, their strength was very general. Can Bulgaria allow the 3 countries to merge? Obviously this does not exist. Once the North American countries start a wave of mergers, then a new United States may appear again. This is not something Bulgaria can tolerate. Similarly, Medvedev's proposal also made Ferdinand's heart move very much, and he could create a hidden danger within the British Empire and defeat the British Empire through political means. Well, this method is put on hold for the time being. After independence, the 13 kingdoms of North America are full of contradictions, and most of the kingdoms have very serious hidden dangers inside. The domestic political parties fought endlessly, and the neighboring countries also exhausted the incense between each other because of their interests. Except for the throne designated by the British, the thrones of other countries are still pending. Judging from the current situation, it is estimated that this situation will continue. These are all potential hidden dangers. As long as these problems are not completely resolved, their potential unification will not disappear for a day. The government must pay close attention to these issues, otherwise we are likely to have a new enemy after we get the British. Ferdinand thought for a while and said the main reason for so many unsettled thrones in North America is politics. The constitutional monarchy is the political system chosen by the League of Nations for them. But the problem is that before the division of the United States, it has always been a federal system, and many people have expressed resistance to this forced constitutional monarchy. A direct veto is definitely not acceptable. Their number cannot occupy an absolute majority, but it is still possible to take roundabout measures. For example, if more candidates are introduced, whoever has the most support will oppose whoever succeeds. Instead, support your competitors. In addition, European countries have also stepped in. Countries have different political demands, and the objects of support will definitely not be the same. Against this background,
No one can get the overwhelming majority of popular support. The throne is different from others. If the support of the people cannot be obtained, just the candidate with the highest approval rate will be the king, which cannot guarantee the stability of the kingdom. So the thrones of various countries have been pending. In Ferdinand's view, if he can't get more than 80% of the public support, the king has no value. After all, if you do well, you won't be rewarded, and you will even be criticized. If you do it badly, there will be a revolution. The revolutionary will of the American people cannot be doubted. Otherwise, it will not be delayed. Until now, the Bulgarian royal family has already achieved an advantage in 4 kingdoms, and even the support rate in 3 of them has exceeded half. Even so, Ferdinand still did not make any statement. It seems to the outside world that he is not optimistic about these 3 kingdoms. Otherwise, the Bulgarian royal family has won 3 crowns now. Only smart people know that this is a struggle for rights, and a king who does not have an absolute majority among the people is a rubber stamp. Obviously, this is not what Ferdinand wants. Even a constitutional monarchy cannot limit the power of the king at all, right? Before obtaining, dismiss the cabinet, dissolve the parliament, the king controls the army. These 3 basic rights, Ferdinand is impossible to compromise. To be an empty king, it is better to be an ordinary noble. A king who has been tainted by interest groups. Whoever likes to do it can do it. Anyway, Ferdinand can't give up his son. This is also the reason for the collective vacancy of the thrones of the various kings. These great nobles in Europe have all seen big scenes. How can they jump into such an obvious trap? Everyone is waiting for the other party to make concessions. Anyway, this matter is not in a hurry. Even if there is a hurry, the interest groups of these kingdoms are in a hurry. If the throne is hanging in the air, the kingdom will not be stable, and their interests will not be guaranteed. A king who can represent their interests is the king they want. If it is a king who represents other interests, will they still have a good life? No one is a fool. It's a question of initiative. If you get the support of an interest group, you will also be subject to that interest group. On the contrary, it is the interest groups who take the initiative to rely on it. Then everyone will be partners in the future, and no matter how bad the king is, he will have some rights and will not be completely controlled by others. London Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin was worried again. The outbreak of the civil war in Nicaragua was just one of them, and more troubles lay ahead. The Central American countries have long been secretly controlled by American capitalists. Now that the U.S. government is over, these countries have also gradually gotten rid of their control. Because the British Empire has always been busy, their existence was ignored before. The outbreak of the civil war in Nicaragua also gave neighboring countries an opportunity. The Central American countries are also just about to move. If the London government does not want to break the balance in Central America, it must make plans early. Intervening in the civil war in Nicaragua is only a trivial part of it. Sure enough, the heritage of the British Empire is not comparable to Bulgaria, a rising star. These places in Central America have never been the focus of Bulgaria's attention, and the collection of these intelligences has seriously lagged behind. On the other hand, the British did not put too much energy into it, but after so many years of development, there is no need for them to take the initiative to collect such intelligence, and some people will take the initiative to come and cooperate with them. Your Excellency Prime Minister, judging from the current situation, we must immediately send troops to Nicaragua to end this farce, otherwise the Central American melee will break out, Foreign Secretary Attlee said in embarrassment. Well, I also know about Mr. Attlee. The problem is that our troops are already very tight now. For the Central Asian battlefield and the Southeast Asian battlefield, we have already expanded our troops twice. At this time, in order to interfere in the civil war in Nicaragua, the British Empire could not draw enough troops, which is simply terrible. Stanley Baldwin said with a wry smile. Your Excellency, the civil war in Nicaragua has just broken out. Why don't we let the Royal Navy send a fleet to Central America to deter the countries, and then allocate a division of troops from all over the country to solve this farce? Minister of the Exchequer Chamberlain suggested. Well, it can only be like this now. Central America cannot be chaotic, especially at this time. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs warns governments of all countries that the British Empire will not allow any existence that disrupts the balance of Central America. Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin said fiercely. "Say, do you really think he's a pacifist, so he won't get angry?" As a politician, he could turn into a war madman at any time if the politics required it. God seems to have played a joke with the British. Before the warning from the London government could be issued, Honduras sent troops to intervene in the civil war in Nicaragua. Then Costa Rica clashed with Panama, and then Colombia also clashed with the Republic of Panama, and Central America became a mess. The Minister of Peacekeeping of the British Empire seems to have come a step too late. The war has already broken out, and it is not so simple to stop it at this time. Unless the Royal Navy can bring warships to land, their deterrence is a little bit worse. This is not the end. Without the suppression of the Americans, Mexico also began to wave. In the last wave of carve-up of the United States, the Mexicans, the vanguard of the coalition, did not get what they wanted, and the League of Nations did not support them in reclaiming the territory once taken by the Americans. Now that the U.S. is divided, the Mexican government is on the move again. With the deterioration of Mexico's domestic economic situation, it seems an inevitable choice to launch a foreign war to transfer domestic conflicts. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 544. Excavation of the Grand Canal. The chaos in Central America suddenly broke out. Not only did the British people get stunned, but even Ferdinand was bombed. Even if there was chaos, it would be impossible for so many countries to break out together as if they were going to a market. It is a pity that Bulgaria's intelligence network in the Americas is not perfect, and it is impossible to trace the black hand behind the scenes. Ferdinand can only guess it out of thin air. There are only a handful of countries or powers in the world that have this strength and the ability to stir up chaos in Central America. The first is the British, but they don't have to be hard on themselves. Even if there is any conspiracy, it can be carried out after they have ended the two wars. Unless it is an internal struggle, and the two sides have reached the point of life and death. In order to defeat political opponents, it is possible to do such a thing. In theory, this is impossible in the British Empire. Political parties are not so powerful, and most of them are concentrated in the country. Unless it is planned by a consortium, the probability of this is very small. Second, there is the U.S. Treasury. In other words, it is the American consortium. The U.S. government is finished, and these consortia have suffered heavy losses, but most of their core strength has been preserved. They have been operating in Central American countries for 180 years, and they have the strength to provoke this war. But the problem is, Ferdinand can't think of a reason why they would do this. After all, there is a price to pay for planning this turmoil. Even if Central America is in chaos, what benefits will they gain? Then there are the French. They also barely have the strength to plan a Central American war. In theory, in order to attack the British, they were motivated to plan this incident. It is a pity that although the motive exists, the timing is not right, and the messy problems of the French government have not been resolved. It is obviously not a wise move to provoke the British at this time. Another is the Spaniards, who don't have much sense of existence. Central America was originally their colony. Even though it has become independent, the Spanish influence in the local area is still not small. This is the only suspect excluded by Ferdinand. The reason is very simple. The Spaniards have no way to turn this influence into action. In the end, it was planned by people within the Central American countries. They all have suspicions about it, whether it is infighting to seize power or expanding territory. For the rest of the countries and forces, you don't need to think about it. You don't need to worry about your motives. You can understand it just by looking at your strength. If you want to do it, you can't do it. Your Majesty, in order to ease the financial pressure, the British raised the toll of the Suez Canal by 20%, and our transportation costs to the Indian Ocean has increased again. Prime Minister Constantine said through gritted teeth. Well, did the British raise tolls for all merchant ships? or just for us? Ferdinand asked with concern. If it is only against Bulgaria, it means that what they have done before has been exposed, and the London government has used this method to warn Bulgaria to stay calm. All merchant ships, but British merchant ships will receive tax rebate subsidies from the government afterwards. In fact, they are only aimed at countries along the Mediterranean coast, and we have suffered the most. Constantine said angrily. Sure enough, it was the British Empire. This was a warning from Bulgaria, France, and Austria-Hungary, and it forced the three countries to bow to them. From the perspective of transportation, Bulgaria can get rid of the Suez Canal. In theory, Bulgarian industrial and commercial products can be transported through the Baghdad Railway, and then directly from the Persian Gulf into the Indian Ocean. Obviously this only exists in theory. The cost of rail transportation is not low. In the 20th century, the cheapest mode of transportation was sea transportation. If the transportation is carried out by land, the transportation cost will increase by at least 20 to 30% compared with the current one. Obviously, this is not acceptable to Bulgaria. The toll of the Suez Canal has always been an important expense in the cost of maritime transportation in Bulgaria. The toll has been increased by 20%, which means that the transportation cost will increase by 7 or 8%. Industrial products, net profit should drop by 2 or 3 percentage points. Most of the manufacturing industry is not a profiteering industry. Now the British are cutting such a knife, which is simply challenging the bottom line of Bulgaria. Compromise? On this issue, France may be able to compromise. Their main economy is the financial industry, so the export of processing and manufacturing accounts for a small proportion of the economy. Austria-Hungary could also compromise. Their sea transportation is underdeveloped, and most of the overseas transportation is done through international shipping companies. For example, British Shipping Company and Bulgarian Shipping Company are their main employees. Only Bulgaria has no way to make concessions on this issue. With such a card from the British, Bulgarians have to pay at least hundreds of millions of levs in tolls every year. This is also a big blow to domestic industry and commerce. If you endure this time, what will happen next time the British continue to increase tolls? What should I do? Cutting meat with a slow knife is the most ruthless. If you want to treat Bulgaria's industry and commerce as a pig, this is killing Ferdinand. As the world's largest capitalist, and also the world's largest factory owner, this simply hit Ferdinand's lifeline. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs sends a stern note to the London government to see what the London government is trying to play. At the same time, the government immediately started the exploration of the Gulf of Aqaba Canal. And we can't be stuck in the neck by the British all the time, said Ferdinand sternly. If it weren't for political factors, Israel in later generations would have dug the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba long ago. From a geographical point of view, the Gulf of Aqaba and the Suez Canal are comparable, but the distance from the canal to be dug from the Gulf of Aqaba will increase by 180 kilometers. As for the technical problem, it doesn't exist at all. It's just that there is an additional lake in the Suez Canal, which reduces the construction difficulty. This problem is not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, when the Suez Canal was excavated in the last century, it could only be carried on the shoulders manually. Now that excavators and cars are born, the technical difficulty has been greatly reduced. In fact, as early as after the end of World War I, Bulgaria had plans to excavate the Gulf of Aqaba Canal, but it was never started because of its relationship with the British. Now that the British have quietly raised tolls, it is no wonder that Ferdinand was digging the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba to grab business with them. Even in a hurry, Bulgaria still directly exempts tolls. Anyway, the most navigable on this route is the Bulgarian merchant ship, and it will not lose money. Your Majesty, there is no technical problem. The design plan for the Gulf of Aqaba Canal has been piled up in our Ministry of Communications for several years, but what about the political impact? If the British knew that we were digging the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba, would they come out to do damage, or even ban our ships from passing through the Suez Canal? Said Transport Minister Bashir hesitantly. It depends on whether the British have made up their minds now to fight us, Ferdinand said with a sneer. Everyone's faces changed greatly. and they recovered immediately. The British are very busy now, and if they want to turn against Bulgaria, at least they have to wait until they are done. First there was the war quagmire in Afghanistan, then there was an even bigger quagmire in Southeast Asia, and now the chaos in Central America has drawn the British Empire into it. At this time, do they still have enough troops available? Obviously it doesn't exist. If there is not enough army, a war with Bulgaria will break out. The Royal Navy can't be without the shore. A lose-lose war is definitely not what the London government wants. No matter how powerful John Bull's diplomacy was, Ferdinand wasn't afraid now. Unlike the Germans, Bulgaria is not sandwiched by several major powers, so there are more articles that can be done. For example, no matter what kind of benefits the French give them, it is impossible for them to spend millions of troops and go to the Near East and fight to the death with Bulgaria. Even if the French government is crazy, the French people will kill them immediately. This irrelevant interest is completely because they don't want to sacrifice their lives. As for the Germans, if the British dare to arm Germany, then the French will become Bulgaria's natural allies. Franco-German hatred is not so easy to solve. Besides, there are so many kingdoms inside Germany who would want to watch the central government get bigger and give them away to the Republic. You can't expect the German central government to kill these kingdoms in one go, then push them from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and then fight to the death with Bulgaria, right? It is estimated that they have only started to act, and they will face the joint strike of the three countries of Balkan. In addition, can the British in continental Europe find teammates worthy of Ferdinand's attention? Obviously this doesn't exist. Among the remaining European powers, Italy is really abolished, and the Spanish kingdom is weak, and they are not qualified to be teammates for the British. The pro-protectionist faction in the Austro-Hungarian Empire is much stronger than the pro-British faction, not to mention that there are still a lot of internal contradictions, ready to collapse as soon as the war begins. The last major European power, unfortunately still an ally of Bulgaria, and still busy fighting the civil war, is impossible to take the grain out of the fire for the British. Now that the two countries are at war, the big deal is that they are blocked by the British for 3 to 5 years, and then Bulgaria also starts an infinite submarine war to hunt British merchant ships in the Atlantic Ocean. As for the horse of the Suez Canal, it is estimated that the first day of the war will be ready to be paralyzed, and then the Bulgarian army will kill all the way to South Africa, all the way to India to defeat the British world hegemony. Then he was also counterattacked by the British, who suffered 5 labors and 7 injuries. The two sides were equivalent to perishing together, allowing other countries to rise. This is why Ferdinand tried his best to avoid directly fighting with the British. After all, when the war started, Japan, France, and Austria-Hungary might all be fishermen. They even acted as fishermen together, and at the last moment came a blow to defeat the British and the Bulgarian together. Your Majesty, perhaps we can pull the Mediterranean countries to dig the Aqaba Canal together, and take this opportunity to establish an alliance around the Mediterranean, excluding the British. Foreign Minister Medvedev proposed. Ferdinand's heart lit up. This was indeed a good idea. If he could pull France and Austria-Hungary to form a Mediterranean alliance, then the political structure of the world would change again. The hegemony of the British Empire will cease to exist, and it will even be possible to exclude the British from the problems of the European continent. This is very important for the future. The only trouble is the issue of dominance. Neither the French nor Bulgaria can easily let go. If this problem is not handled properly, then this alliance will be full of contradictions in the future, and such an alliance will lose its original function. Well, this proposal is very good. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can get in touch with France and Austria-Hungary. If we can negotiate, it will be very beneficial to our future development. Ferdinand hesitated for a while, but finally decided to give it a try. History told him that the final winner was not only the strongest, but also the one with the most allies. The lessons of the Germans made Ferdinand remember one: never stand in an isolated position, unless you are strong enough to fight against the world. Your Majesty, why don't you bring in the Russians? If the Russians also join the alliance, their influence will become even greater. Prime Minister Konstantin asked suspiciously. Having Russians join this alliance can indeed strengthen our influence, but what about the Russian-Austrian conflict? Although this contradiction has been temporarily suppressed, it will definitely break out one day in the future. At that time, we will face the same predicament as the Germans. Who will we choose to support? If so, why not let this tragedy happen in the first place? What is being established now is the Circum-Mediterranean Alliance, and the Russians are not a Mediterranean country. We did not invite them to join us, and we said it in the past. This will not affect our alliance with the Russians. In the future, the Russian Civil War will end, and the Russian-Austrian conflict will break out. We still have room for maneuver, and we will not choose between the two sides. Explained Ferdinand. Ferdinand's meaning is very clear. The alliance between Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary is limited to the interests of the Mediterranean, and the alliance with the Russians is also limited to the common economic interests of both sides. In the future, conflicts between Russia and Austria will break out due to problems in the European continent. Bulgaria can still mediate. https Genius for a second to remember the address of this site, mobile version reading website, m.dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 545, Influence. London. The Bulgarians have come to protest. Don't pay attention to them. The canal company is a purely commercial operation, and it is our freedom to raise prices or not. Stanley Baldwin said differently. But Your Excellency Prime Minister, it is said that the Bulgarians are preparing to dig the Akaba Canal. If the purpose of the Bulgarians is achieved, then our Suez Canal will lose a lot of money. Chancellor of the Exchequer Chamberlain said in distress. Originally, in addition to making up for the financial shortfall, the most important reason for the Suez Canal price increase this time was to beat the Bulgarians so that they could follow the footsteps of the British Empire in the next international affairs. The first project has indeed been achieved, and the profits of the Suez Canal have been greatly improved in the short term. In the second project, they played and jumped, and they beat it, but the result was not what they wanted. The Bulgarians directly stated that they would stop playing and would dig a Grand Canal by themselves, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. In order to get rid of the influence of the British Empire, the Grand Canal has to be dug. Can we expect Bulgaria to support the British Empire in international affairs in the future? Damn it, are all Bulgarians pig-brained? Or do we mean too complicated and they get it wrong? Said Stanley Baldwin with a headache. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I think it should be the Bulgarians who feel that we have mastered the Suez Canal and can cut off their maritime lifeline at any time, so they made this decision. Fortunately, their best cabinets are getting old and rational, otherwise we'd have more headaches. Explained Foreign Secretary Donald. That's rational? What would Bulgarians do if they weren't? Asked Stanley Baldwin, puzzled. Judging from the development history of Bulgaria, they are actually a bunch of gamblers. For example, in the two Balkan wars, they all gambled on their national luck. Their luck was not bad, or the enemy was too stupid to let them win both times, and then there is now Bulgaria. If they followed the previous style of the Bulgarians, maybe they would not consider digging the Grand Canal, but plan how to seize the Suez Canal. Donald shrugged. So it's still a good thing? Stanley Baldwin seems to have thought of something. A radical country is very scary, because they will play cards out of common sense, and you can't analyze it according to normal interests. Just like the current Japanese government, the London government is very troublesome to them. For example, a large number of volunteers have been sent to Southeast Asian countries, directly mixing with the rebels. This is beyond their understanding. The British Empire often supports some forces, but they usually give weapons and equipment, or financial support. If they go into battle directly, it is estimated that there are not many volunteers in the British Empire, but the Japanese government can send thousands of people to be cannon fodder at one time. That's right, they are cannon fodder. Even though these people have caused enough trouble for the British, The difference in strength still determines that this uprising cannot be successful, and their sacrifices are equivalent to wasted. In the European continent, the only place where so many death squads can be born is the Balkans, and other European nations are not so crazy. Crazy is a very scary thing. If the radicalism in Bulgaria is not suppressed, it is estimated that it is a bit better than Japan. Except that they don't have the habit of killing thieves. They are all equally radical and crazy, eager to wage war and establish their own merits. This question depends on how you look at it. In the short term, a conservative Bulgaria is in the interests of the British Empire, and we don't have to worry about them suddenly doing something out of control. In the long run, this conservative enemy will be even more difficult to deal with, as long as they don't make big mistakes. It's hard to beat them, Donald said calmly. Well, we don't care about the future, that is the next thing. Let's talk about the current problem first. Now I have two questions. First, is it possible for us to get the Bulgarians to give up digging the Akaba Canal? Second, with the current technical capabilities, can the Akaba Grand Canal be excavated? If it can be excavated, how long will it take? How much will it cost? Asked Stanley Baldwin, concerned. I can answer the first question. It depends on the determination of the Bulgarians. Once they really make up their minds to dig the Akaba Canal, it will be difficult for us to stop it. Even if we threaten them with closing the Suez Canal, it won't do much. We all know that the greatest hobby of this Ferdinand the Great is to build roads, so now there are 3 or 4 railways that can bypass the Suez Canal in Bulgaria. For example, the railway from Baghdad directly enters the Persian Gulf, or the railway from Gaza in the Palestinian area enters the Gulf of Aqaba, and they also have a railway directly from Syria to the Arabian Peninsula. In theory, our blockade of the Suez Canal could increase their transportation costs by 40 to 50%, but that shouldn't scare the Bulgarians. Donald analyzed, this is really bad news. Technically speaking, there is no technical difficulty in digging the Akaba Canal. Whether they choose to go directly with the Gaza Strip, or by connecting to the Dead Sea and from the Dead Sea into the Mediterranean, both routes can be done. It's just that this amount of work is much larger than the original work of the Suez Canal, almost 2 to 3 times that of the Suez Canal, and there may even be more. Said Lantis, Minister of Industry, with a frown. You mean that the construction time of the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba will be very long? Stanley Baldwin said in surprise. No, Your Excellency Prime Minister. On the contrary, I think as long as the Bulgarians are willing, the excavation time of the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba will be very short. As long as they are willing to invest at all costs, it can be completed in 3 to 5 years. Lantis, very much for sure. Why? You must know that the French dug the Suez Canal for 10 years. In the face of the Aqaba Bay Grand Canal, which is a much larger project, how could the Bulgarians have completed it in such a short period of time? Even if science and technology are much more developed now than they were back then, the gap wouldn't be that big, right? Said Stanley Baldwin in disbelief. Your Excellency Prime Minister, we calculated this based on the efficiency of the Bulgarian organization. You should know that there is now a term called Bulgarian speed all over the world. The organizational ability of the Bulgarian government is really terrible. Now they can build more than 10,000 kilometers of railways and more than 100,000 kilometers of roads every year. It is worth noting that these projects are mostly in areas with harsh natural environments. However, this is not the limit speed of the Bulgarians, and the Bulgarian government is still doing it well. If the Bulgarians were to dig the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba, they would certainly not be able to do so slowly as the French did. Even if they select more than 10 lots at the same time to start construction together, I will not feel any surprise. The current measurement technology can already be achieved. The Grand Canal of hundreds of kilometers and a width of several kilometers, even if there is a little error, can be repaired by widening the canal, which will not affect the final navigation. To mobilize thousands of excavators at one time and excavate at the same time, I think this project is not as terrible as imagined. Anyway, they need rail lines along the way, and supplies can be transported by train. I don't think it's a hassle. The question of cost, I think this is not difficult for the Bulgarians. When the French dug the Suez Canal, it cost £178 million. Now the cost of the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba, even if it has been expanded tenfold on this basis, is nothing more than the Bulgarians have spent 7 or 8 years. Toll. Lantis explained, no, we must not let the Bulgarians' plan succeed, or we'll be in big trouble. The toll of the Suez Canal is only a small problem. The most important thing is that once the Grand Canal of the Gulf of Aqaba is connected, the influence of the British Empire in the Mediterranean Sea will be gone. Stanley Baldwin thought about it and said, Your Excellency, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can only try to delay the construction time of the Bulgarians. If we want them to dispel this idea, our strength in the Mediterranean is probably not enough. Donald said bluntly. What did you say? Procrastination? Stanley Baldwin. Yes, Donald said calmly. Very good. All we have to do now is to delay the start of construction for the Bulgarians. The Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba cannot be dug through in 1 or 2 days. As long as we delay for a while, and after we have dealt with the problems in Central Asia and Southeast Asia, we will concentrate our efforts to solve this problem. Stanley Baldwin exclaimed. No one objected. Anyway, no matter what the Bulgarians did, it was impossible for the Aqaba Grand Canal to pass through during their term of office. Now if there is some disruption, delaying the progress of the Bulgarians, or even the end of the next term, it will not necessarily face this problem. The premise is that they can still be elected in the next term, otherwise this trouble has nothing to do with them. After all, the term of Stanley Baldwin's cabinet ended in 1929, and no matter how efficient Bulgaria was, it would not be possible to start construction until 1928. In any case, it is impossible for Bulgaria to dig through the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba in just over a year. According to the current situation, the rebellion and the colony cannot be resolved for a long time, and the public's support for them is getting lower and lower, and their chance of re-election is almost zero. As long as this trouble doesn't break out during their tenure, it will leave the next one with a headache. Anyway, in the end, it was also the political enemy, and no one felt any pressure in their hearts. Paris, France. The Bulgarians invited us to dig the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba? Asked President Gaston D'Mergue in surprise. Yes, Your Excellency. The sudden surge in the toll of the Suez Canal this time has made the Bulgarian government very dissatisfied. They hope to dig a new canal and break the British monopoly on the Suez Canal. The Bulgarians not only invited us this time, but also the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It seems that they want us to stand with them against the diplomatic pressure of the British. Explained the Foreign Secretary. Well, this is a good proposal. If the conditions are right, I think it is very positive for the French Republic to break the British Empire's monopoly on the Suez Canal, Gaston Doumergue said calmly. Note, Gaston Doumergue, 12th President of the French Third Republic, social radicalist. Yes, Your Excellency. However, the purpose of the Bulgarians is not so simple. Although the diplomatic pressure of the British is uncomfortable, Bulgaria is not a soft-footed shrimp. They can resist it alone. There is no need to share the benefits of the Grand Canal with us. The Foreign Secretary reminded. Of course, this is very obvious. If we stand with Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary, what do you think the British will do? Gaston D'Mergue said with a smile. They will be angry. The Mediterranean Sea will have nothing to do with them from now on, and even their right to speak on the European continent will be greatly reduced. The foreign minister thought for a while and said, in that case, why don't we do it? Let's see how the British react. No matter what the final result is, this time we can get a lot of benefits from it. Of course, being able to strike the British and expel them from the Mediterranean would be the perfect ending, although there is little chance of success. But being able to give the British a little trouble is also a pleasant thing. Said Gaston D'Mergue after some thought. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 546, Collapse. Compared with the French government, which is up for grabs. The Vienna government is much more straightforward. The British Empire is very powerful, but this kind of arrogance has nothing to do with them. Even if the Royal Navy dominates the world, it is impossible to go to the Adriatic Sea to show its prestige, but Bulgaria next door is more terrifying. At this time, if they are on the wrong team, their life will not be over. The Otranto Strait is a Bulgarian inland river. As long as Bulgaria has a military exercise here every 3 or 5 times, the shipping of the Austro-Hungarian Empire will be directly finished. Maritime transportation is only a small problem. As a land-based country, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has always had very little choice in diplomacy. Just as they had to deal with the Germans before the First World War, they also had to deal with Bulgaria after the First World War, and they had almost no choice in diplomacy. It can only be said that God did not bless them, and the geographical location determined their tragic life. In the Crimean War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire betrayed its ally, the Russian Empire, causing heavy losses to the Russians, which opened the prelude to the conflict between Russia and Austria. In the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire betrayed the Germans again, this time to avenge the Austro-Prussian War, but since then Germany and Austria have also forged a deadly feud. Traitors are always the most hateful. If there were no major changes, the hatred between Austria-Hungary and Germany and Russia would not be resolved in a short period of time. At this time, if you have a fight with Bulgaria again, you will not be able to think about it! Bulgaria is going to dig the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba. This news has caused a lot of uproar in the European continent. There are different opinions. Many people are speculating that the conflict between the British and the Bulgarian is about to break out. However, one thing is certain, that is, it has something to do with the Suez Canal Management Company's increase in navigation fees. And the conflict of interest is the most irreconcilable contradiction. Almost all countries in the world are looking forward to the intensification of the conflict between Bulgaria and the British Empire, and it is best to fight directly. In particular, the Revolutionary Party in Southeast Asia, which is fighting for independence, received this news from the Japanese and was even more encouraged. Obviously they thought too much. As time went by, the contradiction between the two countries did not escalate, except for a scolding war between the two countries in the newspaper, and then it was over. No, just Bulgaria is over. The UK is very lively. The media in London are arguing about this issue. There are all kinds of arguments, and no one can convince the other. However, the London media still highly praised the performance of Stanley Baldwin's cabinet in this incident. From the beginning to the end, Stanley Baldwin's cabinet was very calm in fighting with the Bulgarian government. It did not intensify the contradiction between the two sides, and it was not stupid to just start it. After all, although the Suez Canal has great political influence, it has nothing to do with the vast majority of British people economically except for the people involved. Whether the economic interests are damaged, they have no real pain. And of course they do not want the conflict to escalate. Even if the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba is opened, the role of the Suez Canal will indeed be reduced, but the core interest value will remain unchanged, and it can still connect the most important colony of the British Empire, India. As long as the core interests are preserved, the loss of some navigation fees is not within the scope of most people's concern. No matter how much the canal company earns, it has nothing to do with them. In the eyes of ordinary people, if the Bulgarians want to dig a canal, they can dig it. If they dig a canal on their own land, the British Empire is not easy to intervene. Moreover, the canal cannot be dug in 1 or 2 days. The Suez Canal has been dug for more than 10 years, not to mention the construction of the Gulf of Aqaba Canal, which is more difficult and farther away. According to British media reports, the most optimistic estimate will take 10 years, and most of them are expected to be dug for 20 to 30 years. The most pessimistic estimate is a series of lifetimes. Their calculation method is based on the engineering volume of the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. As for the organization ability and scientific and technological progress, they are directly ignored by them unconsciously. Everyone is an amateur. If you guess correctly, you can report that they have foresight in the future. If you guess wrong,
It doesn't matter. You can find a lot of reasons to prove it. As journalists, as long as there is a topic, they are not the chief engineer of the Gulf of Aqaba Canal, and they do not need to be responsible for these remarks. Your Majesty, something happened to the British colonies in Southeast Asia," said Foreign Minister Medvedev, gloating over the misfortune. "The British colonies in Southeast Asia are filled with gunpowder every day. What big things can happen?" Ferdinand said indifferently. In his opinion, most of the British colonies in Southeast Asia have fallen. No matter how bad the situation is, it will be like that. On May 8, 1927, the rebels in Southeast Asia launched a counter-offensive against the British. At the same time, the British army was almost completely defeated, and Singapore fell. If Mr. Churchill hadn't run fast, he would have become a prisoner. Not only that, the British warships moored in the Singapore port were also sunk by the rebels, a battleship and 2 cruisers. Medvedev replied solemnly, "It's impossible. Is the British army a sucker? Is this a record that the Southeast Asian rebels can achieve?" Ferdinand questioned. "This is no longer an impressive record. This is simply a mythical record. What's more, the battleships have sunk. Are you sure they haven't opened up? No matter how poor Churchill's commanding ability is, the army in his hand can't be fake. Can't he defeat rebellion in the jungle? Can't he also defend the city? How is the combat effectiveness of the rebels? Is there any doubt? Must be the rabble? Couldn't the British army even win against a mob?" "Your Majesty, this news is true. I have already verified that it was not the rebels who defeated the British this time, but the harsh weather conditions in Southeast Asia. According to the information we have collected, Southeast Asia has entered summer since March, and a large number of mosquitoes and ants have proliferated. After being bitten by mosquitoes, the British army suffered a very serious non-combat attrition, and the morale of the army had already dropped to an underestimate. Most of these foreign reinforcements lost their combat effectiveness because of the unacceptable conditions, and the rest were panicked and unwilling to fight." Medvedev explained, "No. It hasn't been a day or two since the British occupied Southeast Asia. It's impossible for them not to know about these issues. Since they should have been prepared, how could such a low-level mistake be made?" Ferdinand asked in confusion. "Your Majesty, this may have something to do with politics. In order to suppress the rebellion as soon as possible, the reinforcements drawn by the British government from outside this time were sent to the front line before they could adapt to the local climate. At the same time, the Japanese also took action this time, including the army that conquered Singapore. They were all led by Japanese expatriates. It seems that many Chinese also joined the rebels. Their combat effectiveness is much stronger, and they have experienced Japanese officers in command. Moreover, in the battle for more than half a year, the rebels also obtained a lot of weapons from the British. The elites of these rebels are not much worse than the British in their weapons and equipment. Under the conditions of the same force, the British are really not their opponents." Medvedev analyzed. Ferdinand thought about it and found that it seems that there is such a possibility. In the history of the First World War, Mr. Churchill made this mistake. For political needs, regardless of the actual situation, when the British and French forces were not ready, they ordered the launch of the Battle of Dardanelles, and staged a flower-style gift. This time it is nothing more than changing a time point, changing a place, and making the same mistake. It seems that it is not impossible. The rainy season in Southeast Asia is from May to October. If the rebels cannot be suppressed before the rainy season, after entering May, the British army can only be beaten passively. Probably summing up the failure of last year, in February and March 1927, the British army has been playing very well, and has suppressed the scope of activities of the rebels. Seeing that victory was in sight, Myanmar turned back and the previous efforts were in vain. So after the reinforcements arrived in April. To fight back before the rainy season, to combat the arrogance of the rebels, to give an explanation to the country, and to ease the pressure on him. This is very similar to Mr. Churchill's style. The result is that the reinforcements who are not accustomed to the soil and water, after being scattered on the battlefield, lost their combat effectiveness within a few days of fighting, and were finally taken advantage of by the enemy. These are all made up by Ferdinand himself. The real situation has yet to be verified. There are many factors for the failure of the British,
And it is definitely not as simple as it seems. So what about the battleships? Even if the rebels took the British's artillery, the army's artillery couldn't sink the battleships. Could it be that God was looking after them? There was a tanker right next to it. The insurgent artillery hit the tanker, then the fuel inside exploded, and finally took away a battleship? Asked Ferdinand suspiciously. Your Majesty, this is a really good idea, but it's a pity that the opportunity has passed. Otherwise, we can get a bunch of tankers and fill them with fuel to dock at the port of Singapore. It is estimated that this time, the British Far East will lose most of them. It seems that the Japanese specially developed a suicide missile for the insurgent army. As long as there is a death squad, the cannonball can be used to attack the warship. This weapon is launched at close range, and the power is very huge. This time, the insurgents launched dozens of suicide missiles before sinking a British battleship. Meadev regretted. It seems that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was missed. Not only Meadev, but also Ferdinand secretly regretted not considering this issue. Otherwise, the crude oil exported from Bulgaria to Japan can be docked at the Singapore port, and a fuel explosion of tens of thousands of tons, or even hundreds of thousands of tons, can fully cover the Singapore port. At such a small price, quietly and silently killing 1/3 of the Royal Navy is a huge profit. It's a pity that such an opportunity is gone forever. It's really a pity. Not only did we miss this opportunity, but even our plan to use the colonial rebellion in Southeast Asia to hold back the British will be aborted. With such a big incident, I am afraid that the London government will soon be replaced to preside over the counterinsurgency work in Southeast Asia, and with this lesson, the person in charge they will send out will definitely be a general. Ferdinand lamented civilians who preside over counterinsurgency will definitely consider politics first, then military, and even in many cases for political interests, even if they know that it is not desirable in military affairs, they will do it. It would be different if they were military generals. Their political sensitivity would naturally be a little worse. They would think more about military matters, and their military commanding ability would be much stronger. They don't develop strategies that appear to be strategically brilliant but are actually impossible to accomplish. The situation in Southeast Asia is now completely corrupted, but it has become easier to pacify the chaos. It's a pity that the rabble is a rabble. The origin of the rebels is too complicated. They can still work together when facing a common enemy. Once the enemy disappears, they will fight infighting. When the British regroup and fight back, the rebels whose internal conflicts have intensified will no longer be a threat. Unless there is a powerful group among them that can overwhelm everyone, integrate everyone and build a new country. After reunification, they will have the strength to fight the British. After all, the army is not John Bull's strong point. As long as they win this battle, they can truly become independent. However, Ferdinand was not optimistic about them at all. Next, the British will be serious. The British Empire, which is full of firepower, is simply not something that a group of rabble can deal with. The Royal Navy blocked the coast, and with a steady general, 200,000 British troops were enough to quell these rebellions. After all, Southeast Asia has not been fully connected, which is very unfavorable for the rebels. Under the blockade of the British Navy, it is difficult for them to obtain supplies. After only a few battles, the insurgent army without ammunition will fall apart. From this point of view, the uprising army has been able to persist until now, not only has not been destroyed but has grown, and Churchill, the British commander, is the first hero. Your Majesty, should we now take advantage of the chaos in Southeast Asia to create a little trouble for the British? Meadev suggested. Well, now is the best opportunity to smuggle weapons. These rebels should have a lot of money. We will help them spend some. By the way, the weapons and ammunition sold cannot be all produced in Bulgaria, but also mixed with weapons and equipment from other countries, so as not to let the British see the flaws. Moreover, it is not convenient for us to appear in person this time. We hire a few people from outside to do it and let them show their faces. Our people try not to show up. As long as the Bulgarian government does not participate in person, even if the British know that we did it, and they can't find any evidence, they can only suffer from this loss. Ferdinand thought for a while and said yes, Your Majesty. Medvedev replied, Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547. Start. The news of the British military defeat in Southeast Asia was spread as quickly as possible with Ferdinand's selfless help. Everyone's first reaction after stopping to this news was, impossible. No matter how the British army is, it is not something that the rebels can bully, not to mention that even the battleship has been sunk. Can it be more nonsense? Believe it or not, as soon as this news spreads, the good days of the London government will come to an end. Countless British people have already taken to the streets, demanding the government to reveal the truth. The sudden blow directly hit Stanley Baldwin's cabinet. Now it's a question of whether to hide it or not. The whole world knows the news, and they don't have time to react at all. Before they could be held accountable, Mr. Churchill took the blame and resigned, and became ill, and went to America to recover. All the mess has fallen into the hands of their cabinet. Nothing else has to be done. Let's focus on this mess first. The opposition party has submitted an impeachment case to Congress. Fortunately, there are more conservative MPs at this time, and this impeachment case was not passed. There is nothing to do with the public opinion of the people. The facts are in front of us. If you lose, you will lose. There is no way to hide such a large number of casualties. If the British government is in trouble, the world will be at peace. The words that Ferdinand said casually at the beginning have also become the most widely circulated words in this era, and have been regarded as classics by politicians all over the world. The reason is very simple. As a world hegemon, if you don't do things and prove your sense of existence, then who will take you seriously? It's just that the British people's ability to do things is a little bit stronger. In later generations, the United States is catching small countries to bully and build a sense of existence. John Bull will do whoever is strong. Therefore, after the First World War, the mainstream contradictions in the world have become, the contradiction between Britain and France, the contradiction between Britain and Japan, the contradiction between Britain and Japan, and the contradiction between Britain and Russia. There are conflicts with so many countries, and they have not been jointly targeted. John Bull's diplomatic methods are indeed eye-catching. For example, now that Ferdinand wants to form an alliance around the Mediterranean Sea, the French are waiting for the price, the Spaniards are not interested, and the rest of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is not a big deal. Your Majesty, it's very difficult to build an alliance around the Mediterranean now, but we have to dig the Aqaba Grand Canal, and they still support it. It's just that due to the geographical location, the Spaniards do not have the guts to compete with the British, and the French have too much appetite, so we can't meet their demands. Said Foreign Minister Medvedev. Well, it's not that we want us to be the first bird to break the hegemony of the British in the Mediterranean. This time they got their wish, and we have dug the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba. Now the British have no time to talk to us for a while. This is our chance to complete the exploration work as quickly as possible, and then start. Said Ferdinand angrily. He is not really angry either. International politics is always based on interests, and the choice of the French is understandable. At most, it is a little short-sighted. Now that the Circum-Mediterranean alliance cannot be established, the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba can only be dug by Bulgaria alone, and the interests in its hands cannot be given up for no reason. The Suez Canal is one of the dead spots for the British. Anyone who touches them will fight to the end. Now that the Bulgarians are digging the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba, there may be many British anti-war factions who will breathe a sigh of relief. Once the new canal is completed, The contradiction between Britain and Bulgaria around the Suez Canal will become a simple conflict of commercial interests, which has nothing to do with the vast majority of British people. And the biggest contradiction between the two countries no longer exists, and everyone has a lifeline, which seems to be a good choice. Your Majesty, according to our exploration results, the two routes we made at the beginning are theoretically feasible. It's just that the cost of the first option, directly with Gaza, is too high, requiring at least an investment of more than 30 billion levs. The second option, it connects the Gulf of Aqaba to the Dead Sea, diverts the Red Sea into the Dead Sea area, then connects the Jordan River into the Great Baal Lake, and finally enters the Mediterranean Sea. Economically speaking, the second option is much cheaper, with an initial budget of about 2 billion levs. Explained Transport Secretary Bashir. Is such an obvious question still worth considering? The cost difference between the two options is 15 times, so there is no choice at all. What about other factors? Ferdinand asked with concern. Such a large project has never been excavated just because it wants to be excavated, and there are many factors to be considered. Your Majesty, because the Grand Canal is a colony, we have not considered a series of factors including politics, economy, culture, ecology, and people's livelihood. At present, there are less than 300,000 immigrants in Palestine, and less than 50,000 immigrants in Jordan. Even if the impact of the excavation of the Grand Canal is great, it is still within the controllable range. Explained Bashir. Ferdinand nodded, and he didn't care about the ecological impact of the Grand Canal on the local area. In terms of strategic value, these two areas combined are not as good as a Grand Canal. Economic value, in addition to mining some minerals in Palestine in this era, there is also a forward economy. Even if the impact of the Grand Canal is great, it will not interfere with mining. The impact of freshwater resources is not in Ferdinand's consideration, and he has no plans to develop agriculture in the local area. Moreover, after the Grand Canal enters, the rainfall along the coast will increase greatly. This account is difficult to calculate clearly. In order to save the Dead Sea in later generations, isn't it still preparing to introduce the water of the Red Sea? This is the amount of work for half of the Gulf of Aqaba Canal. If it weren't for the fact that the environmental protection organization's combat effectiveness was too strong, it would have been navigable before Ferdinand crossed it. Well, let's excavate according to the second set of plans, but we still need to reduce the ecological impact on the local area as much as possible. If nothing else, after the completion of the 10-year plan, the local area will also become a province of Bulgaria. By the way, the navigation volume of the Aqaba Canal must also be large. I don't want to see one day our warships want to enter the Indian Ocean and have to go around in a big circle. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, the largest navigable ship we have designed so far is 250,000 tons. The minimum passage area of the canal is 2,486.5 square meters and the draft is 15.8 meters. At present, the world's largest tonnage ship is only over 70,000 tons. There is no problem with the passage of warships at all. Explained Bashir. Under the current technical conditions, how much can this traffic area and draft be increased without greatly increasing the cost? Ferdinand asked with concern. As the world's largest oil tycoon, this problem cannot be avoided. If the navigation capacity of the Gulf of Aqaba Canal is limited, he will have to build a large number of oil pipelines in the future. And everyone knows that it is easy to dig a canal, but it is difficult to widen the canal after digging through it. Once the Gulf of Aqaba Canal is penetrated, it will be difficult to increase the draft. Your Majesty, on this basis, if the draft of the canal increases by 1 meter, the traffic area can be increased by 18%, and the cost will increase by 2.3%. If it is increased by 2 meters, the traffic area can be increased by 34%, and the cost will also increase by 5.5%. Bashir thought about it and said, well, then increase the draft to 20 meters. I don't want to dig the Grand Canal of the Gulf of Aqaba again in my lifetime. Ferdinand said casually. Yes, Bashir replied nervously. The boss's casual remark directly made him swallow all the objections. Anyway, The area where the Grand Canal of the Gulf of Aqaba passes through is not very high. If you dig 4 more meters, you will dig 4 meters and hold back, which is not a big deal at all. Preliminary estimates of the future length of the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba are about 318 kilometers. According to the narrowest width of 150 meters, even if all of them are dug down 2 meters, the amount of earthwork will be no more than 190 million cubic meters at most. Note, this width is the width of the bottom surface, and the width of the water surface should not be less than 300 meters. In fact, the added amount of earthwork will not exceed 100 million cubic meters, which is determined by the terrain. It is no longer an impossible task to have an excavator, and it will increase some costs. Compared with the last century, the French organized the manual excavation of the Suez Canal, sacrificed 120,000 laborers, excavated 75 million cubic meters of earth, cost £16 million, and took 10 years to barely complete. At this time, the excavation of the Gulf of Aqaba Canal has advanced machinery and equipment, excavators, automobiles and other series of tools, and the construction difficulty has been greatly reduced. Your Majesty, the Grand Canal of the Gulf of Aqaba is so important that our Ministry of Finance has decided to establish a canal management company to be responsible for the construction and operation of this canal. For the required funds, we are going to mortgage the bank with the property right of the canal, which will be repaid by the navigation fees collected in the future. Kennedy said calmly. There is a precedent for the success of the Suez Canal. In the future, there will be no problem with the profitability of the Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba. Even if only Bulgaria's own ships pass through, it will be profitable. Funding is of course not a problem for this kind of business that can make a profit without losing money. Everyone knows that the volume of ocean transportation is increasing year by year, and the tonnage of ships is also increasing day by day. Under Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the world's oil industry is developing at a much faster rate than the same period in history. Low oil prices are undoubtedly the best driving force for popularizing internal combustion engines. In this context, oil transportation has also become the most important issue at present, and the tonnage of oil tankers has also risen again and again. Taking Bulgaria as an example, the crude oil consumption in 1926 was 35.86 million tons, which was more than the total consumption of the major warring countries in the First World War. And this consumption is still rising sharply. In this context, the tonnage requirements for oil tankers are also increasing. If the previous 10,020,000 ton, or several thousand-ton oil tankers were used, wouldn't Bulgaria need thousands of tankers to run back and forth? You must know that due to the technology of this era, there is no way for oil pipelines to climb peaks of hundreds of meters and kilometers to complete oil transportation. Even though Bulgaria itself is an oil-producing country and there are oil pipelines in the country, in fact the main mode of transportation is still by oil tankers. In this context, the tonnage of Bulgarian oil tankers began to expand continuously, from more than 5,000 tons at the beginning, to more than 50,000 tons now. It is a pity that such a giant tanker cannot pass through the Suez Canal, so this giant can only run the Black Sea route to transport Romanian crude oil. Note, historically, since 1956, the tonnage of oil tankers has only begun to skyrocket. The main reason is that the Suez Canal is impassable. It was opened to save costs. In more than 10 years, the tonnage of oil tankers has increased tenfold. In fact, with the Bulgarian shipbuilding technology of this era, even a merchant ship of more than 100,000 tons can be built. It's just limited by the Suez Canal. If you want to make a big circle around the Cape of Good Hope, the journey will be increased several times and the economic value will be lost. It can be said that the tonnage of merchant ships in European countries is not very large, and the factor of the Suez Canal is unquestionable. Once the Grand Canal of the Gulf of Aqaba opens, in order to save transportation costs, these large tonnage cargo ships will definitely spring up. At that time, the British will find that they are in big trouble and want to widen the Suez Canal. With the technology of this era, it seems that the cost is much higher than the excavation of the canal. If the Suez Canal is not widened, not only will business be taken away, but even the Royal Navy will have to go through the Gulf of Aqaba Canal to pass from both places. This is simply a loss of the British Empire. Yes, the government of the Gulf of Aqaba Grand Canal must be in its own hands, and the Ministry of Finance must implement the funds as soon as possible to ensure the smooth start of the Grand Canal. The Ministry of Communications is now ready to start construction. The Grand Canal in the Gulf of Aqaba is so long, you can divide the project according to the actual situation, and then carry out the construction at multiple points at the same time. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Kennedy replied, "Your Majesty, our Ministry of Communications is going to build 2 more highways along the banks of the Grand Canal to make up for the shortage of our railway transportation. It will cost 8 million levs." Bashir thought for a while and said, "Okay, count it in the canal funds. Now you can start construction. Zengpu will connect the canal within 3 years. The British will not give us too much time." Judging from the current situation, the Southeast Asian rebellion this year is powerless for the British. Before the end of the rainy season, the London government was afraid to take major military action. Then their military operations should begin at the end of the year. Now that the rebel army has grown, it is impossible for them to be wiped out in half a year. With this lesson, they did not dare to attack in the rainy season, and the war would drag on until 1929, or even 1930. This is our chance. During this time, the London government must not have the energy to stimulate us. As long as we dig the canal before the British can react, there is nothing they can do. Said Ferdinand cautiously. "Yes, Your Majesty." Bashir replied earnestly, "Although I don't know what kind of damage the British can do, it is better to dig through the Grand Canal as soon as possible because it is better to do less. Otherwise, the British will block the Suez Canal, and Bulgaria will have a headache. If it is really transported by rail, this loss is enough to hurt the Bulgarian enterprises. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 548, God's Son. Time passed in a hurry, and after more than half a year of tossing, Bulgaria finally successfully completed the handover of the Caucasus with the Russians. How to manage the area has become a difficult problem in Ferdinand's mind. Geographically, the Caucasus region is located between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, surrounded by mountains, overlapping and extending for a long time. There are small lakes between the mountains. The lake is green and quiet, and the waterfalls are dotted. The scenery is very good, suitable for the development of tourism. Unfortunately, this is not the 21st century, so all these advantages have become disadvantages. Remarks: the Caucasus region covers an area of about 440,000 square kilometers, now southwestern Russia and the northern regions of Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. From the perspective of resources, this is really good. The oil and natural gas resources are very rich, and the reserves of mineral resources such as coal, copper, tungsten, molybdenum, and tungsten are not small. If you want to develop the local economy, you can only rely on mining in a short time, but before that, you must build roads. Ferdinand is too lazy to complain about the traffic situation in Russia. At least now, the total mileage of railways in Bulgaria is twice that of the Russians, and the total mileage of roads is 5 times that of Russia. To know the territorial area, Bulgaria is almost half the size of the Russians, and the traffic conditions of the Russians can be imagined. To Ferdinand's relief, the local economy has been completely destroyed by the years of civil war, and a large number of young laborers have been recruited into the army, so there is no need to worry about rebellion. At present, the population of the Caucasus region is about 5.8 million to 6.6 million, and they are basically the old, weak, sick and disabled, with only a small number of young adults. However, the composition of this population is very complex, including Armenians, Russians, Azerbaijanis, Georgians, Nakgos, Chechens, Galgai, Ingush, Avars, Darkins, Ryskins, Kurds, Balkars, Kabyrdins, Ukrainians, Ossetians. With a population of 5 or 6 million, there are hundreds of ethnic groups. There is no major ethnic group, except for the Russians. There is no other ethnic group with a population of more than 300,000. Ferdinand was very speechless to find that he seemed to have helped Nicholas II to solve a big problem. The most violent republics in later generations were all taken over by Bulgaria. For example, the Republic of Chechnya, the Republic of Ingushetia, the Republic of Dagestan, the Kabardino-Balkar Republic, the Republic of North Ossetia, etc. Sure enough, I am still so helpful, and the future Russian Empire will no longer have to worry about these ethnic issues. Ferdinand thought to himself. The more complex the ethnic composition, the more difficult it is to rule, and the easier it is to be assimilated by Bulgaria. The Armenians, Russians, and Ukrainians here are the easiest to assimilate. Bulgaria is very experienced in this regard. The closer the language and culture are in the same living habits, the easier it is to achieve ethnic integration, and they themselves will not resist such integration. The most troublesome is the language barrier, religious and cultural differences. It is difficult for such people to be assimilated, or even impossible for ethnic integration. Fortunately, the Russians have also worked hard for 180 years. Russian has become the local lingua franca, and the Orthodox Church has also become the local mainstream religion. If all from scratch, it is estimated that Ferdinand would also be blinded. After all, in peaceful times, many radical methods cannot be used, and the natural assimilation makes it difficult for one generation to succeed, and the next generation cannot wait. Little Ferdinand, can you tell me what is the main reason for the cabinet's plan to divide the Caucasus into 2 provinces and 28 regions? Asked the Ferdinand Examination School. Little Ferdinand, who just returned to Sofia, was struck by lightning. Shouldn't he ask me about this trip to Europe at this time? At least ask, this trip to the Netherlands, right? Why don't you play cards according to common sense? To check and balance. Little Ferdinand thought for a while and said, wrong. It seems that this trip to Europe, your harvest is very ordinary. Ferdinand exclaimed. Little Ferdinand exclaimed in confusion. I have sent you all the briefings from the cabinet. According to the plan of the cabinet, most of the local residents will be evacuated to other places by cultivation practice, and then people from other areas will fill the vacancy. Did you look carefully? The proportion of the local population has been diluted. In this case, is it necessary to check and balance the division of administrative regions? As long as you open the map and look at the resource distribution and geographical conditions above, you can find that the division of administrative regions is entirely for the development of the local economy. You can get it wrong with such a simple question. It's really not easy, Ferdinand said helplessly. In order to get rid of the cumbersome government affairs as soon as possible, Ferdinand decided to cultivate several sons first, in particular, the Crown Prince Ferdinand Jr., as the future heir to Bulgaria, will take over these jobs sooner or later. But, father, I've been really busy recently. You should know how many banquets I've attended this trip to Europe and how many contacts I've made. Little Ferdinand explained. Of course, but this has nothing to do with making wrong judgments. Haven't I educated you? When you don't understand the situation, you must first understand the situation, and don't make blind judgments based on your own subjective consciousness. Is your imperial academic study in vain? All the lessons I have worked so hard to teach you have been dismissed as deaf ears? Said Ferdinand angrily. Oh, damn it, dear father, you have to believe me, I am listening to the lectures every day, and there is absolutely no omission. This time, it was mainly due to negligence. You know, I just traveled to Europe, and I haven't gotten over it yet. Explained Ferdinand Jr. Very well. This is what you said yourself. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I will leave it to you to deal with the governance of the Caucasus. If you can't come up with a plan that satisfies me, then maybe you are a high-ranking official in the 2 provinces of the Caucasus. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, no, sir, there will be an accident. Your son has no experience in serving in the local area. It is extremely irresponsible for us to preside over the work of a province. In the event that you get out of the way, you still need to take care of the aftermath in the end. You don't need to ask for trouble at all. Apostrophe suggested Ferdinand Jr. Well, indeed, you have no experience in the ruling party. It is indeed difficult to be in charge of the daily work of a province, or I will give you another place. We also have a lot of colonies in Africa. If you go to the interior of Africa and serve as the governor of a certain place, there should be no trouble, even if you turn all the local natives back. I can handle it! Ferdinand said calmly. God, it would be better for me to go to the Caucasus as a high-ranking official. The African jungle is too scary. We haven't fully digested the place for so many years. I don't think I can do better. Dear father, do you want to watch your precious son die young? Apostrophe said little Ferdinand with a bitter face. It's not that serious. I will match you with the best doctor, and at most let you lie in bed for 10 days and a half months. The mortality rate of people who are not acclimatized to the soil and water is still very low. We must know that among our local immigrants, less than 100 people died because of the soil and water. Your body is so strong. How could it be so easy to die? Of course, if God is eager to see you, I have no choice. If you don't want to go to a local office, you'd better give 100% of your energy in the later work. I don't want to hear such a momentary inadvertent explanation. Ferdinand struck. Originally, he planned to train little Ferdinand to succeed him, but after a trip to the European continent, Ferdinand found that little Ferdinand had contracted a bad disease. The whole person has swelled a lot. If he encountered a problem in the past, he would analyze it carefully. If he was not clear, he would also check the information. As a result, he has now started to draw conclusions directly based on his subjective consciousness. It would be fine if he was an ordinary person, but as the heir of Bulgaria, this shortcoming is very fatal. In order to correct his bad habit at the first time, Ferdinand decided to sharpen his temperament and send him to a local post. This was not a joke, but after careful consideration. As for colonizing Africa, that's a joke of course. Ferdinand didn't go crazy and exiled the crown prince to a colony far away from the political center. Wasn't he full and supported, and he had too little trouble for himself? Okay, but dear father, are you serious? Little Ferdinand asked worriedly. That's right. I decided to let you go to work in a local area. First to accumulate experience in governance, so as not to be fooled by others in the future. As for where to go, it depends on your own performance. If your ability is really not up to the mark, then you can only go to the African colonies to toss. Otherwise, if there is trouble in the country, I will not end well. Apostrophe said Ferdinand earnestly. Little Ferdinand rubbed his eyes, looking incredulous. As for making such a fuss, even if it is experience, it can be done in China, right? Go to Africa. Are you sure that I am your own son? Don't you want to change to a crown prince? Of course, he only dared to complain about these words in his heart. If he said it, he would probably be hit even more severely. Okay, dear father, you must be merciful. You only have a lovely eldest son like me. Those little guys are very naughty. Little Ferdinand thought for a while and said, well, I will consider this issue carefully. You can rest assured that as a father, my first consideration is your safety, and I won't let you die. I don't want white-haired people, but black-haired people. Ferdinand made another cut, breaking the illusion of little Ferdinand. Dear father, I want to know if this is my test alone, or is my brother also going to pass this test? Little Ferdinand asked very seriously. Don't worry, I have always been a bowl of water. Since you were born, the education you have received is exactly the same, so none of you will be able to run this actual combat training. It's just that they are still young. Later than you. Ferdinand replied. That's good, said little Ferdinand happily. Seems to be rejoicing at the 5 more hapless ones. You must know that in continental Europe, these nobles are very strict about the education of the eldest son, and the education of the second son is much more relaxed. In many noble families, the eldest son wants to fight for the future of the family, and the second son can be a happy rice borer just by sharing a fortune. It was different when it came to Ferdinand. From the very beginning, all the sons received the same education. If they wanted to be happy rice borers, it was a wrong birth. When little Ferdinand was secretly happy, Ferdinand added another sentence. Although they are treated equally, as the crown prince, I demand 90 points for you, and only 60 points for them. Little Ferdinand, you have to do your best. I remember that you have achieved scores in several subjects, all of which have been broken by your younger brothers. What is the majesty of your brother in the long run? In the face of Ferdinand's blow, little Ferdinand has become immune. It is unfair to fight against 5 by 1. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. In terms of total credits, his eldest brother still maintained the first place and was not surpassed. Otherwise his brother's majesty would really be lost. However, my father, are you sure there's nothing wrong with doing this? I'm getting married soon. Don't you want to hold a grandson? Little Ferdinand asked reluctantly. I don't think it's a problem. With Bulgaria's current fastest plane, it won't take long to get from Sofia to Africa, and I can escort you with an air division. So you still make plans honestly, don't think about these crooked attention. Remember that you only have 1 week. If you want to check the information, you can find it yourself. Anyway, you can contact all the secrets of Bulgaria. Ferdinand interrupted his last hope. Well, my dear father, I will not let you down, said little Ferdinand with courage. There is quite a bit of a loser's posture, which is similar to Ferdinand's temperament before crossing, and he is strong even if he is unreasonable. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 549, Mercenaries. How to govern the Caucasus is difficult for Ferdinand the Younger. Although he has been exposed to political affairs for a long time, it is the first time to formulate a practical governance plan. The more information he saw, the more difficult he felt. It seems to be an unsolvable problem to take into account all the economic, political and military affairs. But he didn't think that Ferdinand would make such a big joke with him. Since this question has been asked, it must be solved. Whether he can find the best answer can only rely on him. Politically speaking, national integration is Bulgaria's most important national policy. No one. Although the Caucasus region is vast and sparsely populated, it cannot hold many ethnic groups. There are more than 100 ethnic groups, large and small, which is simply an encyclopedia of Asian and European ethnic groups. To integrate them all, this is the first trouble. The biggest advantage is that the Russians have been doing assimilation work on the ground for 180 years. Secondly, the factors of war caused serious losses to the local young labor force, and the local people were not too resistant to joining Bulgaria. Little Ferdinand casually wrote 2 words on the paper: marriage. This one, the Bulgarian government is already doing, whether it relocates the local population or the people who move into other areas. They all have the intention of encouraging them to marry. Economically, Ferdinand Jr. simply chose to give up and wrote down on paper, mining. There is no way to do this. Due to the limitations of local natural conditions, other than mining some precious mineral resources, other industries cannot develop. After a pause, little Ferdinand added 2 more words: build roads. It is very in line with Ferdinand's style. Basically, every time Bulgaria occupies an area, the first thing to do is to build roads. Little Ferdinand was naturally influenced by him and attached great importance to the traffic problem. Militarily, this area borders the Russian Empire, and there is no military threat in the short term. But this does not mean that defense work is not important. At the same time, because of the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia, the local defense work has become very complicated. That is, the Russians cannot be stimulated, and a solid defense fortification must be established. Taking into account this special situation, Ferdinand Jr. wrote on paper: a small amount of troops, strengthening of transportation construction, and ensuring that the troops in the rear can be reinforced at any time. That's it. A policy plan with less than 50 words. If this is handed in, little Ferdinand will definitely be sprayed with nothing. Therefore, the plan for governing a country does not lie in the formulation, but in the implementation. The rhetorical plan for governing the country is used by politicians to fool the people and mix votes. If you really do it, you will find that the bull's head is wrong. which will be very fatal. How to ensure that this plan can be effectively implemented? This is the most troublesome problem for little Ferdinand, and it is also the real problem given by Ferdinand this time. Your Majesty, the Dutch government has once again asked us for help. Medevh said calmly. Oh, did the Dutch give up on the British this time, or are they still waiting for the British winter offensive? Ferdinand asked with concern. It's not certain, but the Dutch people probably won't let them wait any longer, and they both lost a lot of money with the British. Many people think that if the Kingdom of the Netherlands did not cooperate with the British to suppress the rebellion alone, the situation would be better than it is now. Now the Dutch government has been readied. In order to suppress the rebellion, they have spent £80 million, which is their financial income for more than 3 years. They propose that if we can help them put down this rebellion, they can transfer half of Kalimantan, Borneo, to us. It seems that they do not intend to be neighbors with the British. Medevh thought about it and said half of Kalimantan. How did the Dutch government suddenly become more generous this time? I thought they would use the Maluku Islands to make up the numbers, or the Southwest Islands and Southeast Islands to deal with it. Asked Ferdinand suspiciously. Your Majesty, the economic value of Maluku Islands is more than 5 times that of Kalimantan. How can the Dutch be willing? The Southwest Islands and Southeast Islands have been taken by the British. It's the reward for helping them suppress the rebellion this time, and you know the result. The Dutch government now believes that the British intend to annex their Indian colonies, so they intend to introduce us to Borneo to check and balance the British. Medevh explained. Ferdinand just felt that a group of grass and mud horses ran in his heart. The economic value of Maluku Islands is more than 5 times that of Borneo, so it is 10 times that of half Borneo. Sure enough, in different eras, the value of these resources is also different. As a spice archipelago, the Maluku Islands are of extraordinary value. Even with the impact of the current industrial flavors still occupy a very important position in the world. Although Borneo is the 3rd largest island in the world, apart from being relatively rich in resources, the development is not very good. Even in the 1990s, the local population exceeded 9 million. In this era, the population was only 4 or 5 million, and half of it was divided by the British. The area that fell into the hands of the Dutch actually became a chicken rib. Of course, this refers to the economic value, mainly the gold mines that have been discovered. After so many years, almost all of them have been mined, and the rest are minerals that are difficult to mine. From the perspective of strategic value, Borneo is located in the center of the South China Sea, which is very important. This is also the reason why Ferdinand was surprised, but he quickly realized that the higher the strategic value, the hotter it would be for the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The hand of the British has been stretched in. The Japanese are also eyeing it, and the fallen Kingdom of the Netherlands has no strength to defend it. That is to say, once we get this half of Borneo, we must be neighbors with the British, and at the same time we must be wary of the Japanese ambitions, right? Ferdinand asked with concern. Yes, Your Majesty. Medevh thought for a while and said, tell the Dutch that Bulgaria has no interest in Borneo. We only need a few sparsely populated islands and build a military port. Ferdinand said cautiously, the bait is good, but it is poisonous. Bulgaria now has no energy to compete for hegemony in the Southeast Asian region. It is a very unwise move to occupy the central area of the South China Sea at this time. Instead, occupy a few sparsely populated islands and control strategic points. Perhaps in the long run, the strategic value of Borneo occupies a very important part in Bulgaria's world strategy. But now, it is only a purely investment project, and it is still an investment of 10 or 20 years, and no economic return can be seen. Yes, Your Majesty, but what should we do with the Dutch government's request for help? Medevh asked hesitantly. It is inconvenient for us to take action directly and recruit a mercenary to help the Dutch, but on the bright side, this force cannot have anything to do with us. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, it's not that Ferdinand is timid, but that in the era of nationalism, it is easy to form a deadly vengeance with the locals by interfering without authorization. The population of the Southeast Asia region is over 100 million. Independence is a matter of time. There is no need for Bulgaria to carry this notoriety. Lest a history book appear in the future, on a certain day in a certain year, Ferdinand the Great ordered the Bulgarian army to help the Kingdom of the Netherlands, suppressed the Indonesian national uprising, and brutally slaughtered 20-30 innocent people. If it was done by mercenaries, it has nothing to do with Bulgaria at all. Even if it is bloody, it is all the Dutch's fault. Nominally this army was recruited in the name of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This war funding was also the money that the Kingdom of the Netherlands sold the islands in the South China Sea. Bulgaria ostensibly does nothing but spend money on some sparsely populated islands. In this case, ordinary people simply do not know Bulgaria's role in it. Even those in the know, there is no evidence to prove that the Bulgarian government directly participated in this operation. And this black history naturally does not exist. After all, European countries have a long history of using mercenaries. In the First World War, a large number of mercenaries appeared. The Dutch had no problem using mercenaries. In fact, if it were not for fear of bad political influence, it is estimated that the Dutch had already recruited mercenaries in the German region. From Ferdinand's point of view, even if the Dutch recruited mercenaries in the German region at this time, the French would not treat them like that, and at most just verbally condemned them. However, in this era, the French have too much influence on the European continent, and even the British have a little less right to speak on the European continent than them. Your Majesty, there are several members of the Bulgarian Military Observation Group. Is this not a problem? Chief of Staff Christoph asked with concern. Of course, not only members of the Bulgarian Military Observation Group can appear. Even members of other countries' military observation groups can also appear. As long as the members of this mercenary army do not have Bulgarian active duty officers and soldiers, it will be fine. We can also make them more complicated intentionally, such as adding some retired officers and soldiers from Germany, Austria-Hungary, Russia, Sweden and other countries. The specific number of people, weapons and equipment, and troop formation have been researched and decided by your staff. This time it will be an actual combat training in the rainforest area. Ferdinand thought for a while and said to help the Dutch settle the chaos. Ferdinand is not Mr. Churchill, so there is no need to consider so many political influences, and there is no need to mobilize all troops to bloom and launch an attack at the same time. The Indonesian area is originally composed of a large group of islands, and it is completely possible to take advantage of the weakness that the rebels have no navy. One island. Although the speed is a little slower, but you can concentrate your superior forces and ensure victory. If the British had been so steady at the beginning, the rebels on any island in Southeast Asia would not have been their combined enemy, and the rebellion had been suppressed by them long ago. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 550, Preparations for Counterinsurgency. Kingdom of the Netherlands. After receiving an official reply from the Bulgarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Dutch government did not know whether to be happy or worried. The result was almost identical to what they had guessed. Bulgaria really had no interest in the South Seas, which deserved their celebration. Unfortunately, precisely because of lack of interest, the Bulgarian government did not even bother to send troops. The Bulgarian government plans to form a mercenary to help counter the rebellion. But can this mercenary alone be able to do the job? You must know that the rebels in Southeast Asia are extraordinary. After so many battles, they have evolved. The elite troops among them, in terms of combat effectiveness, are not much worse than the regular armies of some countries. Moreover, they have the support of the Japanese behind them, so it is not easy to deal with. If the mercenary counterinsurgency fails, the Bulgarians are likely to let it go. Anyway, their investment is very small, and they can stop losses at any time. This is no more influential than letting the Bulgarian government send troops directly. If it was sending troops directly, it would be different. The Bulgarian government had to suppress the rebellion even for its own sake. You must know that there are also a series of political factors behind the colonial rebellion in Southeast Asia. The Dutch government is not bad. Anyway, the Kingdom of the Netherlands has long since fallen, so shame on you. Anyway, there is the British Empire to support. This time the British Army's record is not as good as them. How can you not take advantage of it as a politician? With the addition of the background of the British Empire, the Dutch people feel that the government has worked hard, and the Dutch army's record on the battlefield is better than that of the world hegemons. This is enough to prove that this government is still capable. The attention of the Dutch people is attracted. It does not mean that the matter is over. The rebellion still has to be suppressed. Every day of delay, the loss is a huge amount of money. Your Excellency Prime Minister, the mercenaries formed by the Bulgarians will arrive in Southeast Asia in September and adapt to the weather conditions for a month. After the rainy season is over, the attack is just launched. We must also prepare the necessary materials in advance," said Dutch Foreign Minister Robinson. Well, how many mercenaries are there in Bulgaria? Prime Minister Dan asked with concern. A total of 4 infantry divisions plus 1 air division, with a total strength of about 70,000 people. Robinson thought for a while and said, only so little army? There is no tank armored unit. Can this work? Prime Minister Dan asked worriedly. Your Excellency Prime Minister, the Bulgarians have explained that they believe that in the jungles of Southeast Asia, our enemies are a group of that has not yet completed evolution and do not need to be equipped with too much heavy firepower. As for the tank armor, even less is used. They think we have enough armor in the South Seas. Their reasons persuaded me that these armored units really have no way to shuttle in the jungle, and our enemy is just a group of natives who do not have the ability to produce weapons and ammunition. In this context, what the counterinsurgency army needs is the ability to be flexible, mobile, and capable of rapid assault. Although these heavy equipment are powerful, they cannot reach the enemy at all. Explained Robinson. Damn. So who was the idiot who asked us to send armored troops before? Prime Minister Dan said angrily. Obviously they were fooled. It is obviously abnormal to require heavy firepower reinforcements on a battlefield that does not require the use of these heavy weapons and equipment. But knowing is knowing. Everyone has no intention of continuing to investigate. It is nothing more than profit. The army does not need these heavy equipment. How can these domestic arms dealers make money? How do the people in the related interest chain make profits? They are well aware of these problems, but this time they went too far, which made them angry. Originally, the war funds were not sufficient, and as a result, most of the money for purchasing weapons and equipment was wasted on these unnecessary heavy weapons. Anyone with a slightly normal IQ knows that there are very serious tricks in it. Maybe these so-called weapons and equipment are all a bunch of fake goods, purely for the purpose of cheating money. Send them to the battlefield for a walk, and then reasonably let them scrap them, and then all relevant personnel, from front-line officers to weapon manufacturers, all took a share of the money from it. So Prime Minister Dan just caught an officer and scolded him, gave him the hat of an idiot, and exposed the matter on the grounds that the officer's personal ability was not enough. If it is really pursued, it will kill people. Although not many prime ministers have been assassinated in the Netherlands, Prime Minister Dan does not want to test the integrity of interest groups. The Kingdom of the Netherlands itself is a small country, and there are few wars. The domestic arms dealers have a bad life. If they dare to cut off their only source of income, then they will not die, not only in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but also in many countries around the world. Many people think that the arms trade is profiteering, and this is true, but this is only the gross profit of a single piece. In fact, their sales volume is not large, and the overall profit is not so abnormal. Especially small countries, their own domestic market is very limited, and in the international arms market, they cannot compete with the major powers. If there is an arms race, they can really make a lot of money, and in a peaceful age, they can only live miserably. Take the Kingdom of the Netherlands as an example. In peacetime, their army was less than 100,000 people. How big could this arms market be? If the arms dealers don't sell these valuable big guys and sell only rifles, How much is 100,000 rifles? It can be said that 100,000 rifles are sold for £100,000 in this era. This is already a profit of 200 or 300%. From the gross profit point of view, this is indeed a huge profit. Reference: in January 1904, the Decaying government purchased 12,000 6.5mm rifles made in the 30 years of Meiji, 2,000 carbine, and 7 million bullets. There are 650 pistols and 130,000 rounds of bullets. There are also 48 Japanese field guns and 16 Japanese mountain guns, which were the latest Japanese Type 31 rapid-fire guns at that time, with 25,856 rounds of shells. Together with accessories, ammunition carts, etc., it cost a total of 1.2 million taels of silver. However, these rifles do not need to be replaced every year. In fact, they are replaced by 10% to 30% every year, which is already very good. That is to say, the Dutch arms dealers, the annual domestic sales of rifles, are only tens of thousands of pounds. If it is replaced by a tank with supporting facilities can be sold for thousands of pounds, and the profits of both parties are completely different. In short, arms dealers who sell guns can't make a lot of money. Unless they catch up with the World War, they can still make a lot of money. In peacetime, with this little sales volume, after deducting labor, mechanical maintenance costs, and production costs, there is almost no money to be made, and losses often occur. In this context, arms dealers will naturally push the governments of various countries to upgrade their weapons and equipment, and every change is a bloody profit. This is also the reason why many countries are simply not suitable to use certain equipment, and regardless of the actual situation, they have given a lot of equipment. Then what about the issue of troops? Now the rebels in our Nanyang colonies are in the millions. Do the Bulgarians think that with a mere 70,000 troops, they can handle it? This Tilda Robinson hesitated, wondering if he should continue. Come on, there are no outsiders here, so it won't spread. Prime Minister Din broke his concerns. The Bulgarians think that there is a problem with our counterinsurgency, and they suggest that we use the navy to block the connection between the rebels and the outside world, and isolate the rebels on each island. With our troops in the Nanyang region, plus these 70,000 mercenaries, it is more than enough to deal with the rebels on any island alone. They suggest to defeat them one by one. Now that the island occupied by the rebels is establishing a regime, the rebels have also come out of the jungle. As long as the army defeats their main force, these people will immediately flee. We can exterminate them slowly. In the future, as long as we strictly control the arms trade in the colonies, without ammunition replenishment, these rebels will be dragged to death. Robinson organized the language and said everyone's faces were ugly. Although they didn't say it clearly, it was actually saying that they were too rubbish, and they couldn't come up with a simple strategy. The conscience of heaven and earth, they are all pure politicians, and if they touch a gun, they are considered soldiers. For those who fight against gods and horses, they all give priority to politics. Politically, when they first started to suppress the rebellion, these islands were only part of the rebellion, and of course they had to be destroyed at the same time. Otherwise, the rebellion on this island will be annihilated, and the island will be completely occupied. Isn't it a waste of kung fu? The situation is different now. Basically, they have fallen, and they don't need to care about political influence. Anyway, it will not be worse than the current situation. But everyone is old fritters, and they reacted quickly, as long as they can suppress the rebellion and solve the big trouble at the moment. What do you want to say? Then let's do it like this. The Ministry of Finance will raise a sum of money as soon as possible. We have to prepare the logistics materials first, so as not to delay the counterinsurgency process because the materials are not in place at the end. Then said without changing his expression. London Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin is about to be mad, and the performance of the British Army has thrown the face of the British Empire into its underpants. Similar to the performance of the British Army in Southeast Asia during World War II in history, it was dubbed by the London media as fleeing upon hearing the enemy, and being defeated when touched. This statement, although a little exaggerated, the performance of the British Army is indeed not up to the mark. In the case of equal strength and superior firepower, why can't they defeat the rebels, even if the rebels are mixed with Japanese? This should not be a normal behavior of the British Army. The international media have all equated the British Army with the Italian Army. Their existence is to refresh the bottom line of the combat effectiveness of the armies of the great powers. These are problems that ordinary people see. The real reason is very clear, that is, the adaptability of the British Army is too poor, and they have not been able to adapt to fighting in this unique geographical environment in Southeast Asia. The most obvious sign is the large number of non-combat attritions. Many British officers and soldiers have already lied down before going to the battlefield. It seems that this is a reincarnation. Historically, Churchill sent them here to die, and this time was no exception. These issues are no longer important. Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin's biggest headache now is who should be sent to suppress the rebellion. Civilians don't have to think about it. Even if he dares to send, someone must dare to go. He personally visited the few remaining famous generals in the British Army, and the results were undoubtedly rejected. Suppressing colonial rebellions is obviously a chore. If you win, you deserve it. If you lose, you are incompetent. Coupled with the policy of removing the grind and killing the donkey that the British cabinet has always implemented, no one is willing to jump into this fire pit. Even if he has repeatedly assured it, it will have no effect. These famous people are unwilling to do it, so they can only promote new people. The British Army was not empty, but too many. The World War is just over. There are not many other things in the British Army now, that is, there are many generals. Among the officers in active service, there are more than 500 officers above the brigadier general level. Don't be surprised. There are many generals from all over the world now. For example, the British Army has mobilized millions of people and hundreds of colonial divisions. Many of these troops are in the plan and have not had time to go to the battlefield, but it does not affect the existence of their officers, right? A teacher, how can he also be a brigadier general? After wandering around the battlefield, you will become a major general. If a military exploit is made, then the deputy division commander and the chief of staff will also become major generals, not to mention the higher level officers. Even the brigade commanders and regimental commanders below become brigadier generals. After the end of the World War, the British Army gave birth to more than 2,000 officers with brigadier generals and above, which can be said to be full of generals. With so many personnel, who has stronger military capability and whose military capability is worse? Is this what Stanley Baldwin can know? If he had known, there would be no such defeat, and the Southeast Asian rebellion would have been extinguished long ago. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I think Major General Archibald Percival Wavell is good. He is now recognized as a genius general within the army. His ability has also been recognized by his counterparts from all over the world in the war against the United States! The war minister suggested. You mean the one-eyed general? Stanley Baldwin asked. Yes, Your Excellency, replied the Minister of War. He's the person recommended by your War Department. So what's so special about our one-eyed general? Stanley Baldwin asked. Your Excellency Prime Minister, as you know, our army is now a mob, lacking even the most basic training, and Major General Wavell is the most capable general in our army. At the same time, his ability to follow and adapt is also very strong. He has performed very well in previous exercises and has been recognized by everyone. For this reason, I also consulted, and many generals in the country thought that Wavell was the most suitable candidate. The Minister of War thought for a while and said, well, let this one-eyed general try it first. I hope he can bring us good luck. Stanley Baldwin rubbed his forehead and said, don't worry, Your Excellency Prime Minister, no matter what, it won't be worse than now. At least General Wavell can train us a good army. The Minister of War comforted. The main reason for the current situation is that after the end of the World War, the British cabinet, in order to avoid the expansion of the military's influence, tried to find a way to send all the generals who made great contributions home. Often these people who have made military exploits are also the most capable in the British Army. After these people retire, the remaining people are either mediocre or have not grown up. Otherwise, such a battle would not be commanded by a major general, and it would be hundreds of thousands of troops anyway. Even if a marshal was dispatched,
The British Empire would not be unable to get it. It's just that their civilian system is leading all of this, and naturally they cannot allow these people with outstanding military exploits and extraordinary influence in the army to exist. Civil and military disputes, regardless of things, are indispensable in ancient and modern China and abroad. Stanley Baldwin's cabinet just caught up, and this Southeast Asian rebellion exposed the legacy of civilian leadership. The butt decides the head, you know it, but don't expect Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin to change all this. In order to create such a political situation, a king in the UK was sent to the guillotine, which broke the influence of the army. How could he possibly drive the reverse of history now? Remarks: Archibald Percival Wavell, born May 5, 1883, May 24, 1950, in World War II, with 50,000 troops in Africa to break the Italian army of 300,000, captured famous for 130,000 enemies. Later, because of Churchill's blind command, he was defeated by Rommel. He was transferred to the commander of the Southeast Asian theater, and due to insufficient combat readiness, coupled with the intervention of Mr. Churchill, he was defeated by the Japanese Southern Army. One of his eyes was blinded in World War I, hence the nickname One-Eyed Dragon. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who give full marks to the new ones have found a beautiful wife at the end. The mobile station is newly revised and upgraded. The address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.